Living systems are never in equilibrium. They are inherently unstable. They may seem stable, but they're not. Everything is moving and changing. In a sense, everything is on the edge of collapse. Michael Crichton, Jurassic Park. 2018. As forecast, a thunderstorm creeps towards town, rolling down from the mountains and sweeping across the surrounding forest. But for all its roaring and rumbling, only the trees suffer the violence of the storm. They tremble as the wind rips off their leaves and cracks their limbs. Something unexpected moves in the shadow of the unfurling wall of clouds that suffocate the moon, and it sneaks into town. It has come from the past to steal the future. On the street that lines the edge between civilization and wilderness, all the windows on all the homes are dark. As much as the rain beats down on the roofs and the wind whistles past walls, most homes lose nothing more precious than a few shingles. And everyone sleeps in a peace that won't last. Inside one family home, two glowing eyes survey the living room. It's the family cat, sitting on the high perch of the cat tree. The furniture casts black shapes on the walls when the first flash of lightning crawls along the clouds, chased by the rumble of thunder. The pet's ears swivel backward, towards the window, towards the noise. With characteristic disinterest, it listens to the persistent patter of rain against the glass. But then, a squeaking sound from the front of the house makes the ears of the pet point forward. The cat door to the front yard swings back and forth. The hinges squeak with each movement, getting slower and slower, quieter and quieter. Atop its perch, the cat ducks its head down and folds its ears back. 4 rooms connect to a hallway. The doors to the first 2 are closed, a faint blue light shining under one of them. 2 other doors at the end of the corridor are left ajar. In one of those rooms, a couple sleeps. The wife lies snuggled against her husband's back, fingers curled loosely around a handful of his shirt. Another flash of lightning, but the thunder is drowned out by a shrill baby's cry that pierces the night. The woman lurches upright in bed, startled awake. Her husband groans as he slowly comes to, but keeps his face pressed in the pillows. From the other room, the shrieking of the infant quiets as abruptly as it started. Brushing her tangled hair out of her eyes, the woman says, "It's okay. I'll go check on her this time." She lets her hand drag along her husband's back as she scoots to the edge of the bed. The sluggish movement of her limbs telegraphs her exhaustion. She is used to having her sleep disrupted. The baby doesn't cry again. The mother rubs her eyes and looks over her shoulder at the cozy spot on the bed she occupied, tempted to let herself fall back and succumb anew to sleep. But an uneasy feeling sits in her belly, and it won't go away until she checks on her newborn. In the dark and barely awake, she slides her foot across the carpet, routinely, in search of slippers that are just out of reach. She gives up and gets up. Barefooted, she shuffles across the bedroom floor. Her heels scuff along the carpet as she drowsily makes her way to the neighboring bedroom, which also had its door ajar. The room is dark and she can barely make out the silhouette of the crib under the window. Her hand blindly reaches for the light switch. There's a lightning flash again. The crack of thunder is closely behind now. For no more than a second, an eerie flickering light fills the room. So pale it washes out all of the colors of the cheerily decorated nursery. Perched on the edge of the crib are 2 small, slender creatures, frozen still, with wet, dripping snouts. Both are looking at the woman. When the room goes dark again, all that remains visible are their reflective eyes. The woman lets out a shocked gasp at the unusual critters that have snuck into the nursery. She gives up on finding the light switch and charges forward to chase the intruders away. In another flash of lightning, a 3rd critter appears, jumping out of the crib. All 3 of the animals scatter at the approach of the woman, and they flee out the door, screeching as they go. When the mother reaches the crib, she collapses over the edge and lets out a blood-curdling scream at the sight the tail end of the lightning reveals. The husband rushes from the bedroom to the nursery, where the woman's wailing drowns out all other sound. Not even the storm is louder than her grief. The little critters leave behind footprints that look inky black in the night, but when the lights are switched on by the husband, the 3-toed prints are revealed to be red. Within the crib, a blood-soaked blanket swaddles a still baby. 10 years later, the mangled body of a dead Compsognathus lies on a road where a blue pickup truck rushes by. The truck is speeding along the highway. There are Department of Fish and Wildlife logo decals on the side, the corners peeling off. The The vehicle passes a sign on the side of the road that reads, "Welcome to Wolfboro, Oregon, the heart of the biggest dinosaur sanctuary in the world." Wolfboro is a small town on the west side of a large lake at the foot of a mountain range. It is sandwiched between a national forest on one side and expansive farmland on the other. A single highway connects it to the nearest city an hour-long drive away. The truck turns off the highway, going down a smaller road, and then hobbles along a dirt road, which leads to a dusty parking lot in front of a wooden lodge. There are several Jeeps and SUVs parked out front, and hikers are getting ready to go down the trails into the wilderness. A litany of signs both promote the area as a prehistoric wildlife sanctuary and warn hikers of possibly dangerous dinosaur encounters. 3 men and 1 woman climb out of the truck, all wearing DFW jackets and caps. Some hikers sitting on the tailgate of their vehicles pause and become curious onlookers as the foursome walks by. The oldest of the 4 is Frank Harrow, a tall man with salt and pepper hair and a sour expression. He leads the team into the lodge, which sells hiking equipment, maps, snacks, and souvenirs, most of which dinosaur-themed. Upon entry, the woman with a bleach blonde buzz cut, simply named Nova, gravitates towards a display of postcards, disinterestedly having a look as an excuse not to pay attention, while Frank walks up to the registry and flashes a DFW badge in the face of an elderly clerk, but too quick for any of his credentials to be legible. "We've received reports of a dinosaur nest just off one of these trails. If you could please point us in the right direction. We need to determine the species and perhaps close the trail to avoid human-dinosaur contact." The clerk points out, unimpressed, "It's just a usual nesting site for a group of Dryosaurus. It's been here every year now. I don't know why anyone would bother y'all with a report. They're too skittish to approach any hikers, and folks in these parts know better than to try and pet or feed them." The clerk gestures at a sign with an icon depicting a person reaching out for a bipedal dinosaur and a big red cross through it. Officer Harrow insists, "The location, please." He says please, but nothing about his tone suggests politeness. The 2 other men on the DFW team stand by idly, Oliver Morgan and Robert Grimes. They are both in their 30s and as similar as they are different. Both are big men, but Morgan is broad-shouldered, Grimes is barrel-chested. Both their jackets aren't up to code. Morgan's has a repaired rip on the left sleeve, Grimes is too small on him. Both have tattoos, Morgan on his neck and hands, the ink looking faded on his dark skin. Grimes' curly hair covers a scalp tattoo. Neither of them interfere as Frank stares down the clerk. The clerk purses his lips, but complies. He points out a trail on a wall-mounted map behind the registry and the approximate location of the nesting ground. "Is that as precise as you can be?" the officer questions. The clerk fires back, "Don't you keep track of these locations yourselves? Y'all were here last year too." Harrow leans in closer, holding the clerk's gaze. "And now we're back to check again. For your safety, we might need to close every one of these trails." The clerk reels back at the DFW officer's tone. "Are you threatening my business?" Frank smirks and placates him. "Just protecting you and everyone else, sir, as is our job. Better safe than sorry. Thank you for your cooperation." With a gesture, he instructs the other 3 DFW officers to follow him outside. Morgan gives the clerk a small wave and apologetic smile as he follows the others out of the lodge. They retrieve bags and tactical suitcases from their truck under the gaze of curious onlookers and head down the trail. The clerk stands in the doorway of the lodge, suspiciously eyeing the officers as they disappear between the trees. A crowd of people is running down a street in a panic, corralled by cars and shop fronts. They are screaming in terror. Some push others in their scramble to get to safety first. David Blake is the one person running in the opposite direction of everyone else, shouldering his way through the crowd, which splits around him like a river around a rock. The back of his jacket bears the DFW logo. His stubbled square jaw is clenched with determination. He is mid-40s. He looks older, but he moves like he's younger. Further back, a white DFW pickup is stopped in the middle of the road and being swarmed by the fleeing crowd. Standing up in the back of the truck, equipment bundled in his arms, is another DFW officer, Leo DeLuna. Dark hair, dark beard, dark eyes. His gaze follows his partner who is making his way through the mass of people, and Leo looks hesitant to follow, his face painted pale with fear. "Blake!" He calls after his partner and then steals his nerves and jumps off the back of the truck and goes after him, with a rifle and gear tucked under his arm. But he's stopped by an injured woman barreling right into him, and he has to drop his gear to catch her as she loses her footing. The crowd has thinned around David, well ahead of Leo, and their screaming grows distant. The trumpeting calls of an animal can be heard, bouncing along the brick and glass environment of downtown. Blake drags a wounded man back who has a deep slash across his thigh and is leaving a smear of blood on the concrete sidewalk. The DFW officer flags down young men running past them and instructs them to carry the wounded man to safety. Then he directs the last of the stragglers away from danger, shushing them with a finger to his lips, urging them to be quiet, as their panicked screaming would only attract and alarm the raging Triceratops that has wandered into the shopping street. A young girl's cry pierces through the noise. She sits balled up in a recessed doorway of a townhouse turned bakery, only a parked car between her and the displaced prehistoric herbivore. Her mother screams and moves towards her, but Blake steps in and holds her at bay. "I'll get her! Stay right here!" Ducked down, he hurries behind the parked cars, as across the street the Triceratops dislodges a metal trash can as it tries to make sense of its surroundings. One horn is blood red and dripping. Blake kneels in front of the young girl. He cups her little face in his hands and tells her she'll be okay, as his thumbs brush the tears off her cheeks. He bundles her into his arms and holds her to him tightly, cradling the back of her head in his hand and pressing her nose into the collar of his jacket to shield her from seeing anything. Across the street, a group of people are cowering behind a parked van, and they struggle to subdue their screams of fright when the Triceratops bumps it, almost tipping it over onto them with ease. Blake hands the girl back to her distressed mother and ushers them away. He watches her retreat and isn't able to peel his gaze away and get back to work until he is reassured that the two are at a safe distance. Then he turns to the Triceratops, which is still nudging the van like it's curious about the frightful cries each movement elicits from the people hiding behind it. The officer beats his hand on the hood of a parked car between himself and the wild animal, drawing its attention to him. The trike huffs and lets out an angry bellow as Blake keeps making noise. Soon the animal is riled up enough to charge forward, ramming the car. Blake leaps back and tucks himself into that same recessed doorway the girl was hiding in. The Triceratops pins the car against the brick building, entrapping Blake in the narrow space. He squeezes his eyes shut and twists his head away to protect his eyes as all windows burst at once under the pressure, pieces of glass flying everywhere. The body of the car starts to crush in on itself like an empty soda can being compacted. The people hiding behind the van use the distraction to escape, running into Leo as he reaches the scene. When the Triceratops backs up, it drags the mangled car along. The horns have pierced the side doors of the vehicle and the animal has gotten itself stuck. There's just enough clearance for Blake to slip out of the doorway and run away towards Leo, who has caught up with him. The two officers seek cover behind the van as the Triceratops struggles to free its horns from the car. The screeching of metal has them both wincing. Leo thrusts the rifle into Blake's hands. "You lucky bastard," Leo chastises him. Blake is out of breath as he replies, "That wasn't luck. I knew what I was doing." Leo opens a case and produces a tranquilizer dart that he carefully hands over for Blake to load into the rifle. "I meant you're lucky your caddy is here to save your ass, tiger." "Blake, if we could keep the rifle in the front." Leo reminds him, "Policy." Blake rolls his eyes as he mouths the word at the same time Leo says it. "As if driving around with a loaded rifle is the most dangerous thing we do." His gaze is down at the rifle as he loads the dart. "It's not," Leo is quick to retort. "Running towards an angry trike unarmed is." Blake scoffs. "We both know that's not true." The Triceratops gets his horns unstuck from the vehicle, flipping it for good measure, and the two men sneak from behind the van to a parked car across the road from the animal, which rears its head up and sniffs the air. Blake steadies the rifle on the hood of the vehicle and shoots the dart. It pricks the animal in its flank. The trike lets out another angry noise, even though the dart would barely feel like a pinprick to the giant herbivore. Stomping its feet betrays its impending charge, and the men have a head start as they run away and the animal gives chase, slowing down only to ram a food vendor's cart out of its path. The nearest shops on both sides of the street have large glass fronts that the raging animal would easily burst through if the two officers could even get a door open quick enough before the animal would catch up to them. Thinking quickly, Blake leaps onto a display of secondhand books outside a bookstore, Leo following his lead. Standing on top of the stacked books, they can reach the candy-striped awning hanging over the entrance of the next-door store. Apprehensive about whether the fabric can hold both their weight, but with no other escape or time to second guess, Blake clambers onto it and then reaches back to help Leo up. The display breaks apart under his feet with a swipe of the trike's horns, but Blake has a hold of him and hoists him onto the awning. Leo's kicking feet accidentally kick the frill of the Triceratops as the officer is pulled up, adding to the animal's annoyance. The metal frame of the awning creaks under the weight of the two men, but it holds. Sitting precariously, still holding on to Leo's shirt to secure him, Blake asks, "Was that the right dart?" Leo doesn't dignify that with a response and just watches the animal. Below them, the Triceratops starts to get drowsy, stumbling left to right, and soon it lacks the strength to push more cars out of the way. After a few seconds, it lies down heavily in the middle of the street, head getting lower and lower until it gives in and rests its chin on the ground. With deep breaths, it falls asleep. In that moment, when the threat has been neutralized and peace finally settles, a siren begins to blare from speakers with DFW logos mounted on the lampposts that line the street. The two officers share a look at the delayed reaction of the alarm system. They mutter in unison, "Typical." After a beat of silence, Leo looks down at the pavement. Nothing below them to easily climb down. Now how do we get down? His question is interrupted by the sound of ripping fabric, and they're too late to reach for something to hold onto when the fabric tears open and dumps them both on the sidewalk below with a thud. With the air knocked out of him, Blake groans, "You had to ask." The shrill school bell cuts through a quiet hall, and within seconds, students come pouring out of the classrooms. The cacophony of their footsteps, conversations, and laughter builds and builds as they all walk in the same direction, towards the exit, towards the weekend. Jesse shoulders his way through the crowd, going the opposite way. The slight teenaged boy earns himself some stares, but keeps his head bowed, face shielded by the visor of his black cap, from under which his messy, curly hair peeks out. A group of students pauses at a poster on the wall. It's blue, with a white silhouette of a Triceratops head dead on. Below it says, "Go Trikes!" but red has been painted onto the horns, dripping down onto the lettering. The further back Jesse goes, the quieter the corridor becomes, until he is the only student left, and he pushes through a door that says, "Detention." A surly teacher shoots him a single look, and without a word, the boy swipes his cap off his head and ruffles his hair on his way to a desk by the window, overlooking the front schoolyard, where the other students cut across the grass to get to their bicycles and cars. The teacher diverts her attention back to her Sudoku puzzle. The 17-year-old plops himself down in the chair, puts his backpack on the desk, and digs into it to retrieve a notebook that says chemistry on the front, but when he flips it open, most pages are filled with sketches. He lingers on a 2-page drawing of 2 whales before skipping to an empty page, and then rummages around in his backpack for a pencil. Another student comes through the door. He's tall, with wide shoulders, and sporting a smile entirely too big for the occasion. He's wearing the football team's Letterman jacket, with a white Triceratops patch on the chest. "Elliot?" The teacher acknowledges him with an admonishing tone. "Don't tell me you're becoming a regular too." Elliot shrugs impishly, and maneuvers through the rows of empty desks to pick the one next to the other student. Ignoring Jesse's perplexed look at his decision to come sit right next to him, Elliot's smile somehow widens further and brightens up his face as he says, "Hey, Jesse." Jesse glances up at him and stiffly puts on a smile, but he doesn't say hello back. He ducks his head down and intently stares at the empty page in front of him, toying with the pencil in his hand. But curiosity gets the better of him. Surreptitiously, he tries to watch the fellow student from the corner of his eye. Once seated, Elliot leans sideways in his seat towards Jesse, which in turn makes Jesse lean away. "Thanks for letting me cheat off your test." Again. Jesse shoots a look at the teacher at the front of the class, but she is paying them no attention. He says, "Sorry you got caught." Again. Elliot chuckles and scratches the back of his neck. "Yeah, tough luck. I suck at cheating almost as much as I suck at algebra." Elliot shrugs like it doesn't bother him much, the way nothing bothers him much. He pulls off his Letterman jacket to hang over the back of his chair, and he turns away from Jesse and bends down to rummage through his backpack sitting at his feet. Jesse's gaze falls to the big Triceratops logo on the back of the other student's hoodie. It's the mascot of the school's football team. The white contrasts with the navy blue of the hoodie. The logo is so large, the crest covers the expanse of the athlete's back, and each of the horns touches one of his shoulders. With pursed lips, Jesse averts his gaze, opting to stare out the window instead. When Elliot faces Jesse again, he has his mouth open, about to say something, but he second-guesses himself and keeps quiet as he notices Jesse has redirected his attention outside. For the first time, his smile falters. At that moment, the DFW sirens start to blare outside. Doors to the emergency room of the Wolfboro Mount View Hospital burst open. Marie, a teenage girl, lies on the gurney that is wheeled in by two paramedics. Her frantic mother Jane is walking alongside her, clutching the young girl's thigh. Marie's face is pale and glistens with a sheen of sweat. She's awake, but so exhausted she can barely hold on to consciousness. She has a silk scarf wrapped around her head, the vibrant colors in contrast with her dark but ashen skin. Dr. Nikki Bennett is by the nurse's station, but as soon as she spots the mother and daughter duo coming in, she rushes over. Dr. Bennett's black hair is up in a tight bun, like a ballerina. She moves as one too. The motion of her long, slender limbs is graceful even as she darts across the emergency room, bypassing staff and patients as she goes. The mother recognizes her and looks relieved to see her. "It happened again," the mother says. The paramedics position the gurney by one of the empty beds and transfer the sick girl over. She self-consciously holds and adjusts her headscarf as she gets settled in the bed, hiding her bald scalp. Her mother tells Nikki with a sad smile, "She wouldn't leave home without it." Nikki nods in understanding. The paramedics brief her on the patient's vitals. The mother chimes in with details of what happened before the ambulance arrived to pick them up at home, describing Marie having another seizure and being out cold for several minutes. She concludes with, "I already called Dr. Rahman. He knows we're coming." The doors open again to bring in another urgent patient, a middle-aged man with a bloodied dressing on his thigh. The left trunk of his jeans is soaked in his blood. A tourniquet has been applied above the wound. Nikki gives the mother and daughter an apologetic look and waves over another doctor. Dr. Bennett is the resident specialist for traumatic dinosaur-inflicted injuries. "We're going to get you admitted and up to pediatrics ASAP, okay?" Nikki says to Marie with a comforting touch to the girl's shoulder. "Don't worry, you've been through this. You are both strong. You can do this again." She looks at the mother too. Jane puts on a smile and nods, even though she looks almost as tired as her daughter. Dr. Bennett hands her care over to another specialist and then rushes to meet the new patient. The paramedic applying pressure to the bandage, ignoring the man's pained groans, informs Nikki, "Trike gouging. That's the second one this week." The paramedic shrugs and helps her partner transfer the patient to a free bed. Nina Pravesh sits in the passenger seat of a Jeep, braiding her long black hair over her shoulder, using nothing but touch and muscle memory while stubbornly gazing out the side window. The vehicle passes boat after boat as it slowly rolls through the harbor towards the far end. Next to her, her boyfriend Gabriel tensely grips the steering wheel, his gaze focused ahead. His jaw is locked. The tension between them is palpable as both refuse to speak or even acknowledge each other. They approach the slip at the end where a 100-foot yacht is docked. Large radar equipment is mounted on the mast. Several people are loading equipment on board. Gabriel stops the car and puts on the brake. Nina doesn't wait and jumps out, still set on ignoring him. She walks around to the back, pops open the trunk, and retrieves a duffel bag that she slings over her shoulder. As she slams the trunk shut, Gabriel joins her at the back and grabs a hold of the strap of her bag to stop her from leaving. "Please don't go." Nina rolls her eyes at him and swats his hand away. "If I had known you were going to spend the entire hour-long drive trying to talk me out of going, I would have taken the train." "Can you blame me?" "Yes," she snaps. "I thought you understood how important this is to me. I loved that you understood." And her tone turns pleading for him to understand once more. "I do understand," Gabriel insists. "But is it really the most important thing right now?" She glares up at him and balks. "It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work with Professor Afan. She's the reason I got into marine biology to begin with. How can you ask me to bail on this?" He scrubs his face with his hands, regretful about how the conversation is escalating. His last, pitiful attempt to get her to see his side of the matter is by asking, "Is this even safe?" "I'll be fine," she asserts with a roll of her eyes. Nina takes a deep breath to calm herself down. She adjusts the strap of the bag on her shoulder and hesitates, glancing down at her feet. She chews on the inside of her cheek for a moment. Gabriel looks at her, unsure. Nina pushes herself up on the tips of her toes and presses a quick kiss against the corner of his mouth, and then, without another word, she pivots and walks away, approaching two men still working on loading gear and supplies onto the yacht. When she stands near them, one of them nods at her bag, which she holds stiffly. "Need help with that?" He has a thick French accent. Nina shakes her head. "Oh, no, thanks." She blinks in surprise when he reaches out his hand and tightens her hold on the strap of the bag, only to realize he means to introduce himself. She scoffs at herself and shakes his hand. "Solomon," says the dark-skinned man, bald but with a grey goatee and a bright smile. "But they call me the Russian." Nina tilts her head, knowing she's missing the inside joke. "And that's Patrick." He nods at the younger, blonde man with broad shoulders who's been helping him with the gear. He grins as he says, "They call him annoying." Patrick glares at him and threatens to make Solomon load the rest of the cases by himself. "Nina," she introduces herself. "They call me..." "Nina." She scrunches up her face. "We'll find you something better," he says with a wink. "Nice to meet you." Nina looks back at the sound of a car door being shut and watches her boyfriend back the jeep out of the harbor. Someone excitedly calling out her name grabs her attention, and she looks at the young, skinny man with the short afro standing on the bow of the yacht, waving at her. It's Denver Lang, a classmate chosen by Professor Ifan as one of her 3 research assistants for this expedition. On wobbly legs, Denver walks along the starboard side of the main deck and offers Nina a hand to help her on board, saying with a big smile and a laugh, "I'm seasick already," even though the yacht is still secured to the dock and barely moving. She grimaces and remarks, "To be honest, I'm not sure I'll fare much better." A Lockheed C-130 Hercules cargo plane approaches a single remote airstrip in the mountains. The tarmac is cracked and sand has blown over most of it, obscuring the center line and even where the strip begins and ends. Neon orange pylons have been put down to line the sides and mark the end, and a handful of men in casual clothes, all armed with AK-47s, watch the Hercules descend towards them. An 18-wheeler truck with an empty truck bed is parked by the abandoned air traffic control tower that has half collapsed in on itself and is overgrown by shrubbery. Hearing the approach of the airplane, the truck driver, Eduardo Molina, mutters to himself, "Finally." He jumps out of the cabin, feet kicking up dirt as he lands. He watches the plane bank hard to line up with the runway and then pull its nose up. The 2 pilots inside the cockpit are focused on the landing, sweat on their brow. The old airplane rattles around them. When the Hercules wheels touch the tarmac, it sounds more like a crash than a landing. The armed men close their eyes and turn away to shield themselves from the cloud of dust that trails the airplane as it speeds down the runway. Molina grabs hold of his cap before the air displacement can knock it off his head. The airplane rolls on until the very end of the runway, stopping just short of the neon pylons that mark the end. As soon as it has come to a standstill, the ground crew runs towards it. The door to the cargo hold lowers down into a ramp, revealing a 40-foot open-top cargo container. The rusty red container is unmarked and covered by a bulging green tarp. The 2 pilots can barely fit between the container and the interior wall of the cargo hold as they come out the back, and they are greeted by one of the men who were waiting for them. They share a friendly meeting, and the man from the ground crew wonders, "That was close. Will the runway be long enough for you to take off?" "It should be fine. We'll be about 10 tons lighter when we leave." Another man whistles sharply on his fingers and motions for the truck driver to come to him, shouting, "Mo, you're up!" Molina nods and climbs back behind the wheel of his truck to back it up to the airplane's cargo ramp. DFW officers David Blake and Leo DeLuna are in their truck driving down the highway, with the news broadcast on the radio filling the silence. Leo shifts uncomfortably in the passenger seat, scrunching up his face as he does, still in pain from their tumble off the awning earlier. The local news reporter warns over the radio, "It is migration season, and the dinosaurs are wandering into town more often. If you encounter de-extinct wildlife, Keep your distance, find safe shelter, and report the incident to the DFW. Blake grumbles. It's that damn deforestation and the new highway down south. It's messing with the migration route and corralling the dinosaurs through town. We've never gotten this many calls before in just 1 month. Leo retorts like he's reading off a script. Yeah, but we're supposed to pretend that's not true. It's out of our control. Because if it's out of our control, we don't have to lose money or spend money to fix the problem. The handheld radio on the front console crackles and a female voice comes through. Wolfboro DFW station calling for Officer Blake and DeLuna. The two officers share a look, and Leo jokes with a flat tone. It's the thought police. They caught us. David quirks up a corner of his mouth in a half smile and reaches for the radio, bringing it to his mouth. This is Blake. We got a call from the Wolfboro Grand Forest Lodge complaining about some officers that came by earlier. We don't have anything in our logs about one of our teams responding to a call there today. Please go and check it out. Poachers, DeLuna mumbles. Speaking into the radio, Blake responds, on our way. Poachers, DeLuna repeats more insistently, waiting for his partner to acknowledge the threat of that. Blake's jaw is tense. Possibly. DeLuna frustratedly taps his fingers against the panel of the door. You know, this was supposed to be a temporary gig for me when everything went tits up with my dad's restaurant during COVID. And Frida already hated the idea of her husband running towards dinosaurs instead of running away. Now it's 8 years later and the DFW got me running towards poachers, who outnumber and outgun us. Blake responds with a full-chested laugh. Wanna compare notes on not signing up for any of this? I've been with the DFW since before dinosaur wrangling was part of the job. Most of my workday involved fish. Leo sports a cheeky grin. Then let's get out. Let's quit. Right, Blake says with a scoff. Leo continues to think out loud, undeterred. I'll reopen the restaurant. You can be a part of it. Oh sure, I'll be the maitre d'. I'm serious, Blake, Leo insists, although he's still grinning. Let's get out while we're still young men. Well, one of us at least. Blake guffaws at the running joke of their age difference. Per their usual repartee, he reminds him, you're not exactly a spry young fella yourself anymore. Leo makes a dismissive gesture. Compared to you, I am. It is scientific fact that every year a man works for the DFW, he ages in dog years. I've done the math. You're ancient. The younger one of the two shifts in his seat again and grunts as he cracks his back, ignoring the irony that of the two of them, he's the one with the bad back. Blake adjusts his hands on the steering wheel. Then again, as he considers whether he wants to broach the topic more seriously. Eventually, he says, you could, you know. Leo looks at him, but Blake keeps his gaze focused ahead. Quit. Reopen the restaurant, Blake clarifies. Leo takes a deep breath. His smile no longer reaches his eyes. The crow's feet in the corner of his eyes latch onto an expression of concern. Nah, he answers, feigning lightheartedness. Not getting rid of me that easily, old man. Their truck pulls into the dirt lot in front of the hiker's lodge. At the end of the afternoon, the lot is mostly crowded with people returning from a long hike, sitting on the tailgate of their trucks, taking off their shoes, and shaking pebbles out of them. The old clerk comes out of the lodge to greet the two officers, and they shake hands. They'd already met before, last year when the officers came to check on the Drysaurus nesting site. With frustration evident in his voice, the clerk explains the attitude he was given by the team of 4 officers who came by earlier in the day. He gives a physical description of the 3 men and 1 woman and notes that their truck was blue, whereas DFW trucks are all supposed to be white. He points Blake and DeLuna the way they went, and the 2 officers start down the trail. They are quiet as they walk. The poachers are long gone, but they are worried about what kind of state they might find the nesting site in, having responded to many poacher calls in the past. The result is typically gruesome. At a certain point, they veer off the path, through the shrubbery, and Blake looks at his GPS a few times to ensure they are going in the right direction. Through the tree line, there is a clearing at the bottom of a massive rock wall. In the distance, the roar of a waterfall can be heard. Blake pushes branches aside to have a look, and as he does, a handful of green drysaurs chirp and scatter, darting off into the forest, leaving their nests unprotected. Mindful of their steps, they walk into the clearing where there are nests dotted everywhere, mounds made of twigs and leaves, all filled with clutches of eggs, all appearing undisturbed. Blake looks visibly relieved and his shoulders relax, but his brows flicker into a frown as he surveys the scene. Leo is the one to break the silence. I don't get it. It doesn't look like the poachers took anything. Blake hums and wanders further through the clearing, meandering between the nests, checking on them as he goes and careful not to disturb even a single twig. There is no evidence of missing eggs from any of them. A few yards away from the security of the thick shrubbery, the dryos chirp anxiously at the invaders. By the sound of it, there are dozens of them, waiting to return to their nests and incubate their brood. What does this mean? DeLuna wonders, tiptoeing as he follows Blake. Blake doesn't answer. His gaze is focused on the rock wall at the back of the site. The grey rock is marked by a black splotch, which looks like tar on closer inspection. He fishes latex gloves out of his pocket, puts one on his right hand, and touches the substance, which is still tacky. Leo, come get a sample of this. His partner comes trudging over, careful not to step in any of the nests. He takes off his backpack to retrieve a kit with vials and Q-tips, and he dabs the tar-like substance. Is this? Leo doesn't have to finish his question. Yeah. This far north? That's impossible. They never leave their territory. That's why you need to take a sample. Because the thought police will say the same. Blake scours the ground and follows along the rock wall, spotting a 3-toed footprint preserved in a patch of sand. The footprint is too big to have been made by a Dryosaurus. He uses his phone to snap a picture of it and continues along. The track of a predator in pursuit of prey leads him away from the clearing, through a tree line that has broken branches. He picks up the sound of buzzing flies and quickens his step, coming to a stop when he spots the half-eaten corpse of a Dryosaurus, the chest cavity hollowed out. He keeps his distance while studying the carnage. There's the same black tar substance visible in the bite marks on the flank. He jolts in surprise when a breathy Leo catches up to him. Leo looks at the carcass in disbelief, while Blake crouches down to take more pictures, getting close-ups of the bite marks and the black tar. This is why the poachers didn't take any eggs, he surmises. They were here for something else. He straightens up. If you're trying to track down a predator that has left its territory, checking the known locations of prey in the direction of its path is a good start. Leo begins to shake his head. But the female of the pair has a tracker. If they'd left their territory, we would know. We don't exactly have the manpower to be monitoring all trackers at all times. Blake looks at his phone and grumbles at the fact that he doesn't have cell service in the remote area. Let's head back to the truck. We need to make a call. A DFW officer walks a small pet carrier into the Wolfboro DFW station, a small office building in front of a barn and large, steel-fenced holding pens. A cacophony of dinosaur calls fills the air. The entire lot is surrounded by electrified fences topped with barbed wire, and there are cameras and a security outpost by the entrance gate. The trees around the station are all trimmed back for surveillance of the perimeter. Upon swiping his card, the automatic doors of the building open, and the officer takes the carrier to the back, under the curious gaze of the receptionist, who raises herself out of her chair to get a look through the wire-framed door at what's inside the carrier. The animal chirps agitatedly at being jostled around as it is carried through the building and set down on a desk across from a wall of small cages. DFW analyst Miles rolls his desk chair back so he can look out the door of his dark, small office, peeling himself away from his bank of monitors to look at the crate that was just brought in. That thing is going to be a problem, he says. The officer shrugs. Not my problem, is his retort. With a flick of his finger, he activates a tablet that was on the desk and he starts punching in a report. The beeping of his phone line draws Miles' attention back to his work. He scoots his chair forward and with a tap of his mouse, he answers the call on his headset. Hey, Blake, signing off for the weekend? Not yet, says the officer on the other end of the line. I need you to look up a tracker for me. Okay, what's the 10:06:22? Blake rattles off. Miles huffs a sigh. It's so like you to know these numbers off the top of your head. As Blake relayed the number, Miles had typed it in, and in the time it took him to quip, the backlogged system managed to locate the tracker in a long list. He taps the tracker, maximizing the information on one of his monitors. That's the female Dilophosaurus from Rainer's Crest. Where is she? Miles mumbles, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say Rainer's Crest. Even the analyst, who doesn't even have an afternoon's worth of experience out in the field, knows that a Dilophosaurus is an intensely territorial species of de-extinct wildlife. After a few clicks, a map of the area loads, and the dinosaur's location blinks rhythmically. Voice dripping with sarcasm, Miles tells his colleague, "You're not gonna believe this, but she's in Rainer's Crest." There's some rustling on the other end of the line, and Miles fails to decipher some words exchanged between the experienced officer and his partner. "Are you looking at her current location?" Blake asks. Biting back a dry retort, Miles simply answers affirmatively. "Check the log for the past week." "1 second, Miles sighs. The system hates loading the logs. He watches the buffer symbol go round and round as the tracking data for the past 7 days is retrieved. The map reloads, but still shows only the single dot in the one location. Miles zooms into the map and reloads only to get the same result. A single location indicator, meaning it hasn't moved even a meter in the past week. He aggressively taps the mouse as he clicks around, trying to fix some unidentified error. "Miles?" Blake wonders, not impatiently, but with a sense of dread. 1 second. He chews on the inside of his cheek. This can't be right. He types some commands on his keyboard to retrieve the data for the entire month. When the map loads anew, it shows several connected dots scattered throughout Rainer's Crest, a record of the dinosaur's activity. Each dot is accompanied by a date, but the past 9 days are all stacked on top of each other in the one location. With a frown, he admits to the officer, "I think she might be dead. She hasn't moved in 9 days, at all." After a thoughtful pause, Blake orders, "Send me the last known location. We'll check it out." "Uploading to you right now." Rainer's Crest is a densely forested slope at the foot of the mountain. South of the river, the new highway, and about a 3-hour drive west from Wolfboro. The hiker's trail cutting through was closed years ago when a pair of Dilophosaurus were relocated there after being captured by the DFW near a larger city elsewhere in the state. The path has become completely overgrown. Herds of smaller, herbivorous species live in the forest as well. Larger species like Parasaurolophus that regularly wander across the farmland sometimes cross the river to feed in the forest. The populations are kept in check by the pair through predation. The animals have never had reason to vacate the territory that they defend fiercely from other common predatory species in the area, like concavenators. It is exactly the extreme territorial nature of the Dilophosaurus that makes them such a suitable species for release in a wildlife sanctuary. Blake leads the Luna through the foliage, checking his GPS as they go. He has a rifle propped up against his left shoulder. Leo looks more concerned and alert than Blake does. Sunlight pours through the branches, low and golden as it is nearing the end of the day. Hesitantly, Leo starts. "So, I noticed you didn't put in for PTO for November 1st. Blake throws a frown over his shoulder, but doesn't halt in closing in on the beacon that blinks on his GPS. "Aren't you going to New York that weekend?" the younger officer asks carefully. Blake purses his lips. "Not this year," he says flatly. "Oh. Alright." Leo chews on the inside of his cheek. Then he puts on a smile, even though his partner isn't looking at him. "How about the 3 of you join us for Halloween then? Frida and I always take her nieces and nephews to go trick-or-treating." When Blake doesn't answer right away, Leo senses a rejection. Before that happens, he adds, "You'd be doing me a favor, honestly. The kids outnumber us. We could use the help. Think about it." The other man gives him a half smile over his shoulder. "I will." The two stop dead in their tracks as the GPS's pitch changes. Blake pockets the device and adjusts his hold on the rifle. The tracker is right about here. The two of them scour the surroundings. The trees have thinned, and there is little growth on the forest floor. A few yards up ahead, the ground has been disturbed. Dead leaves and branches cleared away, claw marks in the dirt. Walking closer, they spot a dried pool of the black tar-like substance. Running up to the small clearing are twin tire tracks, big wheels with deep profiles. Leo starts taking pictures while Blake circles the scene with a deep frown. His gaze falls on dried blood spatter on a fallen log, and he leans over to peer at the ground behind. A trail of blood drops caked on the dirt leads to a chunk of flesh, about a fistful, a rotten shade of purple on one side, green and scaled on the other. He climbs over the log, putting on a latex glove as he goes, and he picks up the discarded flesh, which has been crudely incised, showing cut marks made by a hunter's knife. The tracking device, the size of a 9-volt battery, is still embedded within, half poking out of the flesh. He walks it back to the Luna and shows him, holding it out until the Luna can retrieve an evidence bag from his backpack to secure it. So they got the female. Blake nods tersely. And now they're tracking the male too. Without his bonded mate, he's likely to have left the territory in search of a new mate. But the DFW never bothered to tag both of them, so there's no way of knowing where he is. Leo checks his watch, noting the hour is getting late and that they still have a long drive ahead of them, back to Wolfboro. We'll go back to the Drysaurus nesting site tomorrow, he suggests. If the Poachers can track him, we can too. Leo shoulders his backpack and starts heading back the way they came. With a final glance at the area, Blake follows. In the twilight, the 4 Poachers scramble through a forest, back to their truck. Morgan and Robert are on either side of the woman on their team. There is a black stain on the front of her shirt and black smears on the side of her neck where they try to wipe away the sticky droplets that got on her skin. Her forehead glistens with sweat and her face is deathly pale. She's panting harshly and her steps are uncoordinated, sometimes too weak to lift her feet, leaving her toes to drag through the dry leaves and dirt. She would lose her footing altogether if not for the other 2 supporting her, walking her to the truck. Frank trails behind them with tense jaw, grumbling in displeasure, holding his tranquilizer rifle at his side too casually. With one hand, Robert manages to open the door of the truck and they maneuver Nova into the back seat. Morgan rushes to the back of the car and retrieves a medical kit. He unceremoniously puts it in Nova's lap as she lies sprawled across the back seat. He pops it open and sifts through the contents to come up with a packaged syringe. He tears off the wrapping, pushes the plunger just enough to ensure there's no air in the syringe, and then jams the needle into Nova's thigh, through the fabric of her pants. Nova barely responds to the jab. Robert stops the timer on his watch. 7 minutes, and it only got on her skin a little bit. She'll be fine. Morgan stuffs the unused supplies back into the kit, discarding the syringe on the forest floor. We should still get her to the hospital, just in case. Frank is quick to shoot that idea down. No, a Dilo attack is going to get reported to the DFW. Morgan argues, we have to call it in anyway, that thing is heading straight towards town. Harrow glares at the other man as he closes in on him, forcing Morgan to back up into the side of the truck. The older man seethes, whose side are you on? The side that pays the bills, Morgan snaps back, squaring his shoulders. But if we call it in anonymously, the DFW can send out an alert so nobody gets hurt. And then they capture our Dilophosaurus. You give them too much credit, Morgan says with a scoff. Just because we call it in doesn't mean they'll find it. Harrow shakes his head and presses a pointed finger into Morgan's chest. We're not risking it. The buyer wants both, a mating pair. He shouts at all of them, and the 3 of you have screwed it up twice now. Nova groggily sits up in the back seat, the anti-venom starting to have an effect. Morgan slaps away Harrow's hand at his chest and pushes the man back. He reminds him, you're the one who missed. With flared nostrils, Harrow declares, we're not calling it in. He chucks the rifle into the truck bed and pulls a tarp over their gear. Get in. Harrow walks around the truck to get behind the wheel. Morgan and Robert share a look, then climb into the vehicle as well. Nova scooting across the bench to make room for Morgan as Robert gets into the passenger seat. With wheels spinning in the dirt, the truck peels away. It's pitch black when Jesse puts his mountain bike in the shed, blindly finding his way. The insistent bass of a song is audible from the headphones he wears over his cap. He kicks the door shut without locking it and slips one of the straps of his backpack over his shoulder as he strides over to the back door of the house. Light is visible from inside, filtering through thin curtains. His keys jingle as he fishes them out of the pocket of his jeans and opens the door that leads into the kitchen. Voices are coming from the living room that he doesn't hear, but they fall silent as Jesse makes noise upon entry. The teen stops in the doorway between the kitchen and the living space as his gaze falls on David Blake, his father, and Nikki Bennett, his dad's girlfriend, sitting on the couch. Nikki looks relieved to see the boy home safely, and Blake does too, but is quick to hide it. The man hardens his gaze into something more annoyed and gets up from the couch. Jesse pulls his headphones down to around his neck and taps his phone screen to mute the music. "Where have you been?" his father demands, coming to stand in front of his son with his hands on his hips. Jesse tries obtusely, "Detention?" Blake scoffs. "It's 10 p.m. He scrubs his face and then his son's answer registers. "Wait, detention? Again?" "Jesse." He lets out a long-suffering sigh. "What was it this time?" Before he can answer, a chirp is heard from the corner of the room, and Jesse whips his head around to see a DFW pet carrier sitting on the floor, tucked into a corner next to the couch. He looks back at his father with wide, betrayed eyes. "What the fuck is that doing here?" "Language!" Jesse shakes his head. His face twists in anger. He moves to push past his father towards the winding staircase at the far end of the living room, leading up to the second-floor landing that overlooks downstairs. But Blake grabs his sleeve, only long enough to stop him. "You promised you would never bring one into the house." Jesse's voice cracks with hurt. "I had no choice. Leaving it at the station would make it a target for poachers." "So you bring it here?" Blake's anger deflates, his shoulders sagging. "Nobody knows, and it's not a dangerous species," he assures him. "It's a temporary solution." He tries to make Jesse look him in the eyes, but the boy looks down at his shoes, refusing to meet his gaze. When Blake puts his hand on his son's shoulder, the boy pulls away and still refuses to look at him. Blake sighs. "You're changing the subject. Why were you in detention?" He throws his gaze up at the ceiling and pinches the bridge of his nose. "Again." Still staring at his shoes, Jesse shrugs. "I painted over some of the football team's posters. They called it vandalism. I call it honesty." "Define honesty." "I added red to the Triceratops' horns. Blood. Some guts, too." A smirk tugs at his lips, but he fights it. Blake lets his head hang for a moment, struggling to come up with a retort. Given the incident of the day, and a similar one merely a week prior, it's not wrong per se to say Jesse's additions were honest. But obviously vandalizing school property wasn't something to be condoned. Jesse glances at Nikki, still on the couch, out of Blake's line of sight, and she offers the boy a sympathetic smile, as the one all too familiar with the blood and guts side of dinosaur encounters. "Jesse, you can't keep doing this," Blake eventually says, with a tired voice. The teenager snaps his head up at his father and bursts, "Why not? Why can't I keep doing this? When dinosaurs can keep attacking people and killing people and pets and livestock and wildlife and nobody stops them? We stop them." Blake pats the DFW badge on his jacket that he's still wearing. "No, you don't," the youth spits. "You just catch them and put them somewhere else. Like in our own goddamn living room." The 17-year-old gestures wildly at the crate in the corner of the room. "Because they're more important than anything else." "They're not," Blake insists. His shoulders sag at being confronted with the fact that he made his son feel that way. "But they're just animals. They're not monsters. I don't want you to inherit your mother's fears and get hung up like her." Blake already winces in the split second before his son bursts with outrage. Jesse narrows his eyes at his father and challenges, "Oh, mom's the one who's still hung up? If you ask me, she's the one who moved on and you're the one who's stuck in the past, and I'm stuck with you." Losing his temper, Blake shouts back, "She didn't move on, she just left. I wish I could too." Blake flares his nostrils, his hurt showing as anger. "Well, too bad. You can't, because you're grounded." He holds out his hand and demands his son to give him his phone and laptop. Jesse thrusts his phone into his father's palm and drops his backpack on the floor with a heavy thud. He storms off upstairs, tears prickling in his eyes, and he wants to be in the privacy of his room before he might cry. Blake runs a hand through his hair, distraught with how he handled that, and Nikki gets up from the couch to comfort him with a hug from behind. Upstairs, Jesse slams his bedroom door shut behind him. The black cat that was asleep at the foot of his twin bed jolts at the sudden noise, but quickly relaxes and stretches itself out languidly. "Sorry, Gustav," Jesse says to the cat, and he pets it before throwing himself onto his bed, keeping his legs drawn up to give the cat its space. He's so riled up with emotion that he's panting as he squints up at the ceiling, fighting back tears of frustration. He rips off his headphones, angry that he doesn't have any music without his phone. He wraps his arms around himself and squeezes his eyes shut, trying to calm himself. Downstairs, Blake and Nikki sit beside each other on the couch. Blake has his head cradled in his hands, and when he releases a deep sigh, Nikki shifts closer and puts a hand on his back. Regretfully, Blake says, "I shouldn't have snapped at him like that." Nikki tries to absolve him from his guilt. "You were right to ground him. He's pushing it further and further. He's missing curfews, cutting classes, talking back to his teachers, picking fights at school, now vandalism." Blake sits back, and even though Nikki says nothing but the truth, he's shaking his head. "He's not doing well, and I'm not helping. All I ever do is say the wrong things," the father says. "He's pulling back from everyone and everything. He has alienated himself from all of his friends and dropped out of all of his extracurriculars, and the one person he does want to talk to." He goes quiet and instead sighs again. Nikki lets the silence stretch, giving him time to sort his thoughts. She studies his face with a sympathetic expression, offering him the slightest smile when his distant gaze briefly darts from his own hands down in his lap to her dark eyes. Blake concludes, "I shouldn't have brought up Joe. When things escalated, I should have just let him go up to his room and ground him tomorrow." Nikki rubs circles on his back, and after a moment of contemplative silence, she inquires carefully, "Have you still not heard from her?" "No," he says dejectedly. "Never responded to my text to meet up for the anniversary." "Has Jessie talked to her?" Blake shakes his head. "I think she's even stopped responding to his texts." Nikki's eyebrows furrow and the corners of her mouth curl down as she feels for the teenager. "Maybe it's better that way," Blake thinks out loud with a sardonic half smile, which soon fades. Sincerely, he says, "I've tried my best to make her stay in touch, but I don't think it's doing either of them any good." Jessie's phone, lying on the coffee table in front of them, buzzes, and the screen lights up. Both Blake's and Nikki's phones are receiving a text as well. They take their phones out of their pockets, and a single glance at the screen is enough. It's an automated DFW alert that a dinosaur has been reported within the town limits. The standardized text warns the residents of Wolfboro to stay inside, with the doors and windows shut, and either lights off or curtains drawn. Blake groans and gets up as he pockets his phone. Nikki reaches for his hand to stop him. "You're not on call," she reminds him, speaking volumes with so few words about how Blake goes above and beyond to try and save everyone when it's not his responsibility. When she notices he is not dissuaded from responding to the alert, she adds, "If Jessie comes downstairs, you should be here, so you two can talk." He considers it for a moment, then shakes his head. Morosely, he says, "He's not coming out of his room tonight." Nikki still holds onto his hand, not letting him go without saying, "He's right, you know. You are stuck, trying to redo the past." He doesn't deny it. He bends down to press a kiss to her lips and then heads out the front door, grabbing the keys to his truck along the way. A young boy of 7 sleeps soundly in his bed, curled around an oversized Brachiosaurus plushie. A faint blue nightlight illuminates the room and casts blue stars on the ceiling, going round and round. On the shelf sit dinosaur toys, alongside toy cars and toy planes. Spread on the floor are coloring supplies, and the strewn about papers depict drawings of dinosaurs. The heart-wrenching scream of a woman disrupts the quiet and wakes the 7-year-old, eyes flying open and grip on the plushie tightening with fear. With a gasp, 17-year-old Jesse shoots upright in bed, startling the cat at his feet for a second time that night. He scans his room, posters of indie bands and movies on beige walls, and shelves full of books. Remembering where he is only goes so far in calming him down. He doubles over, resting his forehead on his knees, and he forces himself to take a deep breath. When he unfolds himself, he looks back at the alarm clock on his nightstand and sees it is past midnight. He fell asleep with the light still on, fully clothed, even still wearing his jacket and shoes. He grimaces at the sand on his bedsheet, having rubbed off his soles. He sits and listens. The house is quiet. Unlike that night, that still haunts him. Jesse pulls at his bottom lip with his teeth as he considers something, and then he makes up his mind. He gets up from the bed and makes a beeline for the window. He opens it slowly and without a sound, under the bored gaze of the cat. Jesse seats himself on the windowsill and swings over one leg. Hugging the side, he can reach the drain pipe running down the back of the house. With practiced ease, he climbs out of the window, his foot having purchase on the support bracket of the pipe. Once he has a firm hold on the pipe, he pulls himself out the window all the way, the toes of both feet on the bracket. The one hand with which he's still holding onto the window frame, he quickly switches over to the pipe. From there he can jump onto the roof of the shed less than a yard towards the left. He walks to the end, gets down, and hangs off the edge to let himself drop the short distance to the ground. Jesse stuffs his hands into the pockets of his jacket and pulls up his shoulders, feeling the cold of the night air. Without looking back at the house, he walks away. The wind ruffles his hair as he walks, and he ends up zipping up his jacket and putting up the collar to get the cold wind off the back of his neck. Along the way, he stops midway down a street that lines the edge of the forest. The homes here are much larger than the house he currently lives in, but that's not why he stopped to stare. He looks directly at the house where, 10 years ago, a trio of Compsognathus snuck in through the cat door. In a flash, he sees himself again, as a little boy, crawling out of bed after hearing his mother's scream. Scared but curious, he opens his bedroom door and wanders out into the hall. The house is dark except for his nightlight and the light in the nursery, where he can hear his mother crying. Cautiously, afraid he's being naughty by being out of bed this late, he peeks around the corner, into the room, noting the red little footprints on the white carpet before staring with fright at his mother, who has draped herself over the edge of the crib, her body shaking with sobs. Jesse's father stands by, pale and shell-shocked, shaking too. He cries soundlessly. He holds a phone to his ear but isn't speaking. Someone else on the other end of the line is, but it seems to fall on deaf ears. He cannot see his baby sister in the crib. His mother's body covers her arms looped around her and her chest pressed to her. The boy takes a step into the room. "Mommy?" His mother doesn't respond, possibly doesn't even hear him, unaware of anything but her grief. But his father gasps at noticing him. He puts the phone down on the changing table and rushes towards Jesse, wide-eyed. He wraps the little boy in his arms and cradles the back of his head to press his nose into his chest. Blake lifts his son and walks him out of the nursery. All the while, Jesse's mother is still wailing. Jesse tightens his jaw and continues walking down the street, leaving the haunted house and its memories behind. Taking a shortcut through a dark alley between houses, he reaches a construction site, an old warehouse frozen in time midway through deconstruction. Funding ran out for the project to build something new, so the half-dismantled, boxy building is left abandoned. One side has been stripped off, exposing the concrete floors of each level. The cargo bay doors have been taken off, and now only thick plastic covers the openings into the first floor. The entire construction site is lined with tall chain-link fencing, and the gate that Jesse walks towards appears to be locked with a thick chain. However, the padlock has been broken open, so he simply unwinds the chain and pushes one half of the gate open. It's a known secret among the town's youth. The metal creaks as it swings, just enough for him to slip through. He closes it behind him but doesn't bother with the chain, leaving it dangling from the other half of the gate. He cuts across the empty, sandy lot towards the building, leaving behind a trail of his shoe prints. The plastic hanging down over the exposed loading bays billows in the wind, wide enough for him to walk in, ducking his head as he does. The interior is dark and it takes a moment for his eyes to adjust, but he knows the place well enough to get around. He pauses when he hears the creak of the gate in the distance, the sound drawn out and eerie. Figuring it's the wind getting a hold of the gate and swinging it on its rusty hinges, he doesn't think twice about it. The vast interior space of the warehouse is filled only with empty pallet racks, like the skeleton inside of a hollowed-out giant. The massive steel racks that reach the ceiling divide the space into aisles. The first two towering racks have half collapsed in on themselves. The lowest shelf of the pallet racks is tall enough that Jesse barely has to duck his head to walk under them and cut right across the space to the front. Of the walls of the office spaces there, only the support studs remain, and he sidesteps through two dismantled walls to get to a metal grate staircase. On the second floor to the right, at the exposed ledge that overlooks the site, is a pile of trash. Empty soda cans, smashed beer bottles, candy wrappers, and cigarette butts. A narrow corridor with broken windows leads to more office spaces. Jesse goes up another flight of stairs, and then another, going up to the top floor. With no walls on one side, moonlight pours in. A crate is pushed against the north wall of the building, which catches the moonlight directly. The crate is stuffed with messy paint supplies, half-empty jars, cans of spray paint, old brushes, and a flashlight that he uses as a lamp to paint at night since the moonlight washes out the colors. He picks up the flashlight, clicks it on, and aims the beam at the wall. It is decorated by a giant mural of 2 humpback whales elegantly circling one another, painted in vibrant colors. But there is a big scribble of red paint across it. Further ruining the artwork are big letters that spell out loser, with the R much smaller than the other letters as they were running out of space on the wall. Jesse's shoulders sag as he stands in front of it, his expression crestfallen at seeing his mural vandalized. Then he presses his lips together and mutters, "I guess that's only fair." He steps forward and places his hand flat against the mural, right over the streak of red. When he pulls his hand back and looks at it, the red has transferred to his palm as the paint is still wet. The distant noise of the DFW sirens building to their crescendo pulls his attention. Oh shit, he curses under his breath. But a dinosaur sighting of any kind anywhere in town would trigger the alarm, so there's no urgency to his step as he approaches the ledge to have a look out over town. If anything, Wolfboro looks peaceful, with all the houses dark and the sky clear. He glances down at the gate, which has fallen back shut, but even from the distance, he can see 3-toed footprints in the sand following the trail his shoes left behind. Oh shit, he repeats. He clicks off the flashlight, flinching at how noisy and sharp the sound of the button is. He backs up stiffly. He spins to stare into the pitch-black depth of the building where the moonlight can't reach. It takes him a moment to gather enough courage to turn the flashlight back on and shine the beam of light into the space, relieved that there is nothing there. His hand instinctively goes for the right pocket of his jeans, but his dad took his phone. On a whim, he grabs one of the canisters of spray paint from the crate, making a face at himself for how lame of a self-defense weapon it is, but he stuffs it into the deep pocket of his jacket. When he swallows, it's audible in the silence between the blaring of the siren. He nervously tucks a curled lock of his hair behind his ear, and then, as quietly as possible, he tiptoes his way back down the stairs, pointing the flashlight down at his feet. He winces when one of the steps creaks and the noise echoes through the empty warehouse. In front of the row of wooden studs, he hesitates. Beyond it is the vast open space of the warehouse. The flashlight is not powerful enough to illuminate the entire expanse. The only exit, the plastic-covered loading bays, are at the far end, showing up as squares of white in the darkness as moonlight and streetlight filter through the plastic. As abruptly as it started, the siren goes quiet, and it makes Jesse pause, aware of how loud he himself is, his every breath, his every footstep, even the rustle of his jacket. Some kind of animal outside makes a hooting noise. It sounds like it's circling the building, but if anything, it sounds unintimidating. Jesse steels his nerves and slips between the studs, stepping out into the open. He keeps his gaze trained on the far wall, on the exit. The plastic ripples in the wind. One step at a time, he crosses from one end to the other, tipping his head down as he passes under the empty pallet racks. Getting closer and closer to the exit, Jesse picks up his pace, anxious to get out of the darkness. He walks under the last of the steel racks, but he stops dead in his tracks when he hears the hooting again, right outside. He presses his hand onto the flashlight. The back of his hand glows bright red as he shines the flashlight into his palm. He's panting in fear, watching the large shape of a bipedal animal walk behind the plastic, silhouetted by the light outside. It is a slender animal, but standing about 7 feet tall. Its head is topped by twin crests. The throat bobs as the animal emits that same hooting sound. It's a fully grown Dilophosaurus. The predator angles forward, tipping its head down to sniff the ground. Then suddenly it rears upright, and the plastic is pushed inward and crinkles as the carnivore presses its snout into it. Jesse glances down, at the light of the flashlight peeking through the slits between his fingers and making the back of his hand glow bright red, and he realizes the animal must be able to see it through the plastic, as it's the only light surrounded by total darkness. With a gasp, he fails to bite back. He spins around, nearly tripping over his own feet, but he manages to stay upright and bolts back the way he came. Behind him, he can hear the loud rustle of plastic as it is ripped aside, and he hears the thud of the feet of a heavy animal hitting the floor and its snorting breaths as it sprints after him. With only a split second to consider his options, he decides not to climb the pallet racks. He doesn't know if he can climb high enough, fast enough to escape the carnivore's jaws. Moreover, he doesn't trust the rusting structures not to buckle if the beast rams the lower supports. So not looking back, he ducks under the industrial racks as he goes, heading for the back of the warehouse from where he came. He He hears the footsteps of the animal go around as it's too tall to fit under the lowest shelves like Jesse can. The predator having to make a small detour gives Jesse a slight advantage, one he needs desperately as the dinosaur is much more swift in a full sprint. He reaches the offices at the far end and trips over the horizontal beam anchoring the studs of a long-gone wall, but he makes his way through before falling to the floor, having the breath knocked out of him. The Dilophosaurus has caught up with him, and claws scratch the polished floor as it comes around the last corner of the pallet racks. It crashes into the row of 2x4 studs, torso too wide to fit through. The wood makes a sickening, cracking, and splintering sound, but with the Dilo having lost momentum right before to make the corner, there's not enough power behind the impact for the wood to snap and let the animal through. Jesse rolls over onto his back and shines the flashlight up at the Dilo's head just in time to see it crane its neck to reach as far through the opening as it can. Jesse pulls his feet in just as the predator snaps at them. The studs make more noise as the animal leans its weight against them, but the barrier holds. For now. Jesse scrambles back, his frightful gaze still locked on the Dilophosaurus. Without warning, it spits black tar at him and he yelps as it hits him. Most of it gets on his jacket, but some of it on his neck, his face, and even in his eyes. He scrunches his eyes shut as the venom burns. He groans in pain, and his breathing increases to a panicked rate. With his sleeve, he wipes his face clean as best he can, and then forces himself to open his eyes. When he aims the beam of light up again, the Dilo is nowhere to be seen. The teenager gets up from the floor and rushes through another row of supports, back to the metal staircase going up. He's halfway up the stairs when he feels a sharp pain in his ankle and he screams, falling forward against the steps. He aims the light and sees that the Dilophosaurus is under the stairs and has tilted its head to fit between the steps and has clamped its jaws around his ankle, holding him in place. With gritted teeth, he gives the canister of paint a few shakes and then sprays the animal right in the eye. It lets go immediately to shake its head and paw at the side of its face. As it does, it disappears into the darkness with a snarl. Jesse limps further up the stairs, wounded and feeling the effect of the neurotoxin of the Dilophosaurus venom. He got it on his skin, in his eyes, and now through the bite in his bloodstream. Going all the way to the top floor and finding a space to hide is not an option. If he doesn't get the antivenom, he'll be blind and paralyzed soon, and shortly after, won't even be able to breathe anymore. He drops the canister in favor of using that hand to support himself against the wall as he moves along it. The second floor has more office spaces, all emptied out, but with most walls still intact. He heads down the corridor in hopes of finding another way down and out of the building on the other side. The light of the flashlight dims, not because the battery is dying, but because his vision is blackening. The moonlight coming in through the second floor windows is fading too. When he whimpers, he bites down on his lip to silence himself, but his panicked breaths through his nose are still too loud. Before long, all light is completely gone. He can't see anything. With the flashlight now being useless to him, he rolls it through an open doorway into one of the offices, hoping the light will attract the predator. If it investigates the room, it buys Jesse some more time. He keeps going, blindly feeling his way. He freezes momentarily to listen. The hooting of the Dilophosaurus echoes through the building, impossible to pinpoint. He hears the creak of the metal staircase under the weight of something coming up. Realizing he can't find his way out, and his body is becoming too weak to move, he lowers himself on his hands and knees and crawls through the nearest doorway into a big storage closet. Rows of empty metal racks are still standing. With not even enough strength to crawl, he rolls onto the floor and pulls himself into one of the aisles by the shelving, grunting as he does. He tucks himself into the corner. Blind as he is, he has no idea that the shelves are empty and he is in clear view of the entrance. But even if he could see, his body refuses to go any further anyway. His breaths are quick and shallow. His hands are shaking. He tries to control his breathing, but can't manage, and he whines as his body hurts all over. He can't swallow anymore. His throat feels constricted, and he claws at his skin until he catches himself, and wraps his arms around himself instead. He leans back heavily against the wall, wasting the last of his energy to writhe in pain. He grows weaker and weaker, his body stiller and stiller. Jesse flinches and yelps when something grabs him, but by that time he has no fight left in him. Thankfully, it's not something, it's someone. Jesse? Oh my god! Jesse, can you hear me? Jesse opens his eyes at the sound of his father's voice, but doesn't even see the bright flashlight shining directly in his face. Blake maneuvers the teen to lie prone on the ground. He shines the light into his eyes, cursing under his breath at how bloodshot they are. With his free hand, he checks his son's pulse, noting the scratches on his throat. He concludes his heartbeat is erratic and weakening. "We're in here! Come quick!" Multiple footsteps race towards the storage closet. Hovering over his son, he asks Jesse how long ago he came in contact with the venom, but Jesse only blinks sluggishly, unable to respond. He's barely conscious anymore. At least he no longer looks to be in pain, but Blake is experienced enough to know that this is a bad sign. Leo drops down on his knees next to the father and son, shocked to see the teenager here and in such a dire condition. He rushes to get his kit from his backpack, and even though his hands move as quickly as they can, Blake still snatches the case away from him, pries it open, and retrieves the syringe with antivenom. Blake administers the dose and tosses the syringe. He gathers the teenage boy in his arms and grunts as he gets up from the floor. "It's been too long. I'm not waiting for an ambulance," he announces, and carries him through the building as fast as his legs can carry the weight of both of them. Leo follows him to the truck and holds the back door open for him. Once the two are piled into the back seat, he slams the door shut, gets behind the wheel, and speeds off. Thankfully, the streets are empty, given that it's 1 a.m. and the DFW alert went out earlier, warning residents to stay indoors. He shoots a worried look in the rearview mirror. Blake pets a hand through his son's damp hair. The boy is sweating and shivering violently. His breaths grow weaker and weaker. His lips have turned a shade of blue. The father mutters a mantra over and over. "Not you two, not you two, not you two." But despite this, with one last exhale, the boy stops breathing. And for a moment so does Blake, as his son's body goes lax in his arms. But then he kicks into action, detaching himself from his emotions. The back of the truck is spacious enough that the officer can reposition them, Jesse flat on the back seat and Blake kneeling over him. He starts to perform CPR. Leo glances back at them in the mirror, swallowing down his emotions. Up ahead, he can see the lit-up signs of the hospital's emergency entrance. In the pitch-black night, the 18-wheeler truck hauling the red shipping container barrels along a mountain road. The headlights are stark and bright, but don't provide much visibility on the abandoned stretch of asphalt, snaking along cliff edges and steep hills. The rhythm of the dashed center line appearing in the beam of the headlights and then disappearing at the bottom of the windshield is hypnotizing. Eduardo Mo Molina looks ahead bleary-eyed. One hand on the steering wheel and sipping a coffee to go with the other. He puts the cup in the cup holder to free his hand to rub his eyes. The passenger seat is covered in fast food wrappers and more coffee cups. His phone mounted on the dashboard lights up with a message. "You're late. Where are you? Customer is waiting." Mo takes his weary gaze off the road to read the message and complains, "I'm the truck driver. It's not my fault that the boat was late and then the plane was late." He doesn't respond to the message. Instead, he angrily yanks the phone off the holder and chucks it into the pile of trash in the passenger seat, not wanting to see any more pushy messages. Right as he looks back at the road, a deer leaps across it, and darting after it is another creature, moving so swiftly all Mo sees is a pale green blur in his headlights. Reactively, he grips the wheel with both hands and swerves, slamming the brakes at the same time. As fast as the creature appeared, it was gone, and the road is clear as the truck slides down. The downward angle of the mountain road means the truck keeps its momentum despite the screeching brakes. The cabin and the trailer start to scissor, and the longer the truck slides down, the more the rear of the truck veers outwards to the right, towards the edge of the road and the drop below. Mo tries to correct, his palms leaving sweaty prints on the steering wheel, but the vehicle is out of his control. Pulling the wheel this way and that does nothing to salvage the course. The rear tires slip off the asphalt, and the trailer skids along completely sideways until the tail end slams into a tree, arresting all momentum. After a beat of silence, the truck starts to roll backward. The weight of the back end of the trailer that is hanging off the road drags it down the side of the mountain. With a jolt, the cabin is pulled off the road last. Mo holds onto the steering wheel for dear life as the cabin shakes around him. The truck rolls backwards into the dense forest, missing the trees by random chance and picking up pace on the steep incline. The cabin and trailer fold over on each other, and the truck tips sideways on the rugged terrain until it comes to a stop where the ground evens out. When the roof of the cabin hits the trunk of a tree, all of the windows shatter explosively. Eduardo is out cold and hanging from the seatbelt that harnesses him to his seat. From somewhere inside the mess of the cabin, the phone buzzes again. In the morning, a rented black sedan pulls up next to the blue DFW truck, parked behind the abandoned warehouse at the edge of Wolfboro. Morgan gets out of the car apprehensively, looking at Frank, who leans against the side of the truck, with his arms folded in front of his chest, his eyes unreadable as he holds his stare. Morgan throws the door shut and peers into the truck to confirm the others aren't there. Where are Robert and Nova? They have the day off, thanks to you, is Frank's snide response. Morgan doesn't reply. Instead, he simply waits for Harrow to elaborate voluntarily. Why did you call it in? The older man demands. What do you mean? Morgan goes to stand at the front of the truck, leaning his elbows on the hood, appearing nonchalant. Frank scoffs. You know damn well what I mean. Frank throws a hand back at the warehouse. He pulls his phone out of his pocket, switches on the screen, and slams it onto the hood in front of Morgan, showing a news article that was still open. DFW to the rescue. Teenager narrowly survives Dilo attack. Morgan spares only a single glance at the article. He maintains, I didn't call it in. Frank ignores him, doesn't believe him. He blusters, thanks to you, the DFW got the Dilo. Do you have any idea how much money you cost us? All that time to capture the female, and she's worthless without the male. A mating pair. That's what the customer wanted. But now the male is securely locked up in the DFW station and will be kept there all goddamn winter. He slams his fist down on the hood in front of Morgan, but it elicits no reaction from the man. Once Frank has finished his tirade, Morgan repeats, I didn't call it in. Frank crowds his personal space and seethes, stop lying to me. Your inside knowledge has been useful in the past, but don't make the mistake of thinking that me using you means I need you. His tone becomes soft, but more malicious. I've let you keep your secrets, but I swear to God, if you betray me again, I'll find out all the things you don't want me to know about you, and I'll use it to hurt you, just like you fear. Frank gives him a pat on his cheek, and Morgan clenches his jaw. His body vibrates as he restrains himself. The older man walks back to the driver's side door, calling back to Morgan, find me a dino to earn some money with. He climbs into the seat and slams the door shut. Morgan steps out of the way as the engine of the truck roars to life, and he watches his boss speed away with his fists balled at his sides. Dr. Nikki Bennett comes rushing through the hallway of the pediatrics wing of Mount View Hospital. She's not wearing her white lab coat and scrubs, instead she's in jeans and a sweater and carrying 2 coffee-to-go cups. From one of the rooms, she can hear David Blake shouting in distress. Jane, the mother of the sick girl Marie, pokes her head out of the room her daughter is in, made curious by the commotion, and she watches Nikki pass her by. Nikki steps into the hospital room where Jessie lies unconscious on the single bed. A nurse in her 40s with short blonde hair tries to calm Blake, but the man is shouting as he gestures around the room. No, this is all wrong. He doesn't like this crap. He grabs a fistful of the privacy curtain around the bed that is printed with a pattern of cute sauropods with big bobbleheads atop their long necks, and he points at the window, which are covered with dinosaur-shaped decals, refracting rainbow colors as the morning sun hits them. Mr. Blake, please calm down, the nurse tries, firm but not unsympathetic. Nikki puts the coffee on the small counter by the door. Blake notices her, and looking for someone to take his side, he explains desperately, look at this room they moved him to. Sir, the whole peds ward is decorated like this. Kids like it, says the nurse. Blake runs his hand through his hair and looks at Jessie, asleep in the bed, still deathly pale. Does he really have to be here? He's almost 18. Before the nurse can rattle off about hospital policy, Nikki appeases him. It's alright, Dave. We can get rid of this stuff. She goes to the window and peels off the first of several decals. When the nurse protests half-heartedly, Nikki assures her while peeling off the next decal, don't worry, Anne. It's fine. I'll tell Dr. Ramon this is all on me. Can you take the curtain down for me, please? As long as I'm not gonna catch any flack for this. Anne sighs and she begrudgingly reaches up for the curtain rod and unhooks the curtain bit by bit. Nikki strips off the last of the decals and sits them in an unrecognizable stack on the windowsill, far away from the bed. Nurse Anne undoes the last hook of the curtain and bundles it up to put it in a cupboard. Thank you, Blake says to both of them, calmer now. Nikki puts her hands on his shoulder and directs him to sit down in the chair at the foot of the bed. He covers one of her hands with his own and squeezes her fingers. He takes a deep breath and releases a sigh. His shoulders sag, and he apologizes for his outburst. He's okay, Nikki reminds him as she leans in, ignoring his apology. You got to him in time. Blake nods along, but can't tear his distraught gaze away from his son. He nervously wrings his hands as Nurse Anne is in the process of changing Jesse's IV. The nurse ignores the old scars on his forearm. Nikki fetches Blake his coffee and has to nudge him for him to even notice she's holding the cup out to him. He takes it and thanks her for it, but doesn't take a sip. She watches him, concern painted on her face. Have you heard back from Joe yet? He stiffens at the mention of her, squaring his shoulders. Sluggishly, he fishes his phone out of his pocket to check, but there are no missed calls or messages in response to his own. He opens their chat conversation, and the entire screen is filled with unanswered messages by him. The last one reads, "Call me now. It's urgent. It's Jessie." I left her about a dozen voicemails and texts. Nikki sighs. You should try again. Yeah, he croaks. Blake hits the dial icon and holds the phone to his ear. The call goes straight to voicemail. God damn it, Joe, he mutters under his breath. The two rear their heads up when Nurse Anne announces quietly, "Someone's waking up." Blake jumps up on his feet and goes to stand at Jessie's bedside. He puts away the coffee on the bedside table and hovers his hands over the boy. Jesse has his face scrunched up in pain as he comes to. When he blinks his eyes open, it stings, and he can manage little more than squint at his surroundings. His vision is blurry. All he sees are three shapes of people looming over him, two on his left and one on his right. His gaze focuses on the woman on his right. He can't make out her face. All he can tell is that she is white, with short, dark blonde hair, and that she's looking at him and smiling. He feels her hand on his forearm, and it feels like comfort. A small smile tugs at his lips. Mom? The hand squeezes his arm, and the woman, definitely not his mother, says kindly, Don't worry, darling. Your vision will clear up in a couple of days. We're just going to keep you here over the weekend and then you can go home. At the sound of her voice, his smile falters, and he turns his head away. His cheeks flare red on his otherwise pale face, embarrassed for even having dared to believe his mother would be there. Blake's eyes are tearful. He can't stop himself from making an empty promise, wanting nothing more than to console his son after everything he's been through. She'll be here. I'm going to keep calling her until she answers. He reaches out to Jesse's shoulder, but the teenager shirks away from his touch. Don't bother, Jesse says, and he squeezes his burning eyes shut. Blake presses his lips into a taut line. He stops himself from petting a hand through Jesse's unruly hair, knowing the touch would be unwelcome. The nurse wordlessly excuses herself and leaves the room. Nikki leans in and asks softly, How do you feel, Jesse? I'm tired. I want to sleep. The teen purposefully turns away from them to lie on his side. Nikki holds Blake's hand and leans her head on his shoulder. The research ship rocks on the waves of the Pacific Ocean, with no land in sight as far as the eye can see. Standing at the bow, looking off at the distant horizon where the blue of the sea blends near seamlessly with the blue expanse of the sky, is Josephine Jo Albrook. Her short blonde hair whips around her face in the wind. On deck, the crew is at work. Deckhand Patrick Small, as instructed by the captain, busies himself cleaning the ship, currently washing the windows of the bridge, making faces at Solomon, the Russian, who stands at the wheel. The captain himself is standing by idly, overseeing the work of the research team with his hands on his hips. The team has set up equipment on the starboard side of the yacht. A cord dangles overboard. Some 20 feet below the hull of the vessel, an underwater speaker plays whale calls. Professor Jennifer Afon, a woman in her 50s but with a fit and elegant stature, is crouched next to two of her research assistants, Denver Lang and Wes Booker. Lang is a skinny, lanky man, especially next to the buff Booker. The two eager young men listened to their professor talk about the research mission when she recorded this specific whale song they are playing to attract the migrating whales. "How long do you think until we see any?" Denver asks, bright-eyed. Professor Afon replies, "It shouldn't be long. We're right on the highway during rush hour, so to speak." She unfolds a paper map and her assistants help her hold it flat on deck as the wind tries to get at it. The map shows several lines crisscrossing through the Pacific Ocean. They finished their summer feeding in the Gulf of Alaska and now they come down south to their winter breeding areas. Most go to Hawaii. She traces a bundle of lines to the island group with her finger. But the whales most at risk are the ones that migrate to the waters off Mexico. They follow the coast, right in the hunting area of the Mosasaurus. "What are these lines?" Booker wonders, pointing at lines in a different color. "Shipping lanes. We're staying far away from those. The noise of the cargo ships underwater would drown out our song. In this triangle of ocean where we are," she points to it on the map, "it's very unlikely we'll see any other ships, making it all the more likely that we'll find our whales." Joe comes to stand by the research team and says, "What's left of the population at least?" Professor Afon nods as she folds her map and tucks it into the deep pocket of her cargo pants. The three straighten up, and Denver, oblivious that his question could come off as inappropriately nosy, asks, "Why is the Re-Extinction Initiative funding research into humpback whales, though? Surely the already endangered blue whale is more affected?" Joe is unbothered by the question and answers, "The Department of De-Extinct Fauna rejected our paper on the recent blue whale decline because they argued it was inconclusive that the Mosasaurus was responsible, given the other man-made risk factors for this species are also still at play. To put it bluntly, they won't arrest an arsonist for throwing a match on a building that the government already dropped a bomb on." Denver and West chuckle uncomfortably at the analogy. "That's why I reached out to Professor Afon to fund this expedition." Professor Afon chimes in, "Humpback whale populations had recovered since 1988 and were stable until the Mosasaurus was reintroduced into the food chain. If we get new data to add to the professor's past findings," Joe says, "we can resubmit our request with the DEF to make an exception to the De-Extinction Protection Act and have the Mosasaurus exterminated. This will set a precedent for other situations. I'm hoping it will be a cascading effect." She continues and speaks like she rehearsed it, which in a way she has, with how often she's been pitching her plight to the authorities. These protection laws for de-extinct fauna were only breathed life into because 10 years ago a dead Brachiosaurus looked bad on the cover of the Times. Politicians saw an opportunity to curry favor with the younger voting bloc who grew up going to Jurassic World, or always wishing they could. They made the short-sighted decision to protect an, at the time, modest and manageable population of wild dinosaurs. Now the red tape surrounding these laws keeps us from protecting our ecosystem against an invasive species. We need irrefutable, shocking data that looks just as bad on the cover of a magazine to get the support we need to cut through that red tape. "Dead whales look pretty bad on a cover," the professor says morosely. "You don't mind making the Mosasaurus go extinct in one fell swoop?" Denver looks to Joe for an answer. She states flatly, "Re-extinct. And I wish it was that easy to get rid of all prehistoric wildlife." "Why do you hate them so much?" the grad student wonders. This is one question Joe doesn't answer. Her expression sours, and she glowers at the research assistant who shrinks under her stare. After a beat of silence, she walks away. To ease the tense moment, Professor Afon points out, "The fact of the matter is that the Mosasaurus, as a species, is functionally extinct already. It can't procreate. Only one individual was ever cloned by Jurassic World, and the DNA sequence hasn't been recovered to clone more. The real and frustrating reason the department is so reluctant to grant an exception to the Protection Act is because, once it does, they have the burden of funding the operation to track down a single, elusive animal in the vast oceans." Her voice becomes increasingly irritated as she rants, "They think it's cheaper to wait for the Mosasaurus to die of natural causes. As always, government bodies have no grasp of the detrimental consequences the disturbance of the ecosystem will have." Denver remarks bluntly, "The initiative might be better off funding the poachers trying to hunt the Mosa for profit." Wes scoffs at that. I bet they secretly do already. They just have to save face publicly or they're never gonna get the political backing to walk back the Protection Act. They watch Jo resume her post on the bow. Wes jokes dryly, I swear it's like she's trying to summon the Mosasaurus through sheer will. And then what? Denver asks, alarmed at the idea of coming across the animal. I don't know, maybe glare it to death like she nearly did you? On the bridge of the yacht, Solomon loosely holds the wheel and stoically ignores deckhand Patrick putting on a show as he washes the windows. Occasionally, the Russian glances down at the navigation equipment and the radar screen. Equipment beeps and blinks rhythmically, nothing out of the ordinary. Sitting in a chair off to the side with her feet propped up on the edge of the console and her arms slung over her eyes is Nina. She groans as the ship dips down into a wave. You're never gonna get your sea legs with your feet up, Solomon jests, shooting her a smile that she cannot see but can hear in the tone of his voice. Taking his advice literally, she drags her feet off the console and lets them drop to the floor. Slowly and carefully, she shifts forward, leaning her elbows on her knees. She is visibly queasy. Trying to distract her from her seasickness, Solomon says, "We have a nickname for you." She cocks her head to look at him with appropriate trepidation, aware that any nickname decided upon in just these past 2 days can't be good. Already? Her voice is gruff. Solomon laughs. It doesn't take much. They call me the Russian simply because one guy mispronounced my last name, Roulet, as roulette. Alright. Tell me. Nina braces herself. Kermit. The student frowns. Kermit? Solomon gestures at his face. Because you're looking a little green. She sighs and leans her head back again. Well, I guess that's better than something like Vomit Volcano. The Russian laughs heartily. Be careful, Kermit, you don't want that to stick. At least tell me Denny and Wes got off worse, she pleads pitifully. Batman and Butterfingers. Nina sits up straight. Okay, Butterfingers I get, but Batman? Denny gets to be Batman. Solomon laughs at her displeasure. It's not a compliment. Nicknames never really are. Why then? Because of his nerdy utility belt. Nina nods in understanding. She sits up a little in her seat so she can look out the freshly cleaned windows. Her gaze focuses on Josephine Albrook standing at the bow. What's Joe's nickname? Boss. Nina frowns. Wouldn't that be Captain Fowler? Solomon lets out a belly laugh. He certainly likes to think so. Another nod of understanding from the grad student. You've worked with the boss before? Nina asks. The conversation is a welcome distraction from her nausea. Oh yes. The RI chartered us for another 6-week expedition like this one last year. He speaks about it like it's a fond memory. Nina grins and teases the navigator. You like her. I admire her, Solomon says, and it doesn't so much sound like a correction as it does an addition. The radar makes a higher-pitched beep, sounding like a warning. Solomon glances down and jokes, Saved by the bell. On the screen, a large shape, about half the length of their boat, slowly approaches them. The closer it gets, the more urgent the beeping sounds. Curious enough to suffer her nausea, Nina gets out of the chair so she can look at the radar. Then they both look out the windows, where there's nothing but an empty expanse of ocean. Nina's face finally gets some color other than green. She excitedly gives the Russian a smack against his shoulder and then hurries out onto the deck, wobbling on her feet and gripping the railing as she goes. She exclaims to the group, "We've got something coming on the starboard side!" Everyone except Captain Fowler rushes over to the railing. Denny leans over dangerously far until Wes grabs his shirt and yanks him back. They all stare at the choppy water. A dark shape passes under them, too deep for them to see much except a vague silhouette. It goes under the ship and everyone clambers across to portside just in time to see an explosive spray of water come up 30 feet into the air as a fully grown humpback whale, a male 50 feet in length, comes up to the surface for a breath. The crew cheers, not believing their luck at having this encounter so early in the expedition. As the whale turns, it rolls over, showing the white of its underside. It goes under the boat again. Joe, still standing at the bow, watches mirthfully as the crew runs back to the starboard side to get another glimpse. The joy of the crew is infectious. She leans over the side to get a look herself. The whale's tail flukes come out of the water right next to the yacht. The animal hangs vertically in the water right by the speaker, curious about the song it's hearing without seeing any fellow whales. The flukes tilt down towards the side of the boat, and Nina holds on tight to the railing with one hand and reaches out another and lets out an elated sob when she touches the tip of the fluke before the whale sinks itself down and then comes back up for another breath. Jo watches with a smile, a hand over her heart, but when she catches herself, she purses her lips and closes her eyes, squashing her own joy. When she looks back at the young grad students whose laughter is drowned out by another explosive breath of the whale, Jo's expression is forlorn. She wraps her arms around herself and ducks her head between her shoulders, suddenly feeling the cold wind she was immune to before. Without anybody noticing, she walks across the deck to the bridge, shutting the door behind her to muffle the crew's cheers as the whale continues to investigate the speaker. Solomon watches her, but says nothing as she comes to stand at the console in front of the docking station of the satellite phone. Jo chews on the inside of her cheek as she stares at the phone. She unfolds her hands, intending to reach for the phone, but second-guesses herself and puts her hands on her hips instead. It is only in that self-conscious moment that she even becomes aware of the Russian's presence. She snaps her head to the side and puts on a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. "Everything all right?" he asks. "Yeah," she responds reactively and then presses her lips into a tight line and admits, "Well, no, but, you know." He doesn't say anything, only looks at her with tender empathy. She excuses herself and rushes down the stairs to below decks. Outside, the crew watches the whale dive into the depths and disappear. Mo, the truck driver, slowly comes to. Blood trickles down the side of his face, and sweat comes down from his brow and into his eyes. He blinks at his surroundings, too disoriented to make sense of anything, with the truck cabin lying on its side. He looks down at where his body hurts, and realizes it's the seatbelt cutting into his shoulder, his stomach, and across his hips, keeping him from falling to the passenger side door. His arms and legs hang heavily until he wakes up enough and fights the restraints. After a few tries, the seatbelt unbuckles and he's dropped onto the inside panel of the door with a crash and a groan. Getting up on his hands and knees, he winces as he cuts his palm on a piece of glass. While picking the glass out of his skin, he misses a pale shape darting through the trees in front of the truck. He looks up when he hears a branch snap, but there's nothing to be seen. He is surprised that it's light out. Morning sunlight filters into the forest through the canopy and dances on the forest floor. The crash happened before sunrise, so he must have been out cold for at least an hour. That explains why his head hurts as much as it does. He feels around through the mess of fast food wrappers for his phone and grumbles under his breath when he can't find it. Carefully, he crawls out of the cabin through the broken front windshield and gets on his feet. He groans, cracking his back. After taking a few steps forwards, he nearly trips over his own feet as he comes to a frightening discovery. The shipping container he was hauling is empty. The container lies on its side. The tarp that covered the top has been ripped away. Nylon belts that strap down his quarry have been snapped. Enormous three-toed footprints lead away from the wreckage of the truck. With all the delays, the tranquilizer must have worn out while Mo was unconscious. He looks around himself, gaze aimed up high, and he does his best to quiet his panicked breathing so he can listen. All he hears is the morning song of birds. Motivated by the urgency and severity of the situation, he decides to give searching for his phone another try, so with jittery movements, he gets back on his hands and knees into the truck cabin. He wants his jacket too, because without the heater at full power, his shirt isn't warm enough. But as soon as he's down on all fours, with his back towards the clearing, his eyes widen at a rustling sound behind him. Footfalls crushing leaves on the forest floor. Instinctively, he tries to crawl further into the cabin for shelter, but he howls in pain when teeth sink into his foot and he is dragged out. He tries to hold on to the passenger seat, but he's no match for the powerful animal. All he achieves is scratching the leather upholstery with his fingernails as he is dragged out of the cabin. In vain, he calls out for help, his voice coming out more squeaky than he has ever heard it. With his fingers clawing through the dirt, he is pulled several yards away from the truck out into the open, and then suddenly he is let go. Mo lies frozen in fear on his stomach, watching his hands tremble. He doesn't dare to roll over and look up. He doesn't even dare to breathe. The creature circles him, and Mo flinches and whimpers with fear when it brings its snout down right by his face and sniffs. Then it pushes against his side, rolling him over onto his back like it's inspecting him. Mo holds up his hands in front of his face and peeks through his fingers up at the dinosaur, a pale green theropod about as tall as a man, with bright orange colorations on the two small humps along its spine. It's a concavenator. It's the hunter that chased the deer across the road and caused his crash. There's fresh blood around the dinosaur's mouth, dripping onto Mo's clothes. He looks down at the red stain on his chest and can't help the pathetic "please" that his lips mutter. The predator got its prey before sunrise and has eaten its fill on deer flesh. Now the animal seems more curious than hungry, and Mo thinks that if he just keeps still, the concavenator might lose interest in him and leave him be. He swallows thickly and does his best, soundlessly sucking some air into his lungs and then hold his breath. But he can't bring himself to fully commit to playing dead, keeping his shaking hands in front of his face. Not that his hands could do much to protect him, more like a child too afraid to look. For a moment, it's calm. The tree line that surrounds hunter and prey is filled with birdsong. The rays of sunshine coming through the canopy catches on a light morning mist, and Mo dares to believe that he might survive this encounter, even as a tear slips down his temple. But suddenly the carnivore clamps its jaws onto the man's head. The teeth pierce his scalp and slice his ears, and Mo screams in pain and in fear that his skull will be crushed. He reaches up, punching the snout and trying to find its eyes to poke, but when he gets lifted off the ground by his head, all he can think to do is hold onto the concavenator's neck to carry some of his weight and alleviate the pain. No, please. He pleads in terror as if the predator is something he can negotiate with. He kicks his feet, scrambling for purchase on the ground, but before he gets to stand, the animal carries him away, unbothered by his screaming and struggling. The dinosaur isn't tall enough to lift Mo fully off the ground, so his heels drag through the dirt, disturbing one of the footprints left by his escaped cargo. The animal takes him away from the truck through the foliage. He's scratched by branches and thorns as it drags him through the thicket, not minding the prickly bushes itself. When it finally lets go of him, it's at the top of a steep incline, and Mo rolls down, dislocating his right shoulder along the way. With a grunt and a cloud of dust, his body comes to a stop at the bottom. He holds his right elbow with his left hand, securing the hurt arm against his side. He sits up on his knees and sees he has been dropped into a nest. The ground he sits on is covered by dry leaves and downy feathers and bits of fur from other animals that the dinosaur collected. Poking out of the bedding are the bones of small prey animals. The nest is surrounded by a mound of dirt and small rocks that were cleared away to make a soft bedding out of these scavenged bits. Growing all around are more of those thorny bushes that dissuade other animals from getting too close. 3 juvenile concavenators emerge from those bushes, approaching Mo with an almost shy demeanor. They are much darker in color than the adult, striped forest green and lacking the orange coloration for better camouflaging. They sniff audibly. The scent of Mo's blood is in the air. Blood trickles down from his ears and his hairline, down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt. Mo scoots back. Looking around, he doesn't see the mother that deposited him there. One of the juveniles is braver than the others, and with a hop it closes the distance between itself and the man. It seems playful. It nips and tugs at a fold in his jeans. Mo swivels his head around and still doesn't see the adult. Ow! He yelps when the brave juvenile exploits his distraction and nips at his arm next. It doesn't latch on, so Mo scrambles back again and checks the scratch marks left by the teeth to see pinpricks of blood forming on the damaged skin. The first little taste spurs the youngster on, triggering its hunting instincts. Mo's scream of terror echoes through the forest as the juvenile jumps onto his leg and snaps at his throat. He narrowly avoids getting bitten and protects himself with his left arm, only to scream again, in pain this time, as the young predator clamps its jaws around his forearm and sinks its teeth into the flesh. His right arm, being dislocated, is useless to fight back with, so he has no choice but to rip his left arm free and he goes pale at the sight of his flesh tearing away in the young predator's mouth. But once his arm is free, he pushes the creature off and scrambles to his feet. Red-faced, he curses the juvenile and kicks the creature hard before it can attack him again. As soon as he does, he hears a terrifying snarl, and the mother, who had been hiding in the shrubbery, leaps into the nest. With a mere nudge of her snout, she pushes him face down onto the bedding of the nest. She pins him there with a foot on his back between his shoulder blades, leaning enough of her weight on him that he struggles to breathe. He can barely scream when the 3 juveniles begin to eat him alive. Two hikers reach the edge of the lake. Across the huge body of water, they can see the town of Wolfboro, which sits in a crescent shape against the western side of the lake. The silhouette of the town is slightly obscured by morning mist. The mountain range looms in the north, and to the south are the farmlands. The hikers are panting after making their way through the rugged terrain. Wow! Doesn't that view make it all worth it, though? The man gestures with open arms at the lake. The surface of the water glitters in the sunlight. His female companion is less enthused. She bends forwards, bracing her hands against her knees as she catches her breath. When she notices the man has whipped out his phone and is recording her as she is red-faced and panting, she yelps and swats his hand away. The man obliges and aims the camera of his phone at the lake instead and pans from left to right. While he records, a recognizable roar travels across the water. A Tyrannosaurus Rex. As rare as T-Rexes are, it is a roar everyone knows from the days when Jurassic World was still operational and saturating the media with advertisements that feature this exact roar. The two of them share a look of shock. In disbelief, he stops the recording and plays the video back, turning up the volume as his screen shows the red face of the woman and then the lake. Although quiet, the microphone picked up on the roar and it is unmistakable. It sounded far away, the man says to reassure her, but she isn't calmed down by this notion in the slightest. Her voice only becomes more stressed as she agrees. Yeah, it sounded like it came from across the lake. She waits for this to click with him, but when it doesn't, she states bluntly, it sounded like it came from near town. Oh shit. The man closes the camera app on his phone and switches to make a call. Fuck, no service. The woman curses too. We're gonna have to hike back as quickly as possible to call the DFW. She nods along. Yeah, I know. They head back the way they came, the woman tiredly trailing after the man, but determined to keep pace with him. Jesse hobbles through the front door. His ankle isn't broken, but the bite wound does still hurt and is wrapped in bandages too thick to be able to fit a shoe over. His vision is still blurry, but not too bad. Blake trails behind his son, stopping himself from reaching for the duffel bag with overnight clothes that Jesse insists on carrying himself. But he remains close by, ready to assist if need be. You sure you're gonna be okay on the stairs? I got it, Dad. The teenager limps from the front door to the staircase, but stops when there is a rattling sound. He pinpoints the pet carrier sitting on the floor beside the couch. He spins around to give his father a baffled look. Blake sighs, looking guilty. Jesse spits, Is that thing just gonna be sitting in the corner of our living room all winter? Blake gestures to the backyard. I'm building a temporary housing in the shed. I'll have it done in a day or two, and then you won't even know it's here. She's just a juvenile and injured. She can't fly very well. He tries to elicit some sympathy from his son. But Jesse fires back, Can't it stay at someone else's place? Rather than explain to him why that option has been dismissed, Blake suggests tentatively, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing for you to be around a dinosaur and see a different side to them. The boy drops his jaw incredulously. You can't be fucking serious. Language, Blake interjects routinely. After one tried to eat me? Did you try this DIY exposure therapy crap on Mom too? It's not like there's a Dilophosaurus in there. She's not dangerous, he bursts, gesturing at the cat carrier. But right after his outburst, he drops his head down and self-consciously adjusts his jacket. Jesse scoffs. No, just something harmless like a compy, I bet. Blake's complexion blanches at the biting remark. He resists the urge to double over as he feels like he's been punched in the gut. He scrubs a hand over his face. Okay, that's fair. He takes a deep breath. But Despite your mother's best efforts, dinosaurs are everywhere, and I think you'll be more at peace if it didn't bother you so much. Why can't you just accept that that night fucked up all of us, not just Mom, and you can't fix it? I don't want to see you make your life so difficult for yourself. Jesse rolls his eyes. Then let me live with Mom and you won't have to see it. Blake presses his lips together tightly and stops himself from saying more wrong things that will make the situation worse. His son stares him down, waiting for him to break, waiting for him to lash out so they can continue shouting at each other because that's easier. But the sound that interrupts the silence is the buzzing and a notification from Blake's phone. From the sound effect, he knows it's a message from the DFW station. Apologetically, he checks his phone and frowns at the text on screen that warns of a reported T-Rex sighting. Go, Jesse says spitefully. You saved me, so your job here is done, right? Blake watches his son limp up the stairs and hangs his head in defeat when he hears the bedroom door slam shut. Leo is on the back of the DFW truck, parked in front of the station. He's doing a quick check of the gear, a procedure he always does before responding to a call. He stands up straight in the truck bed when he hears a car speeding onto the lot after clearing the security gate. With a squeak of the brakes, it comes to a stop right next to the truck. Blake climbs out of the car and asks, "Are you responding to the call?" Leo looks down at him with a frown. "What are you even doing here? Go home!" His DFW partner doesn't respond to that and instead chastises, "Were you going to check out a Rex report on your own?" Leo scoffs. "Oh, come on. You and I both know there are no wild Rexes. It's probably a prank call." Blake isn't as dismissive and points out, "Or it's an escaped Rex from an illegal lab or breeding facility or Poachers transport. Or a different large theropod and a case of mistaken identity." Leo throws his gaze up at the sky. "Everybody knows what a T-Rex sounds like. We all remember those Jurassic World commercials. I'm just gonna go check it out. If there's anything, I'll call the chopper from the station in Lexington." The officer jumps out of the truck bed and starts towards the driver's side door, but Blake stops him with a flat hand against his chest, and the older man asserts, "I'll drive." "Blake, go home, take care of your son." "He doesn't want me around." "He's an angsty teen, he doesn't know what's good for him." Blake snaps, "Well, maybe I don't know either. So, please." He looks down at his boots and scratches his brow. "Let me do the one thing I do know." Blake doesn't wait for Leo's approval. He rips the driver's side door open and gets behind the wheel, slamming the door shut. Leo rushes around to the other side to climb into the passenger seat, afraid Blake might leave without him if he doesn't hurry. Later, the truck races along a dirt road between the vast paddocks of the cattle ranchers south of the lake. The truck comes to a stop in front of a steel gate at the end of a long driveway leading to a ranch house and barn sitting on the edge of the lake. The gate has a big "No Trespassers" sign at the center of it. Blake and Leo get out of the vehicle and look around. There's nothing but open grassland. The only sound is the howling of the wind, which makes the grass ripple like waves and whip their jackets around their bodies. "This is the only place that makes sense if we're to believe the report," Leo says. Two hikers were across the lake when they heard it, said it sounded like it came from this side, near town. But if there was a Rex near town, we would have gotten more calls by now. A pensive hum is Blake's only response. The officer continues to scan their surroundings and notes how antsy the cows appear, darting back and forth at the far end of the paddock. Something has spooked them. "I told you it was a hoax call." Blake doesn't respond. He walks around the truck, flips down the tailgate, and jumps into the truck bed. Leo watches with hands on his hips as Blake unlocks the rifle casing and then loads a dart into the weapon. His actions unnerve Leo, and he quickly glances around himself, but there's still nothing to be seen. From his perch atop the truck, holding the loaded tranquilizer rifle, Blake's gaze slowly pans around. "It's not like a Rex has anywhere to hide out here," Leo points out, but he sounds alarmed, like he's trying to convince himself, not Blake, that there couldn't possibly be any danger. After a beat of silence, the unmistakable roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex cuts through the air. Across the field, the cattle start to gallop but have nowhere to go. The herd crowds against the fence. Blake swivels his head around to the ranch and barn at the end of the driveway. The sound came from there. Leo exclaims, "Is someone keeping a goddamn Rex in their barn?" Blake jumps off the truck and without hesitation he climbs over the steel gate and runs towards the buildings. Leo grabs the cattle prod from the back of the truck, which they only ever use for wrangling smaller species, but it's all he has. All the while muttering under his breath, "These goddamn poachers are getting too fucking stupid." He grits his teeth, watching Blake sprint towards the barn without reservation. And so are we. He chases after his partner, resisting the urge to call out to him to tell him to wait. He doesn't want to draw any attention from a Rex, nor from the kind of people who are possibly keeping a Rex. Blake reaches the barn and holds the rifle at the ready as he looks around, panting to catch his breath. He hears Leo come up behind him. The barn door swings open with a creak and slams against the side. A rancher in his early 60s leads a saddled horse outside and stops, perplexed when he notices the two officers. He scrunches up his face in displeasure. What the hell? Blake lowers the rifle, but remains alert. "Sir, we're DFW." "Trespassers is what you are," interjects the rancher. Leo wrings his hands around the cattle prod. "We were called about a T-Rex, sir," Blake explains. "We heard one just now." "Oh, for God's sake." The two officers tense when the front door of the ranch house opens, but it's only a lady the same age as the rancher who comes out. She takes one good look at the two officers and then shouts at her husband, "Jonathan, I told you this would happen, you old fool!" She stands on the porch with her arms crossed. Leo points the cattle prod when the man reaches a hand behind his back. Jonathan holds up his other hand. "Now hold on, I just want to show you something." He produces a phone from his back pocket, putting Leo at ease. The man takes his time tapping and swiping the screen. Both Blake and Leo jolt when the same Rex roar is heard again, loud and close by. They look up and notice a speaker mounted on the peak of the barn, and they realize that's what produced the roar. It's a recording. The two of them share a look. The rancher explains, "Something new I'm trying. I've called you lot about a dozen times about these damn concavenators that eat my cattle, but all you ever do is catch and release and remind me I can't shoot them either. Well, my grandson, he's one of those dino nerds like you." He dismissively gestures at the two officers as he grouses on. "He said that Rexes roar to warn competitors to stay out of their territory. I'm hoping that playing this recording will trick the concavenators into thinking this is Rex territory and they'll stay away." Jonathan looks pretty pleased with himself. "Sir, while I appreciate your ingenuity," Blake starts, "this broadcast might not have the desired effect." The rancher retorts defiantly, "I'll let you know my findings." Blake shakes his head. "What I mean is, while it might scare some species away, like the concavenators, we don't know what it could potentially attract." The old man scoffs. "There's nothing around here that will come looking for a fight with a T-Rex. Isn't it y'all's job to make sure of that anyhow?" Leo purses his lips at the taunt. His partner holds on to his patience and politeness as he explains, "Sir, as much as we do our best to know which species are living in the wild and manage them, we don't know what kind of undocumented species are illegally in—" "Am I doing something illegal?" the rancher interrupts, impatient and not sharing Blake's concerns. He gestures up at the speaker. "Is there a law against this?" "I'm not a police officer, sir, but no, I don't think you're breaking the law." "Well, then you are. Trespassing," he repeats, tone getting heated. "Get off my property." Realizing there's no point in trying to reason with the stubborn man, the two officers walk away defeated. About halfway down the drive, Leo can't stop himself from smugly pointing out, "Told you there would be no Rex." Morgan sits at his laptop. He's logged into the DFW database and is scrolling through their latest reports, noting the T-Rex false alarm. But soon his gaze wanders to a picture frame sitting on the corner of his desk. He reaches for it and indulges himself for a moment, staring at the picture. When he puts it back on his desk, he puts it face down and covers the back of it with his large hand. With his other hand, he rubs his jaw. His eyes are closed. He takes a deep breath. He runs his right palm over his left arm. The short sleeve of his shirt exposes how the upper arm is badly scarred and deformed. The phone next to his laptop chirps and the screen lights up with Frank Harrow's name. Morgan is in no rush to answer but eventually does. When he does, he forgoes a greeting. as does Frank, who simply announces, "We have a job." Morgan closes his laptop. "You found something?" Frank says, "No, we lost something. A truck never made it to its destination. We need to track it down. It's a top priority asset. I'll be at the meeting point in 10. Jesse lies in bed with his headphones on, blasting music into his ears, staring up at the ceiling and simmering in his anger. His right ankle is propped up on a pillow. He startles when he hears a crashing sound, loud enough to be heard over the metal song that's currently playing. He sits up in bed and takes one speaker off his ears. When he notices the cat curled up on the pillow next to his foot, he curses and scrambles out of bed, leaving his headphones behind, still playing music. Cautiously, he makes his way to the top of the staircase that looks down from the landing into the living room. His vision is still blurry, but he can see that the door to the carrier is open. The dinosaur has escaped. A picture frame that was on the top shelf of a bookshelf has been knocked down, and although his vision is blurry, he can see the glimmer of shards of glass on the wooden floor. God damn it. Jesse makes his way down the stairs, vigilantly looking around for the escaped animal but not seeing it anywhere. Once he reaches the floor, he takes care to avoid any glass, as he only has the bandage on his right foot and a wool sock on the other. He yelps when something flies across the room, passing right over his head. The creature is a microraptor. It's small, the size of a magpie, and feathered similarly, mostly black but also with white. The black feathers have an iridescent shine to them, blue, green, and purple, depending on how the light hits it. The animal seems as afraid of him as he is of it, and once it lands, more like crashes, onto the carpet, it scurries back into the carrier where it apparently feels safest. Jesse rushes towards it, hissing as he steps in glass along the way, but he slams the door to the carrier shut, double-checking that the locking mechanism clicked into place. He drops down onto the couch and lifts his right foot to see a shard of glass poking out of the ball of his foot. Blood trickles down into the bandage that wraps around the arch of his foot and then up his ankle. With a groan, he realizes he's left some bloody footprints on the carpet as well. He gets up and hops around the coffee table to the kitchen, avoiding the glass, and retrieves a first aid kit from a cupboard. He carries it back to a lounge chair across from the couch where he sits down and uses the kit to pull the glass out of his skin. Thankfully, it didn't go deep, then cleans the wound and slaps on a band-aid. While he's back in the kitchen, putting the kit away, he hears the carrier rattle, and he sneaks back to the doorway and peeks around the corner. The Microraptor sits against the door of the carrier, claws holding onto the metal wiring. With the talons of one foot, it pinches the locking mechanism at the top and bottom. Before Jesse realizes the animal knows exactly what it's doing, the door unlocks and swings open, and the Microraptor hops out. "Aren't you a clever little thing?" Jesse remarks, unamused. The injured Microraptor can't take flight like a bird, but flapping its wings, it can jump impressively high. In a single leap, it gets close to the top of the cat tree, latching on. It climbs onto the bed at the top, and from there she glides across the room. With a few flaps of her wings, she gains back the height she lost, crossing the distance, and lands on the top bookshelf again, which is how she knocked the picture frame off earlier. Then she glides to the front window, crashing into it. Jesse snorts. Okay, maybe not that clever. The animal sits on the floor below the window, looking dazed and confused after hitting the invisible barrier. When Jesse steps through the doorway and the Microraptor becomes aware of him, she climbs up the length of the curtain and launches herself from the curtain rod, gliding to the corner of the living room where she inelegantly hits the floor and retreats into the shadows of the carrier again. The doorbell rings, causing Jesse to make an exasperated face. "1 second!" he calls. He gingerly walks to the cage and closes it again. Then he turns the carrier and pushes it against the side of the couch. Satisfied that this will stop the door from opening even if the animal unlatches it again, he goes to answer the front door. He's perplexed to see his classmate Elliot standing on the doorstep, holding a gift basket stuffed with unhealthy snacks. "What are you doing here?" Jesse blurts, instead of a greeting. Elliot raises his eyebrows and pointedly looks down at the gift basket cradled in his arms, which he obviously came over to give. When he looks back up at Jesse, he deadpans, "Are you still blind or something?" It flusters Jesse. "No, I mean, hi, but what are you doing here?" "My mom read what happened in the paper and made me go get you a get well soon gift." "Oh." Jesse's gaze drops to the basket. "I'm kidding," Elliot clarifies with a smirk. "I volunteered. I wanted to see how you were." Looking at the different bars of chocolate, packets of sour candy, and sugary soda drinks, Jessie observes, "Looks more like you're trying to kill me." Elliot laughs, and it's a warm sound. "Can I come in? It's heavy." Jessie hesitates, but ultimately agrees, and he leads his classmate inside. When asked where he can put the basket down, Jessie points to the dining table at the front of the living area. Jessie stands next to Elliot awkwardly, scrutinizing the contents of the basket and not knowing what to say. Elliot declares, rather proudly, "I put it together myself." Jessie snorts. "Yeah, I figured." Elliot cocks his head and furrows his brows. "How so?" The shorter boy squints up at the other and points out, "Your mom's a dentist." That makes Elliot's eyebrows shoot up towards his hairline. "How do you know that?" he wonders. Jessie stares back for a heartbeat. "She's my dentist," Jessie says. The other student sheepishly scratches the back of his neck and rolls his eyes at himself. Right, small town. Still not used to that. Elliot whips his head around when he hears the Microraptor scratch against the inside of the plastic carrier. The carrier is out of sight, but he notices the cat tree and his eyes light up. "You have a cat?" The tall teenager starts towards the living area and stops when the broken glass crunches under his shoe. Fuck. I mean, yeah, I have a cat, but there's this thing and it broke. Jessie rambles as he limps to the kitchen to get a dustpan. When he comes back, he sees Elliot has picked up the picture frame from the floor and is looking at it, and it makes Jessie grimace. "No fucking way," Elliot says with a grin. "You went to Jurassic World?" "I was 4, the other boy grumbles. He snatches the frame out of Elliot's hands, and in turn, Elliot steals the dustpan from him. The taller teenager crouches down on the floor and sweeps up the glass, ignoring Jessie's protests. So Jessie lets him clean up the mess the Microraptor made, and he puts the picture frame back on the top shelf, hoping his dad won't even notice that the glass front has broken away. His action draws Elliot's gaze to the other picture that sits on the top shelf, and he straightens up for a better look. It's a picture of a baby. Elliot's face splits into a smile, and he asks teasingly, "Is this you too?" He gestures at the picture with the brush of the dustpan. Jessie panics and stammers, no. His throat closes up at the idea of having to talk about his sister. Elliot recognizes that the other boy is pleading him with his eyes not to ask any more questions about the picture, so he crouches back down and finishes sweeping up the glass. Once done, he hands him the dustpan full of glass shards, and Jessie dumps it out in the kitchen trash can, calling back to the living room to ask if Elliot wants a drink or something. Jessie chews on the inside of his cheek when the answer is yes. He gets 2 bottles of water from the fridge and scrunches up his face at how the inside of the fridge reeks. He spots an open packet of fresh sardines, realizing it's food for the Microraptor. He comes back out to see Elliot standing by the pet carrier, peeking in through the slots in the side. "What is this?" "My dad brought his work home with him." "I've never seen one like this before." "It's a Microraptor. It's rare, or whatever." He puts the bottles of water on the coffee table. "I should probably feed it. My dad didn't give any babysitting instructions, but it's been in the crate all day." Elliot makes a pitiful face for the little creature. Jessie retrieves the packet of fish from the fridge and puts it on the coffee table. Elliot has made himself comfortable on the couch and sips from the water bottle. Jessie picks up the pet carrier and sets it down on the coffee table as well, facing the couch, and sits in front of it next to his classmate. He pinches the tail of a sardine and fits it through the metal grate of the door, holding it out. The Microraptor snatches it from him and gobbles it up whole without chewing. Elliot excitedly asks if he can feed it one too. Jessie wordlessly holds the packet out to him, and the other boy grabs a fish and feeds it to the Microraptor. "Does it have a name?" "It's a Microraptor," he restates. Elliot looks at Jessie sideways, bemused. "I meant a name." Defensively, Jessie fires back, "It's not a pet." Elliot seems unaffected by the barbed reaction. "Is it male or female? Do you know?" Female." Elliot grins. "Maggie," he suggests. "Because she looks like a magpie." Jessie shrugs. "Whatever." "Oh, you can do better? What's your cat called?" Elliot challenges. "Gustav." Elliot laughs, and it disarms Jessie, so he chuckles along self-consciously. "I didn't name him," he clarifies. "He's almost as old as me. My mom..." His voice catches, and he clears his throat. "My mom named him. Her favorite artist is Gustav Klimt. Well, he was, when she used to care about that stuff anyway." And then he rambles on, answering a question that wasn't even asked. She works for the Re-Extinction Initiative, so she's not around much. She's busy. I don't even know where she is right now. The other boy just seems happy that Jesse is talking. A dad in the DFW and a mom in the RI, Elliot remarks with appropriate surprise. Yeah, they're divorced. The teen nods because that makes sense. Mine are too. They both fall silent for a moment. Then Elliot playfully nudges Jesse with his elbow, and it makes the other boy pull up his shoulders. I guess you take more after your mom, Elliot concludes. Why'd you pick your dad's side? Jesse avoids eye contact as he says, I didn't. He made me stay here. I'm glad. Jesse whips his head up to blink at the other boy. Huh? I mean, well, you know, that you stayed in town, Elliot stumbles and adds. I definitely would have flunked algebra without you. You're still flunking algebra, Jesse deadpans. Elliot laughs as there's no point denying it, and he isn't self-conscious about his poor grades. The Microraptor pokes its snout through the openings in the door, chirping to get the boy's attention. I think she's still hungry. Jesse nods in agreement, and they each feed her one more sardine. Can we let her out? Elliot wonders, and his eyes are pleading. Taking pity on both his classmate, who seems so eager, and the little animal who's been cooped up in the small cage all day, Jesse shrugs and pinches the lock to open the door. The Microraptor bounds to the edge of the coffee table. It twists and turns its head with rapid movements, just like a bird, as it looks around the living room for a place to go. Then it takes off, startling both boys with the frantic flapping of its wings. In short bursts, it flies all around, if it can even be called flying, exploring the living room and the kitchen under the watchful eyes of the two teenagers. I'm glad you're okay, Elliot says out of the blue. Oh. Jesse is caught off guard by the conversation starting up again after the comfortable silence they'd been sitting in. Yeah, me too, I guess, he says without sounding particularly enthusiastic. It must have been so scary, the other boy remarks. Jesse shrugs, trying to act cool. Elliot looks apologetic as he says, I saw what the other football guys did to your painting, by the way. I'm sorry. I promise I would have stopped them if I was there. It's okay. I started it by ruining the posters. But those they can just have reprinted. They shouldn't have destroyed your art. It was really awesome. Jesse ducks his head down and says, It wasn't anything special. I think it was, the other declares in all seriousness. Jesse blushes furiously under Elliot's stare. The Microraptor provides a grateful distraction. Noisily, it lands in the gift basket on the dining table and sniffs the packaging of the junk food. Upon closer inspection, it is disinterested and hops onto the back of a chair from where it takes off again. I should probably go, Elliot declares. But is it alright if I come by again sometime? I'll help you eat that crap. With a grin, he juts his chin at the gift basket. Sure, and thanks for the gift. I didn't say that earlier. You're welcome. When neither of them knows what to say next, they both chuckle sheepishly. It's dark when the blue DFW truck drives down the mountain road. They've been following the route their transport truck would have taken, the truck that never made it to its destination. Morgan is behind the wheel, Frank sits next to him, Robert and Nova share the back seat. Morgan frowns when, for a split second, the headlights catch wide tire marks on the asphalt. He slows down and lets the vehicle roll to a stop, two tires in the dirt, precariously close to the steep drop down the side of the mountain. See that? Frank nods. Tire marks. All four poachers get out of the vehicle and get flashlights from the back. They walk back along the road, pointing the beams at the asphalt and the foliage to their left. They spot the tire marks left behind by the 18-wheeler, and Frank aims his flashlight at the thick tree that stopped the sideways skid of the truck. The bark is damaged. They point the beams of light down into the forest. The truck left a narrow trail of destruction when it slid backward down the steep incline, flattening shrubs and snapping low branches off the trees. Frank leads the way and the other three follow. The terrain is so steep that they have to watch their step. Robert trips and slides down a few yards before he successfully stops his descent, digging his heels into the dirt. Frank walks past him without offering help. Morgan gives Robert a hand and hoists him up. The four make it down to where the terrain evens out, and they find the truck still there on its side. Morgan shines a light into the cabin. I don't get it, Nova says, expecting them to discover a dead body in the driver's seat. The driver survived. Why didn't he call it in? They walk around the crashed vehicle and examine the empty container. The asset survived too, Morgan notes grimly. Good, says Frank. Then we still have a chance to get paid. Good? Morgan challenges. We just released an apex predator into the wilderness, only a few miles north of a town full of people. Frank glares at him and blinds him with his flashlight. Let's catch it then, for our paychecks and Morgan's bleeding heart. They scour the ground and find the footprints of the escaped asset. One of the prints has been disturbed, drag marks cutting through it. The footprints disappear when the terrain transitions to solid rock, so Morgan follows the drag marks instead. He recognizes that along the twin lines in the dirt, left by something heavy being pulled along, are smaller three-toed footprints. The trail leads him away from the truck into the black forest, weaving between the trees and cutting through prickly shrubbery. He startles at a noise behind him and swivels around. Nova brings up her hand to shield her eyes from the bright beam of his flashlight. The two of them continue to follow the trail and it leads them to the top of another incline, too steep to safely walk down. But when they point their flashlights, they can see a nest at the bottom. We can go around, says Nova. They do just that, clambering down some rocks to the left. Thorny bushes prick them even through their cargo pants as they approach the nest. They hear something small scurry through the foliage. The two of them pause at the edge of the nest and shine their flashlight at the human carcass that lies in the bedding, little flesh left on the bones. The limbs have been torn from the torso. One of the femurs is snapped in two. The skull is detached from the spine, the eye sockets are hollow, and the mandible is missing. Morgan says grimly, "Now we know why he didn't call it in." The residents of Wolfboro exchange their carved pumpkins, spider webs, and glow-in-the-dark skeletons for wreaths of autumn leaves and pilgrim turkeys. Blake and Leo walk through the barn at the DFW station. Over the door hangs, jokingly, a sign that says Dog Pound. They are wrangling a young concavenator at the end of two rods, cables around its neck. It takes all their strength to control the juvenile animal, about half the size of an adult. Its dark green camouflage is starting to fade, and the orange is forming on its spine. They maneuver it into an empty pen, and once they release the cable, the animal darts to the back corner and hisses at them. They quickly slide the barred door shut. The barn is full of dinosaur calls, the hooting of the Dilophosaurus among them. The venomous predator is housed in the pen at the very back of the barn. A line of orange tape marks the concrete floor, and a printed out piece of paper taped to the wall reads, "Do not cross without protective gear." The floor behind the orange tape is stained with several black spatters. Outside, the booming vocalizations of larger species kept in the outdoor pens are heard. "The pound is getting full." Blake stiffly nods at Leo's concerning observation. With a grin, Leo prods Blake in his ribs and suggests, "Maybe you can take some more home with you." Blake guffaws at the suggestion. "How's that working out, by the way?" Leo wonders. A smile tugs at Blake's lips. "Not bad, actually. Jesse didn't make me stick her in the shed, said it might be too cold. I think he's starting to like her. And he's made a friend, too." Leo raises his eyebrows at the news. "Of the human variety?" Blake hums affirmatively. "Progress," Leo notes, looking impressed. Jesse storms through the house, his ankle now healed, a bundle of sheets in his arms that he carries down the stairs. Fuming, he exclaims, "Maggie, next time you want to vomit fish bits on my bed, please, alternatively, choke on them instead." He chucks the sheets into the laundry room next to the kitchen and slams the door shut. Gustav lays asleep in the top bed of his cat tree. At the bottom, Maggie the Microraptor plays with the cat toy that dangles from the second level of the tree. A ball with bells in it and feathers attached. It jingles every time she leaps up to kick and claw at it. The little dinosaur looks to be perfectly entertaining herself until she manages to bounce the toy in a way that the string it hangs from loops around her hind leg, and she finds herself caught and dangling upside down. Panicky, she flaps her wings trying to free herself and makes a chittering noise. Jesse hurries over. Okay, shh. He shushes, but to himself he mutters curses under his breath. He drops down to his knees and awkwardly holds his hands out for a moment, hesitant to touch the animal and grimacing at the idea. but eventually he concedes that he has to help. He grabs the dinosaur with both hands, but to be able to keep her still, yet have one hand free to unloop the string, he presses her against his chest with his left hand, and with his right he fumbles to unhook the string from her claw. Once he's freed her, he loosens his hold on the animal and expects her to fly away, squinting his eyes in anticipation to protect himself against her flapping feathers. Instead, she calmly remains perched on his palm. Jesse waits, head tilted back and away from her, one hand in front of his face in preparation of the animal possibly lashing out. But Maggie just sits on his palm, even as he half-heartedly says, "Shoo." He slowly turns his hand so she's facing him instead of facing away, and she angles her head this way and that, studying him as he does her. Tentatively, he reaches out to the Microraptor with one finger, risking a bite. But to his surprise, she lets him stroke her on top of her head and puffs out her feathers when he does. A smile tugs at his lips and, more confidently, he pets his hand over her folded wing. The animal calmly allows the touch. "Vomit on my sheets again and we'll have Kentucky Fried Maggie for dinner, alright?" He continues to pet the tiny dinosaur and she settles comfortably in his hand. The wind carries the recorded T-Rex roar across the fields. The cows don't react to it anymore. The first snow is falling and it melts when it lands in the wet grass, but on the backs of the cattle it accumulates like a layer of powdered sugar on their coats. The old rancher Jonathan is in the barn, brushing down one of his horses, an almost ritualistic end to his workday. The sun has just dipped behind the ridge of the mountain range, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Smoke billows out of the chimney atop the ranch's roof as his wife prepares dinner. When Jonathan runs the brush down the horse's flank, he thinks he might have startled the mare as she suddenly whinnies and rears her head. "Calm down, girl. It's alright." The mare's ears swivel backward. She nervously adjusts her stance, although she is tied to the post and knows there is nowhere for her to go. Jonathan pauses when he feels a tremor, then another, and another. A steady cadence getting more and more powerful. Footsteps of something huge approaching. When the horse whinnies in fear once more, the rancher shushes her. The footsteps get louder and louder until they suddenly stop, with a final impact tremor powerful enough to rattle the barn. In the silence, even the horse's breathing seems too loud, as does Jonathan's. Driven by curiosity, he goes to investigate, sneaking to the open barn door. A relieved laugh bubbles out of him when he sees the dinosaur standing in front of his barn. A Shantongosaurus, a full-grown bull, judging by the size. It's about 50 feet in length. It stands calmly on 4 legs, sniffing the air and swiveling its head around. It's probably the dominant male of its herd coming to investigate a possible threat. Jonathan gets his phone out of his pocket, and after his usual fumbling about with it, he finds the right app and he plays the sound that has been playing automatically every few hours for weeks now. With great effect, he hasn't lost any cattle in the meantime. The Shantongosaurus rears itself up on its hind legs when it hears the roar and bellows out its own call, a drawn-out, deep, and intimidating sound. Standing on its back legs and craning its neck, the animal is tall enough to inspect the speaker on the roof of the barn, identifying it as the source of the sound. Concluding that the Rex roar comes from some kind of imposter and not an actual threat, the bull is satisfied that his nearby herd, wintering south of the lake, is safe. It lowers its posture but doesn't quite let its front feet touch the ground. It pivots slowly and then lumbers away. Throughout town, the Thanksgiving decorations are boxed up, and at night the houses and front yards glow with Christmas lights and lawn ornaments. Out at sea, the only lights that twinkle are the stars, reflected in the calm surface of the ocean. Jo lies wide awake in the dark. In the bunk beside her, Professor Jennifer Afon sleeps soundly. The small porthole is open. The air is bitter cold, but they both admitted to sleeping better in the chill. However, Jo hasn't been able to get much rest during this expedition. Giving up on finding sleep in the moment, she sneaks out of bed and out of the small cabin near the bow. With the softest footfalls, she walks down the long corridor past the other bedrooms, not wanting to disturb the crew. Up one flight of stairs are the shared living quarters, which have turned into the headquarters of the expedition. Up another flight of stairs is the bridge and access to the front and rear decks. It's there she finds the Russian sleeping upright in the chair behind the wheel. The insistent pinging of the radar doesn't even wake him. He must be exhausted, volunteering to take most shifts at the wheel. She lets him sleep, smiling at his soft snores. She tiptoes around him and frowns at the radar image. An enormous shape, over 5 times the length of the yacht, lies alongside them. Knowing her way around the controls, she flicks a switch which turns on the floodlights outside. She goes out the side door, regretting how it squeaks as she slides it open, but she doesn't check if she accidentally woke up the Russian. Joe walks out onto the deck port side and stares in awe at a cargo ship drifting right next to them, with only a few yards of clearance left between the two ships. The cargo ship is so long that the floodlights don't even reach the bow. The light simply fades to darkness along the black steel hull, showing rust along the seams and rivets of the plates. The railing of the ship is about 30 feet higher than the deck of the yacht. She looks up, expecting to see the lights of the superstructure somewhere up high, but only finds the silhouette of it against the starry sky. She doesn't hear any engine sounds either, only the waves lapping at the hull. The ship appears dead in the water. Solomon announces himself with a yawn and comes to stand next to her, looking up. "I can't raise it on the radio. Should I wake the captain?" Joe makes a displeased face. "It can wait till morning. Let him sleep, or he'll be all the more insufferable." The Russian jests, "Never known you to avoid ruffling his feathers." Joe snorts out a laugh. The stormy way in which she and the captain regularly butt heads is a popular topic of gossip on board, she knows. "So why aren't you sleeping?" asks Solomon. "Worried about how much of a bitch I'll be all day?" Solomon's expression is kind and gentle. He says, "Worried about you." Joe sighs. "Just thinking about things," she answers vaguely. "Things?" "Regrets," she clarifies, but leaves it at that. Then they both continue to stare quietly at the massive ship. From within the ship, there is an odd sound, like a guttural bark of a big dog. Jesse sits hunched over his desk, headphones around his neck, softly playing music. Instead of poring over his homework, he ignores the open textbooks and is instead sketching in his notebook. The pencil scribbles against the paper. Behind him, Elliot sits cross-legged on Jesse's bed, a book and notebook cradled in his lap and loose papers strewn around him. He's chewing on a pencil. On occasion, he asks Jesse a question about their algebra homework, and Jesse's answers help him get through the assignments. The pen holder on the corner of the desk has been knocked over, and there's a clutter of colored markers and pencils on the desk and the floor that neither of the boys pay any attention to. Maggie flies back and forth between the desk and the top of 6 bookshelves above the headboard of the bed. The top shelf is the one shelf not filled with books. Instead, there's a pet bed up there for her. She steals the colored markers one at a time and flies them to the shelf. She's deemed the bed is at max capacity, so now she's piling the markers on the wooden shelf itself. Some roll off onto the mattress below, and she fetches those too, sometimes startling Elliot as she comes crashing down next to him. She decides she must add the bright yellow pencil Jesse is using to her collection. She swoops down from her perch on the shelf and lands on his wrist, which barely gets her a reaction. She snatches the pencil right out of his hand and leaps off in a flurry of feathers to fly back up. Jesse blinks at his empty hand, fingers still formed to hold a pencil that is no longer there. He laughs and looks over his shoulder at the small dromaeosaurid, hoarding the pencils for an unknown reason and arranging them as if there is any logic to it. Elliot smiles at the sound of Jesse's laughter, even though he didn't notice what happened. He glances up at Maggie, busying herself on the shelf. He wonders, why is she even doing that? As if to answer his question, she starts pelting some pencils and markers at him, one by one, the ones she's concluded she doesn't like or doesn't need after all. She's very particular about her choices. Ow! Hey! Oh my god, it's ammunition! With a laugh, Elliot brings up a hand to protect himself as he's being torpedoed. Call your dad! This is a vicious dinosaur attack! But Jesse joins the attack instead, grabbing the markers still on the desk and chucking them at the other teenager, who ends up using his textbook as a shield to deflect the projectiles. The drawing Jesse had been working on is momentarily neglected. It's a half-finished portrait of the Microraptor. In the cramped cabin below deck, Nina paces back and forth in the space between the beds. Just 3 steps one way and then 3 steps back. She holds the satellite phone to her ear all the while. When she finally gets a word in edgewise, she chastises, "It's not like you're calling me at school. I'm in the middle of the ocean. Nobody else is constantly getting calls from home. This is a satellite phone for emergencies. I can't keep having this conversation with you, Gabe. Not here. You keep calling with the same question, but I haven't decided yet. I can't even think about that right now." She goes silent and pinches the bridge of her nose as she listens to Gabe defend his concerns. She doesn't want to be unreasonable, but she completely shuts down and can't bear to have this conversation any longer. So she interrupts him. "Please stop calling. I love you, but please stop calling. I'm fine. We'll talk when I get back home next week." She promptly disconnects the line and tosses the phone onto the bed opposite hers and lets herself fall onto the mattress. Nina scrunches up her face, instantly feeling guilty about how poorly she handled that. There's laughter and cheering up on deck, so to distract herself from her misery, she goes upstairs to see what the commotion is about. As she walks across the bridge, she pays no attention to the radar screen, which shows a torpedo shape the same size as the research vessel approaching their location. Their yacht floats alongside the cargo ship that they encountered during the night. They've thrown the bumpers overboard to keep the hulls from knocking together and causing damage. The cargo ship is so large that it lies on the ocean steady as a rock. Meanwhile, the yacht rocks up and down on the waves. The entire crew stands portside. Wes Booker, one of Nina's fellow grad students, is swinging a rope with a grappling hook like a lasso before he throws it up high. With a clank, it hits the steel hull of the ship, too low to hook onto the railing above, and it drops back down, disappearing into the narrow space between the ships. Wes pulls the hook back on board, and he hands the coil of rope to Denny, challenging the skinny 20-something-year-old to try it himself. Denny doesn't back down and gives it an honest go, but the grappling hook doesn't even reach half as high as Wes threw it, and it drops down onto the deck, narrowly missing the group. Captain Fowler snatches the hook and rope from him, admonishing him the way a father does a toddler. "You're going to get someone killed. I'm putting an end to this nonsense, and I'm calling the Coast Guard." This is met with collective disappointment from the group. Joe smirks at him as she tries to cajole him. "Come on, if we board this ship to have a look, we'll be pirates. You'll be a pirate captain." Captain Fowler scoffs at their antics. "You're all ridiculous," he says. "If you want to be pirates, fine, but at least be competent pirates." He hands the rope and hook to Solomon. The crew cheers on the Russian as he takes his turn. Holding onto the grappling hook, he swings his arm once, then twice, then releases it. The hook flies up over the railing of the cargo ship, landing on its deck. When he pulls on the end of the rope, the hook is dragged back to the railing and grabs onto the lowest of the steel bars. The group claps at his instant success, and he takes a bow. The long stretch of rope is heavy enough that the hook doesn't fall back down when he lets go. "Which pirate is first?" he asks. He has barely finished the question when the yacht rocks violently, sending them all flying into the railing. Jennifer, Denver, and Captain Fowler don't manage to grab a tight hold of the railing, and they get flung onto the deck when the ship rolls back the other way. Denver smacks his chin against the deck, splitting the skin. The yacht is pushed against the hull of the cargo ship again, with enough force that the inflatable bumpers explode with a double bang that draws more screams from the crew. Then it goes quiet for a moment, and they stare at each other in shock, not understanding what is happening. They watch as the on-deck equipment for the underwater speaker gets pulled off the ship by the cable that goes into the water. Kay Soto, the ship's medical officer, emerges from the bridge, having been below deck. Jennifer crawls on hands and knees to Denver, who is holding his bleeding chin, and she makes him let go so she can check the cut. Blood trails down his throat in rivulets. She waves Kay over. Solomon lets go of the port side railing and runs across the deck to the starboard side. His eyes widen as he sees the Mosasaurus just below the surface, come barreling towards them at full speed, churning the water behind it. Looking back at the rest, he shouts, "Hold on!" And everyone braces for impact. Underwater, the Mosasaurus rams the yacht with the tip of its snout. The impact is localized enough that the hull dents inwards at a seam between two plates and they split open. Water erupts through the opening. A powerful white spray blasts into one of the cabins, soaking the beds. On the other side, the yacht scrapes against the unforgiving hull of the cargo ship with a stomach-churning metal screech. The Mosasaurus retreats, and the ship rights itself again. "I think that hit breached the hull," the Russian announces, hanging dangerously far over the railing to look down. The Mosasaurus breaches the surface, and Solomon throws himself to the side, onto the deck, to avoid being grabbed. When the giant marine reptile snaps its jaws shut, all it managed to catch is the railing. When it sinks back down, it doesn't let go, and the yacht is pulled sideways. Everyone on board screams. The crew at the portside railing hold on for dear life as the yacht angles to the side. Jennifer, Denver, and Kay, having nothing to hold on to, slide across the wet, slippery deck to the starboard side. Just before they reach the end and would get tossed into the water, the Mosasaurus releases its hold. The yacht violently rights itself back into position. Joe looks up at the rope dangling down from the railing above them, all the way down into the water between the two ships, only a small gap between the two vessels. She reaches out to grab the rope and thrusts it into Wes's hands. She orders him, "Climb!" He doesn't hesitate. He leans his weight back, testing the hold of the grappling hook, and, trusting it, he steps onto the railing and begins to climb up. Nina stands petrified at the railing, and Joe pries her fingers open and guides her by her shoulders to the rope. "You next," Joe says, and she offers Jennifer a hand to help her up from the deck, and Denver too. By the time she has walked them back to the port side, Captain Fowler has started to climb as well. Joe makes a face, but no comment. She puts the rope into Jennifer's hand and assures her she can do this. The other woman lacks confidence when she nods. Wes has reached the top and steps over the railing. As soon as he does, he folds himself over the railing and calls out encouragingly to Nina, and he stretches out his arms as soon as she's within reach so he can help her up. Inside the research ship, the first cabin by the bow is flooding. The satellite phone floats on the surface. On deck, Jennifer's knuckles are white as she holds onto the rope. With shaky movements, she climbs over the railing of the research ship and glances down with fear at the 2 feet of water that separate the two hulls. Halfway up the rope, Fowler loses his grip and he slides down a few feet. His struggle to stop his descent has him kicking his legs, and the rope gets whipped left to right with enough force that it unbalances Jennifer, who was standing on the edge of the ship on the outside of the railing. With a cry, the professor falls. She lets go of the rope, but with her right hand manages to catch the bottom of the vertical support of the railing, which saves her from falling into the water. Hanging down, screaming for help, only her toes reach the surface of the ocean. Joe gets down on her knees and shouts, "Give me your other hand!" But Jennifer, in her panicked state, keeps her left hand planted against the hull of the cargo ship, feeling claustrophobic in the narrow space between the two vessels. Solomon appears at Joe's side, and he reaches down to grab a hold of Jennifer's right wrist, ensuring she won't lose her grip and end up in the water. The Mosasaurus speeds towards the yacht once more. At the last moment, it twists its body and rams the hull with its side. The research vessel gets smashed against the hull of the cargo ship, crushing Jennifer. The impact is so powerful that the wooden deck cracks down the middle. Solomon screams in shock and pain as his hand is crushed too. When the ship rocks back, he falls onto the deck, clutching his mangled hand to his chest. Joe looks down in terror at Jennifer's body, floating face down between the two ships. Knowing she is dead, and knowing this is not the time to mourn, she staggers up on her feet and waves Denny and Kay over. She urges them to climb. Denny first. Patrick helps Solomon up from the deck. Above them, Wes, Nina, and Fowler hang over the railing, looking down at them. Denny, Kay, and Patrick climb up. Joe and Solomon wait their turns as the ship goes down further and further by the bow. The water breaching the vessel short-circuits the electrical equipment, and the console on the bridge goes black. While watching the rest of the crew climb the rope, Joe has an idea. She tells Solomon she'll be right back, and then she sprints across the deck to the bridge. She pushes the door open and gets inside, ignoring the navigator who is calling after her. The ship is pushed forward by the attacking beast, and she holds onto the edge of the console to keep her balance. She pauses at the empty charging station where they always dock the satellite phone. It's not there. Damn it, Nina! She rushes down the stairs into the living quarters and then to the second flight of stairs leading down into the cabins, but she comes to a halt at the top of the steps, seeing that the front cabins, including the one Nina shared with Denny, are already flooded to the ceiling. She goes down further, stepping into the water, but then a hand grips her shoulder and doesn't let go. The Russian pleads with her to come with him, and after considering her options, she agrees. They climb back up the stairs and exit the bridge on the aft deck. The Mosasaurus has pushed the yacht forward along the hull of the cargo ship, and the rope hanging down is now far out of reach. The skinny Denny is nearly at the top but holding back Kay and Patrick. They can't reposition the rope until the three of them have reached the top, but the research ship is sinking fast now, and they don't have much time. While the Mosasaurus is still busy attacking the vessel, frustrated that it wasted its energy tracking down this whale call with no reward of food at the end of its hunt, Joe leaps into the ocean, with Solomon following suit. Their bodies make loud splashes as they land in the water. When she surfaces, she lets out a yelp at the icy cold water, but she forces her limbs to move. As fast as they can, the two swim towards the end of the rope that dangles in the water, not knowing if the Mosasaurus is still preoccupied with the ship or if it is lurking below them. Jo, being able to use both hands to propel herself, reaches the rope first, and she waits for Solomon, who struggles to swim with his broken hand, but he calls to her. Go! Up! She starts to climb. It's hard work getting herself out of the water, her wet clothes heavy, but with a grunt of effort, she pulls herself up higher and higher. Above her, Denny, Kay, and Patrick have reached the top. She looks back down and sees Solomon has wrapped the rope around his good hand and has pulled himself out of the water as much as he can, but fails to climb one-handed. Joe shouts at the crew on deck, Pull! Pull! All of them grab hold of the rope at the top and pull it back, leaning their weight into it. Joe climbs as fast as she can to reduce the weight on the rope and help pull. Once Solomon is at the railing, Joe grabs fistfuls of his jacket, holding enough of his weight that Patrick can let go of the rope and help too, and once he has his hands on him, Wes Booker can release the rope as well, and the three of them together hoist the big man on board. Nina spares a glance down at Jennifer's body, her mentor, drifting away from them on the surface of the choppy ocean, and she collapses onto the deck, hyperventilating. All of them are too much in shock to be able to provide comfort. Fowler looks over the edge and watches his ship sink below the surface. A canoe bobs on a remote, calm lake, surrounded by dense forest. A truck and a trailer for the canoe are parked at the edge. Two men with long camera lenses sit quietly in the canoe, dressed in thick parkas appropriate for the bitterly cold weather. They both have their cameras pointed at a tree at the edge of the water. A bald eagle is perched on a branch, scanning the lake. They are waiting for it to fly out for a hunt. The canoe rocks slightly on ripples traveling the water surface, and the photographers momentarily lose sight of the bird in their viewfinder. They cast a glance around themselves and down at the ripples, perhaps caused by a sudden gust of wind. They aim their cameras again. Both men are quiet, waiting full of anticipation. Finally, the eagle pushes off the branch and swoops down to the lake. It brings its talons forward, and a fish that had ventured too close to the surface gets snatched out of the water and carried back to the trees. The shutters of the cameras click rapidly as the photographers capture the moment. Wow, that was incredible, says one. The other remarks, even in a world full of dinosaurs, nothing excites you more than a bird. They're the same thing, you know. Without warning, a pair of long, thin jaws burst out of the water, open wide. The top jaw is on one side of the canoe and the bottom jaw on the other. The giant mouth snaps shut, crushing the boat at the center, right in between the two men. They shout in fear as the canoe is split in two and both halves are pulled under, disappearing beneath them. It leaves them treading water in the icy cold lake. They both startle when the two halves of the canoe breach the surface right beside them, thanks to the buoyancy of the wood. One man clings to one of the halves. The other man makes haste, swimming towards shore, but he struggles to swim in his soaked winter clothes. Holding onto the wreckage of his canoe, the man looks around. His teeth are chattering, a combination of the cold and the terror. Whatever is beneath the surface is enormous, but the water is too murky to see anything. All he can see is the choppy reflection of the sky. When he looks back at his friend, he realizes he's not there anymore. Not in the water, not on the shore. He has disappeared without a trace, pulled underwater with not even the time to cry out. He begins to hyperventilate. He squeezes his eyes shut and tries to calm himself. When something grabs his foot, he too doesn't even have the time to scream before he's pulled under the surface. The only sound he makes is the squeak of his palm dragging along the side of the canoe as he goes down. The research crew walks along the stacks of containers on the deck of the cargo ship in silence. Solomon cradles his broken hand against his chest and he shivers in his wet clothes. Denver presses the sleeve of his jacket to the underside of his chin. The cuff is soaked with blood. Nina has her arms wrapped around herself, spilling soundless tears for the loss of her mentor. Joe walks alongside her. She doesn't touch her or give her any comfort, but she keeps an eye on her. She wears Kay's jacket over her wet clothes. It seems as though the ship has been through a storm and has lost many containers along the way. The stacks that remain are short and uneven. There are no signs of life on board. They head towards the superstructure at the back, a white column 3 stories tall with a bridge on the top level. A single steel door is the entry to the interior of the ship. It is barricaded shut from the outside with a fire axe. There are blood-red prints on the handle and a bloody smear on the white wall next to the door as well. They all share a weary look and none of them makes a move for the door. Optimistically, Denver calls out, "Hello? Anybody?" The ship is eerily quiet, aside from the tired groaning of old steel. Captain Fowler grumbles and steps forward, declaring, "We don't have any other choice." Joe stops him from dislodging the bloodied axe. The man shakes her hand off his arm and spits condescendingly, "Lost your nerve, pirate queen?" He reiterates, emphasizing each word. "We have no choice. We need to find a way to call for help." He slides the hatchet out from the 2 steel loops and pulls the door open. It creaks as it swings inward. The interior is pitch black. There are no windows in the superstructure aside from the near 360-degree glass paneling of the bridge at the top, but the bridge is closed off. Denver pops open one of the satchels on his utility belt and produces a mini flashlight, looking triumphant. He clicks it on and shines the light inside, revealing a hollow tower with only a construction of steel stairs and walkways leading up to the top, and a black doorway presumably leading to stairs going down into the ship. Denver swallows when he realizes that as the man with the flashlight, he is now expected to go in first, and everyone stares at him expectantly. Seeing his reluctance to lead, Fowler snatches the flashlight out of his hand. Anyone too scared can stay out here. He goes inside. Whether driven by stubbornness or ego, Joe, Wes, Patrick, and Solomon follow him, climbing the stairs up to the bridge, while Kay, Denny, and Nina idle by the door. Nina looks around and her gaze falls on another bloody handprint on the corner of a container at the starboard side on the first row. It's a white container, so the print stands out. She walks towards it, drawn to it. Denny and Kay remain at the door. The lanky young man, nicknamed Batman, remembers the other supplies he keeps in his utility belt, aside from the mini flashlight. He unzips a pouch that contains a travel-sized first aid kit. Kay takes the butterfly bandages from the kit and patches up the cut under Denny's chin. Nina touches the handprint with her finger and concludes that the blood is dry. Looking towards the bow of the ship, she spots another handprint, on the ground this time. The person must have fallen over. When she reaches that second mark, she notices that a few yards up ahead, there's a clear trail of red footprints. The person must have been bleeding so heavily that it ran down one leg. She follows the trail, leading her between 2 stacked rows of containers. About halfway between the port and starboard side, the trail stops in front of a blue container, the last of the bloody handprints on the bar of the locking mechanism. The door is now shut, but not locked. She swallows, but steels her nerves and reaches for the edge of the door. A hand lands on her shoulder and she screams. She has to lean herself against the door of the container to keep herself upright after that scare, but she realizes it was Denny, sneaking up on her from behind. "Sorry, I thought you would have heard me," Denny says impishly. "I didn't." Nina sounds out of breath. "Jesus, maybe you really are Batman." He doesn't seem amused by the reminder of his nickname, knowing it not to be flattery. Once she has calmed her breathing, she grabs the handle and pulls the front of the container open. The steel hinges shriek. Both of them reel back at the stench that wafts out of the dark enclosed space. Nina doubles over and retches at the smell. Inside there is the noise of buzzing flies. You really do have a sensitive stomach, don't you, Kermit? Nina takes a breath and snaps, "I'm pregnant, you asshole!" "Oh shit." "Yeah," she croaks. She rights herself and bravely steps into the container, feeling like she has something to prove. With the door wide open, enough light pours in for her to be able to see. The container is only half filled with wooden crates, neatly stacked on top of each other. A half wall of these crates creates a secluded corner further back. When she stands on the tips of her toes to look over the wall, she finds the slumped body of a man. His shirt is ripped at the abdomen, revealing a grotesque wound. Blood has soaked the front of his shirt and his right pant leg. It's all dried now, and more brownish than red. Flies are feasting on the exposed, rotting flesh. She covers her mouth with her hand as she feels bile coming up. Nina stumbles out of the container and Denver has the sense to close it behind her. "What's in there?" "You don't want to know." Inside the superstructure of the ship, the group has reached the top of the staircase. Their every footstep has been near deafening, echoing through the hollow tower. Fowler finds the door to the bridge unlocked and pushes it open. As expected, the bridge of the ship is abandoned, and none of the lights of the control panel are on. The group disperses into the space, investigating. Fowler tests a few switches, but none of the controls come to life. "Damn, this thing is old. A good knocking around in the storm probably killed the generators. Might be able to restart them, though." "From here?" asks Joe. "No," Fowler replies tersely. "We'd have to go down to the engine room." This idea doesn't excite any of them. They search the cupboards and find a first aid kit that could be of use. There's a flare gun mounted on the wall that they leave for now, but might come in handy later if they see any ships in the distance. Thankfully, they also find a stash of 4 big flashlights. Joe tests them and is relieved all of them are working. If they are going to have to go into the bowels of the ship, they are going to need these. Alongside the flashlights, there are also 4 close-range walkie-talkies that she grabs. The strewn about papers and charts are all in Russian. Wes looks out the window at the length of the ship before them and he spots Nina and Denny appearing from between the row of containers, and they both wave their arms up at the bridge. "I think they found something," he announces to the group. They make their way back down and walk out onto the deck, into the bright sunlight. It's a cold day, but with clear skies. Joe hands the medical kit over to Kay Soto, their medical officer. He kneels on the floor and rummages through it, noting that it's only basic stuff. "A ship this size will likely have a medical bay to tend to any injured crew. We should find a splint to brace the Russian's hand." "And maybe some painkillers too," Solomon says through gritted teeth. Nina and Denny join the group. She announces grimly, "There's a dead crew member hidden away in one of the containers. Something attacked him." The rest of the crew blanches at the revelation and they look at the black doorway leading into the superstructure of the ship. Without a word, Joe steps forward to pull the door shut and barricades it with the axe, as it had been. Kay gets up and brushes his pants. He says to Nina, "Show me. I'll examine the body." Nina nods, and she guides him back from where she and Denny came. "Where's the rest of the crew?" Patrick wonders. "Maybe hunkered down below somewhere," Fowler suggests. "We might come across them when we go in to find the engine room and the medical bay." Joe states point blank, "Or they're dead." They all look at her like they were thinking the same thing, but had wordlessly agreed not to say that out loud. Fowler flares his nostrils, sensing opposition from her, as that's all he's ever gotten from her during these past 2 research expeditions. "I don't know what Dr. Soto is going to find during his examination," Joe says, "but that sailor didn't die of scurvy. There's something on this ship. Something dangerous." "What do you propose we do then, Miss Albrecht? Miss All-Knowing and All-Powerful?" Joe stands unflinchingly at the receiving end of Captain Fowler's glare. They are interrupted by the return of Dr. Soto and Nina, and they all fall silent and await his report. Kay says, "Something sliced him from the left hypochondriac region to the right iliac region." He draws the line across his own abdomen and rambles on. "Through the subcutaneous and intra-abdominal fat and muscles. There were visible intestines. It's a testament to the power of adrenaline that the poor man made it as far as he did before succumbing to the injury. Whatever attacked him was very powerful, with very sharp claws." The crew looks appropriately horrified and apprehensive about going into the ship, and they shift their gazes between Fowler, the captain, and Joe, the boss. Fowler knocks the axe off the door again and swings it open. He asserts, "We go in. We need to restart the engines, find the crew, supplies, a way to call for help. None of that is up here." He gestures around the deck. "Maybe we should have a vote instead," Joe counters. "This isn't a democracy. This is a survival situation. You follow Captain's orders," he seethes. "With all due respect, Captain," Joe spits sarcastically, "your ship is gone." "Until we find the captain of this ship, I am still the senior officer. That puts me in charge," Fowler says, wanting to sound like he's in control, but instead rather sounding like a stubborn teen. In an attempt to resolve the situation, Solomon suggests, "How about we split up? Some volunteers go down into the ship and the rest will wait up here." His diplomatic suggestion reads as betrayal to the captain, who bristles, "We all go in. We work together." "If I may," Dr. Soto interjects, "the man in the container has been dead for at least a week. Whatever attacked him may very well be dead of dehydration by now. And that's the most pressing threat we face as well. We mustn't underestimate the danger we are already in out of fear of what might be down there. Out here, you two," he points at Joe and Solomon, "will die of hypothermia in your wet clothes. The rest of us will die of dehydration in a matter of days if we don't find water or get help." Joe is protective of Jennifer's young grad students, Wes, Nina, and Denny, feeling responsible for them now, so she argues, "At least let the students stay up here." But Denny points out, "There's 8 of us, and we have 4 flashlights and 4 walkie-talkies. It makes sense to split up into 4 groups of 2, make quick work of this. Besides, I doubt we want to stay up here alone." Nina nods meekly. Wes says, "I want to help." "Then it's decided," Fowler declares, flashing Joe a victorious grin. They pair up and divide the flashlights and walkie-talkies between them. Solomon volunteers to pair with Nina, which puts her at ease somewhat. They all head inside, and as the last to walk through the doorway, Joe picks up the axe. Rather than going up, this time they go down. Not a word said between them. At the first T-junction, Fowler, who had been leading the way, aims his flashlight at a sign on the wall. Arrows point both ways, with a list of words under each, but the text is in Russian. Patrick whispers jokingly to Solomon, "Too bad you're not actually Russian." The tall man quirks his lips in a humorless smile. With no way to decipher what it says, they split up, with one half going left, Fowler, Kay, Patrick, and Wes, and going right are Solomon, Joe, Denny, and Nina. When the latter group comes across the next T-section, Solomon suggests that they don't split up, earning him relieved smiles from the other 3. Instead, what they do when making their way down the corridor is make their search more efficient by one pair checking all the rooms to the left and the other the rooms to the right. The engine room will be somewhere below the aft of the ship, but they are thorough with their search so they don't miss out on any life-saving supplies. They haven't found anything yet, like food or bottled water, but they do find the ship's laundry room with clean clothes folded on the shelves. Joe and Solomon, who are shivering in their wet clothes, strip down and put on the plain dark blue sweaters and pants that are the ship's crew's uniform. They rip apart some sheets to knot a makeshift sling to put around Solomon's neck to support his broken hand. They continue, going down a level. Joe leads the group, holding the flashlight. She's given the axe to Solomon, who she trusts to be able to wield it better even with just one hand. She points the beam of light at something on the floor up ahead. When they reach it, she kneels down and picks it up, holding it in the light. It's a large feather, mostly light brown, but with a white and black tip. Solomon crouches down beside her. He studies the feather first, then Joe's alarmed expression. "What?" Joe whispers with a trembling voice, "I think I know what's down here." The other group did split up into pairs, Fowler and Kay going one way and Patrick and Wes the other. The captain and medical officer come up to yet another T-junction and see a red smear on the wall, under the arrows with text they can't read. Fowler shines the light down the left corridor. There's nothing there, just a long narrow space with doors on either side. He turns and shines the beam to the right, and both he and Kay flinch at the sight of human remains, torn to pieces and eaten to the bone. There's blood all over the floor and the walls around it. More feathers are stuck in the dried blood. Rounding the corner, slamming into the wall as he did, must have slowed this wounded sailor down enough for whatever was chasing him to catch up to him. "It's a big ship," the captain whispers. "If whatever did that is still alive, it could be anywhere. As long as we're quiet, we should be able to move through undetected." Kay nods and he follows the captain to the left, away from the corpse. Patrick and Wes have decided not to sweep every corridor and room for supplies, but instead look for the engine room directly. They went straight down to the lowest deck and, remembering their orientation, headed aft. After a maze of cramped corridors, it's a relief to step out into a large open space, onto a metal grate walkway that overlooks the engine room with stairs leading down. There's another walkway across with a black open doorway leading back into the rest of the ship. Wes and Patrick go down to the bottom floor, shining the light around to investigate. When they step off the lowest step, they step into cold water, about a foot deep. The floor of the engine room is flooded. "Seawater?" Wes asks. Patrick shines the light around and focuses the beam of light on a broken pipe overhead. No water is dripping from it anymore, but the chain of events is clear. The old water pipe burst as the ship was rocked back and forth in the storm that knocked off the containers on deck. The water from the pipe flooded the engine room, causing the electrical system to short-circuit, leaving the engine dead in the water. Going down to the engine room to try and fix the problem is probably how the crew itself ended up dead, hunted down by a stowaway. What should be a space filled with deafening noise is entirely quiet, as the twin engines and generators sit silently. Adjacent is the engine control room with large windows, so anyone in the control room can observe the equipment directly. The control panel is dark. The water makes loud splashing noises as they move around the space. "Do you know what to do to maybe restart it?" wonders Wes. Patrick shakes his head. "No. And with all this water, I don't even know if we can. But Fowler or the Russian will know what to do. Call the others, tell them we found the engine room." Elsewhere, Fowler and Kay have come to a stop in the hallway and listen to odd noises echoing through the ship. A myriad of different calls, like complex language, multiple animals communicating. Some of the noise is coming from nearby, it seems. One of the rooms down the hall, maybe. Several of the doors are open, a black void beyond them. The two men flinch at the clatter of something metal falling to the floor, definitely in one of the rooms down the hall. It sounded like a pot or pan. The captain motions for Kay to back up, and he aims the flashlight down at their shoes so the beam of light shining ahead doesn't alert anything to their presence. The hallway goes dark. Both men are breathing heavily with fear. One step at a time, they walk backward, both with a hand on the wall feeling their way. The crackle of the walkie-talkie is sharp and too loud, and then Wes's voice is heard. "We found it." Kay twists the knobs of the walkie-talkie, desperately trying to silence it. When he succeeds, both he and Fowler hold their breaths. It's dead silent now. The calls and noises they heard before are gone. They look ahead. The light of the flashlight that Fowler holds in his trembling hands is still aimed at the floor. The walls of the corridor fade into blackness as the light doesn't reach far. In the black space up ahead are two dots of white. Two eyes reflecting the little light there is. They move and tilt and bob up and down once. Fowler swallows audibly as both he and Kay stare at the eyes. Tap, tap, tap. The telltale sound of a raptor ticking its sickle claw against the floor. Fowler reactively points the flashlight forward, casting the beam of light down the corridor. They get a glimpse at a tall, bulky raptor covered with a coat of brown and black and white feathers. With a shriek that bares its teeth, the raptor lunges towards them and the men scream. In the engine room, Wes is still speaking into the walkie-talkie with a frown. "Hello? Hello? Over?" Then he and Patrick hear that same raptor shriek echo down from the upper levels, followed by screaming. Their faces blanch as they stand frozen in place, listening to the harrowing screams bouncing along the walls of the steel vessel. Before long, the ship goes quiet again. With just a single glance, they agree they need to leave. Patrick, being the one to hold the flashlight, leads the way, darting back up the staircase to the walkway above. Before they reach the door, they hear the rattle of the twin walkway on the other side, the same way the walkway they're on rattles under their feet as they walk. Thinking it might be one of their crew, Patrick aims the beam across the engine room. A Utahraptor stands on the metal grating, looking at them. There is a chasm of over 20 feet wide between them. The men assume that to get to them, the raptor has to run down to the bottom, then across, then up the stairs again, by which time they will have long shut the door on it. But after letting out a high-pitched screech, the Utahraptor leaps across. Its heavy weight landing on the walkway shakes the structure violently, and Wes and Patrick have to brace to keep their balance. The Utahraptor landed in front of them, closest to Patrick, and thus blocks their escape route to the door. The men turn to run the other way. Wes is in front now and too scared to look back. Behind him, Patrick screams in agony. The beam of the flashlight that was moving as rapidly as they were is now still, pointed at the wall. Wes rushes down the stairs, almost tripping over his own feet in fear. The light reflecting off the wall is enough to allow him to see where he is and where he needs to go. He wades through the water, across to the other staircase and runs up. When he's at the top, he hears a splash and the crack of bones, and he spares a glance down into the faintly lit engine room to see Patrick's lifeless body on the floor, abnormally contorted, face down in the water. The raptor had thrown him over the railing. Wes doesn't stop. He runs through the doorway through which the raptor first entered, and he shuts it behind him. Deep inside the bowels of the ship, with no windows and no flashlight, it is pitch black. The corridor is so narrow that when Wes extends his arms out, his palms find the walls on either side of him. His breathing is too loud, but he can't quiet himself. He walks as fast as he dares, unable to see. He rounds a corner, then another, first right, then left. There is something in his way, something on the floor that he doesn't see, and he trips and falls to the floor. He doesn't brace himself with his arms in time, and his nose cracks on impact with the floor. He groans as he gets up on his hands and knees, and he feels the floor is wet and slippery. He blindly reaches back to feel what blocked the way. His hand touches something wet, warm, and soft. Oh God! He lets out a sob, realizing it's the fresh corpse of one of the others. Fowler or Kay, it's impossible to tell. Elsewhere on board, Joe, Solomon, Nina, and Denny have reached the below-deck cargo hold of the ship, through a door in a bulkhead. They're standing in the door opening, shining the flashlight at the containers stacked in the cargo hold, when they too hear the first shriek of the raptor, followed by screaming. Nina's gasp echoes through the cargo hold, and Solomon clamps his left hand over her mouth, thinking she might let out a cry of fear. They know they have to get back to the top deck and bolt that door once more. The four of them bolt, running back the way they came, but at the bottom of the staircase that they went down earlier, they come skidding to a stop as they hear the vocalizations of Utahraptors on the level above. With the hope of finding another staircase, they go a different way, down a corridor they hadn't been through before. Joe spots a sign on the wall, an icon of a staircase, and she stops the rest, grabbing Solomon by his shirt and yanking him in the other direction, to the staircase. It goes up only one deck. Joe shines the flashlight down a corridor to the right. She whispers, "I think we came from there." She bites her lip when from that direction, more calls are heard. They're hurting us, she realizes. With no other choice, they go straight ahead instead of where they think they need to go. When they hear sounds behind them, they go through one of the doors and find themselves in a storage room full of wooden crates with another door on the far end. They head towards the other exit but stop dead in their tracks when the door handle moves. It gets pushed down but not far enough, then snaps back up. "Maybe it's the others," whispers Denny. Joe shakes her head. "It's not. Go, back, back!" She urges the other three back out into the corridor. As they race, hearing the barks and chirps of the raptors seemingly all around, a door to the left of them bursts open and they can't hold back their screams of terror. But it's just Wes. Joe shines the light at him and sees he's covered in blood and looking stricken. Solomon grabs him by the shoulder. "Where's Patrick?" Wes doubles over, shaking his head. Solomon staggers back. The wall has to catch him. "I think I found parts of Fowler and K2, Wes croaks. Nina whimpers. Joe shushes all of them and hisses urgently, "Listen." They all stand in silence. There's no sound to be heard anywhere in the ship. "I don't hear anything," whispers Denny. Joe says ominously, "Exactly." They whip their heads around and shine their flashlights down the hallway in both directions. There is a pair of raptors down one end, growling, and one raptor down the other end. The three of them had soundlessly been sneaking towards them. Now that they've been caught, the animals pause, as if taking a moment to reconsider their plan. Then the single raptor to the left barks out a call so loud that it has the crew covering their ears. The bark is a command, after which all three of them come barreling towards the survivors. The crew flees through the nearest exit, swinging double doors leading into the ship's mess hall. Joe holds the door open for everyone and ushers them through. She follows the rest into the mess hall just before the raptors close the distance on either side of them. The mess hall is one of the few spaces with portholes, so daylight comes streaming in and the crew can see beyond just the beam of the flashlight. They race between the tables and chairs towards a door at the far end. Making the sharp corner and crashing into each other only slows the raptors down slightly. They body the doors open and enter with a loud call that sounds like they're calling for more backup. Effortlessly, one of them leaps onto the steel tables and from there it pounces on Joe, throwing her to the ground. It stands over her and is about to go in for a killing bite when the Russian comes charging back, letting out a battle cry. Once within striking reach, he swings the axe and it hits the raptor across the jaw. The animal flees with its mouth hanging open and blood dripping from its limp lower jaw. When a second raptor approaches, Solomon swings his weapon again, but the raptor ducks in time and then lunges forward and bites his leg. He lets out a scream and strikes the raptor's flank with the axe, causing it to let go. The axe is buried between the animal's ribs, and when it pulls back, Solomon loses grip on the handle and loses the axe as the animal stumbles away, squeaking in pain. Joe has scrambled to her feet. She and Solomon latch onto each other and sprint to the door at the far end where Wes is standing, holding the door open and screaming at them to run. Two of the three raptors are wounded. One of them bends its head back to grab the axe and yank it out of its flank, letting it drop to the floor with a clatter. The third only gives chase half-heartedly, and it has the door slammed in its face. The survivors find themselves in the galley connected to the mess hall. Knowing the raptors can open doors, and a closed door won't stop them, only delay them, they rush to the second exit across the galley. The Russian limps along, and Joe has to support more and more of his weight as they go. They're only one level down from the exit, but they're slow, and more raptors are closing in on them. When they exit the galley, they pile into the hallway, closing the door behind them. Joe lost her flashlight when she was pounced, but Denny still has one. There is a dead end to their right, so he shines the light down the corridor to the left. Joe opens the door directly across the way. She has a look inside and then urges everyone to go in. Wes argues, "No, we have to get back on deck or we'll be trapped here." In their panic, nobody notices that the raptor pack has gone silent again. "That's the way out," Denny says, looking in the direction he shines the flashlight, but just like earlier, he doesn't dare to lead the way. His whole body trembles, as does the beam of light as a result. Wes balls his fists, summoning his bravery, and steps in front to head down the corridor. Joe's eyes widen with realization. "Wait!" she whispers, full of dread. It's silent again, which means she doesn't get a chance to express a warning. A raptor emerges from the black void around the corner, right next to Wes. He reactively brings his hands up to his face and the raptor clamps its jaw shut around his forearm, drawing a scream out of the young man. The bite severs an artery and blood spurts far enough to mark Denny's shocked face. Nina grabs him by his collar and yanks him backward, while the raptor shakes Wes the way a dog shakes a toy, and it breaks his arm with an audible crack, followed by another scream. He crumbles to the floor and the raptor puts one foot on his abdomen and digs the sickle claw into his gut. There are more heavy footsteps, coming closer and closer, accompanied by the grunting breaths of the predators. The other four stagger backward and through the door Joe had opened earlier. It leads into what looks to be the private quarters for a senior officer, the captain perhaps. There's a desk, a cabinet, and a twin bed. A small porthole lets in sunlight. It has no other exits than the door Nina closes behind them. Thankfully, the door has a deadbolt. When she locks it, they all stand frozen. Right outside the door, Wes is screaming. They hear ripping sounds too, of clothes and of flesh. Nina clamps a hand over her mouth to quiet her sobs and walks back until she reaches the wall. Jo doesn't pause to listen. She helps the Russian to the bed. He is bleeding profusely from the bite wound on his thigh. The man is weakened from blood loss, can't hold himself upright anymore, and slumps down on his back. Rather than taking the time to rip another pair of sheets to shreds, Jo helps Solomon out of the sling they fashioned for him earlier. His arms go limp. She undoes the knot and wraps the strip of fabric tightly around his leg above the wound. Sweat beads on her forehead from effort. "Boss?" Denny tries meekly, standing behind her. "Help me get this on tighter," she orders through gritted teeth. Denny obliges, and together they put a double knot in the tourniquet. Outside, Wes's screaming has stopped, and now they hear the raptors fighting over the body. When the task of applying the tourniquet is done, and Jo finally stops her frantic aid to register what is in front of her, she chokes out a sob. Even in the short time it took her to get the tourniquet on his leg, the bed has been soaked in blood. Solomon lies completely still. He's not breathing. "No," she whimpers. She kneels on the bed and leans over him to press fingers against the side of his neck. She holds her breath and waits, but her bottom lip starts to tremble and she bows her head. A sob rips out of her and she scrambles back. Her knees buckle and she ends up on the floor. Jo wipes her bloody palms on the front of her sweater while she fights to take measured breaths through her nose rather than give in and hyperventilate. The three startle and look back at the door when they hear a rattle. The door handle goes up and down a few times, then nothing. They are trapped. Snow accumulates on the treetops. When a branch gets too heavy, it sags and dumps snow on the forest floor with a dull thud. The footsteps of small animals make crunching sounds as they traverse the fresh powder. A deer drinking from a creek leaps across and darts away when it feels an impact tremor. A flock of birds takes flight with noisy screeches. Lumbering through the forest with slow, heavy footsteps is a Spinosaurus, its body marred with both old and fresh scars. With an unhurried pace, it walks along the creek. It doesn't bother making way for a tree in its path. The tall sail on the animal's spine knocks into the branches, which splinter and break away. Faintly, in the distance, a T-Rex roar is heard. The same recorded roar that rolls over the mountains every few hours. It's so far away it's barely audible, especially over the booming footfalls of the giant. But the Spinosaurus comes to a halt and listens to the tail end of the roar with its head reared up high and turned back towards the sound. Letting out a low rumble, the Spinosaurus turns around and begins to walk in the opposite direction, the direction the roar came from, at a faster, more determined pace. The Poachers have turned an abandoned office building into their local base of operations. Fast food wrappers lay carelessly strewn about. A map has been pinned to the wall with the interrupted route of the truck drawn onto it, as well as various locations circled in red. Next to it, written directly on the wall with a black marker, are dates and times of possible encounters. Most are crossed through, some have a question mark, one is underlined. Frank paces back and forth angrily like a tiger in captivity. Nova is sitting on a desk in the middle of the room, her legs folded under her, staring at the wall. Robert stands beside her, hips leaning against the edge of the desk. Behind them, Morgan has secluded himself in a corner by the window, working on his laptop. How does one lose a Spinosaurus? Frank wonders with unbridled frustration. A $40 million arena asset just gone. It's been weeks, and the only lead we have is a possible encounter with some missing wildlife photographers up here. With a flat palm, Frank smacks the map on the wall right where a lake has been circled twice. It's a remote lake in a mountain valley north of the much larger lake that the town of Wolfboro sits against. Robert braves a response. To be fair, we're dealing with almost 7 million acres of forest. Even a Spinosaurus can disappear in that. Besides, Nova chimes in, if it kept following the valley east, it might have slipped between Lexington and Fox and it could be out of the state by now. Then we're just looking in the wrong direction. Frank glares at her for her input, and she holds his gaze unflinchingly. He redirects his attention to Morgan, stepping closer and demanding, "You've been blissfully quiet? What are you up to?" Morgan ignores him for a moment, frowning at his laptop screen and rubbing his mouth. "Oh, the Bloodhound has found something," Nova surmises. Morgan narrows his eyes. "Maybe," he concedes, but while trying to remain neutral, his eyes light up. "Yeah, maybe." "Care to share with the group?" Frank prods patronizingly. Out of stubbornness, the African-American man ignores him for a few seconds longer before deciding he has no choice but to present his findings. He starts, "So, I've been looking through all the capture logs and incident reports in the Wolfboro DFW database looking for any sign that the DFW might have come across traces of our asset. I've gone all the way to the day of transport, and there's not a single clue that they're even aware it's out there." Frank grits his teeth impatiently as he waits for the information Morgan is espousing to become of value to him. Morgan continues, "However, on the day of the crash, a couple hours before the crash actually, there's something interesting." He pauses for dramatic effect because he knows how much it irks his boss. At 3 p.m., an officer logged a Microraptor into the system, an intercepted illegal online purchase. At the mention of the species, the three others straighten up in interest. A little past 4 p.m., the chief herself accessed the report and altered it, Morgan says, opening the archived history of the report. She changed it from Microraptor to Compsognathus. He looks up at the others. What kind of DFW agent would mistake a compy for a micro and then take an hour to figure that out? Morgan shakes his head. It's a rhetorical question. It's an entirely unbelievable scenario. "So what are you saying?" Frank asks. "I think they confiscated a Microraptor and then later doctored the report to hide the fact. It's not a $40 million dinosaur," he says, gesturing at the wall, their failed endeavor to track down the escaped Spinosaurus. "But I've only ever seen one at an auction and it sold for $2.3 million. The DFW knew what they had and they knew what a liability it was if word got out." Robert fills in the blanks. "Because it's easy to steal." Morgan shakes his head at that and makes a face. "Not easy," he corrects. "DFW stations are made to be practically impossible for dinosaurs to escape, which, unfortunately for us, makes them a challenge to break into, but it's certainly easier than trying to hunt a Spinosaurus in a 7 million acre national dinosaur sanctuary." Frank folds his arms in front of his chest. Seeing that his boss needs a little more convincing to agree to forfeit the chase of the Spinosaurus in favor of a smaller but almost guaranteed payday, Morgan adds, "The DFW doesn't release dinosaurs in the winter as it lowers their survival rates. They keep all their winter captures until spring. That means that Micro is just sitting there. If we don't go for it, someone else inevitably will. Heck, with the state of the DFW and how it overworks and underpays the employees, one of their own might be tempted to just take it and walk out." Morgan clenches his jaw when Frank still doesn't jump at the opportunity, even with the added time pressure and the fear of missing out. It's Nova who successfully sweetens the pot. "They have the male dilo too. We could get that as well. Not as easy as carrying out a Microraptor in a cat carrier, but I think we could manage. Get that damn customer off our backs and finally get that payment in full." Frank pivots and strides back, and he determinedly strips the map off the wall. "New plan," he declares, grabbing the marker to write on the wall. "How do we get into the DFW station?" Jesse comes in through the kitchen door, shaking snow out of his hair and kicking off his shoes. It's dark outside, but inside the lights are on. The teenager halts in the doorway to the living room, spotting his father on the couch, clearly waiting for him. Blake doesn't need to check his watch to know the time. "You're late," he points out, keeping his tone mild. Jesse takes a few steps into the living room. He adjusts the straps of his backpack as he goes and eyes the stairs that he wishes he could just flee up. But he suspects the scolding for missing his curfew is obligatory. He states, "I was at Elliot's." Blake nods as if he already knew that, even though Jesse never told him where he was going. Never tells him anything. "You two are spending a lot of time together," the father notes. Jesse's lips press into a taut line, his eyes go dull. Flatly, he retorts, "I'm surprised you noticed." "I notice you're happier," Blake says without missing a beat. The boy fidgets impatiently with the straps of his backpack. He bites back, "Go ahead and say I told you so. You always nagged at me to make friends, and now I did. I made a fucking friend." Rather than admonish him for his crude language, Blake calmly points out, 2 friends, even. The man pointedly looks at Maggie, who's snoozing on the headrest of the couch, just out of arm's reach from Blake. Jesse shrugs. The fact that he doesn't deny liking the small dinosaur has a cautious smile tugging at Blake's lips, but he fights it. "You know," Blake smiles self-consciously as he speaks, "when your relationship with Maggie improved, I hoped ours would improve too. That you would resent me less for my job." It's clear from the way Jesse's entire body tenses up and how he purposefully looks away, clamping his jaw shut, that there are a million things he wants to say, possibly wants to scream, but he keeps it all bottled up, and he doesn't look back at his father until he's sure he won't lose his composure. The boy says nothing, only stares. Blake sighs in defeat. "Jesse, can we talk for a moment?" "We are talking," the son deadpans. "I mean..." Blake sighs. "Sit down a minute?" Jesse remains standing, casting a glance at the stairs again. "Am I in trouble?" he wonders. "No." Jesse thinks and then challenges, "Am I in trouble if I don't sit down?" "No," Blake says earnestly. The teenager chews on his bottom lip for a moment, and Blake is sure his son will dart upstairs. But instead, Jesse slips off his backpack and plants himself in the lounge chair across from the couch, all the while refusing to make eye contact. Blake scoots forward on the couch and leans his elbows on his knees, wringing his hands as he tries and fails to broach the subject that always makes them both on edge, delicately. He says, "I finally managed to get a hold of someone at the initiative who was willing to share some info, and they said that your mom has been on a research expedition in the Pacific for about the past 6 weeks, which is why we haven't been able to get a hold of her when..." He leaves any reference to Jesse's encounter with the Dilophosaurus unspoken and instead continues with an optimistic lilt to his voice. "But they said they're expecting them back on shore any day now, so she'll be within cell range again." With another one of his characteristic shrugs, Jesse only says, "Whatever." Then he puts his hand at his mouth and starts biting at the cuticle of his thumb. Gently, Blake tries, "What I'm trying to say is, she didn't respond to my voicemails and texts because she hasn't gotten them yet. Not because she doesn't care about what happened to you." The boy slaps his hand down into his lap, surprised that Blake was trying to defend his ex-wife's actions. It puts a bitter smile on his face. He picks at his thumb, focusing his gaze on his fingers as he speaks. "But she doesn't, though, care. If she did, she wouldn't have left me in the first place when you wouldn't let me go with her. Although I guess you made it impossible for her to stay." Blake's face contorts at the accusation. He drops his head down. Softly, almost inaudible, he defends himself. "It's not my fault that she left." More strongly, he adds, "I tried everything to help her get through her grief." "Everything except quit the DFW," Jesse fires back point blank. "Your job was more important than anything. Still is. More important than her, than me." Jesse holds back tears, maybe of sadness, maybe of frustration, as he continues. "And I still live with that every day, that I'm less important than literally every other person or prehistoric vermin in your jurisdiction." The teenager finally fixes his gaze on his father. "You wonder why our relationship didn't improve? You're never here! Just like Mom, you left!" The outburst pains Blake and he loses his composure. Broken, he tries to explain his absence. "I had a responsibility as a father to protect this family, and I failed. If I quit this job or don't respond to an alert and someone's daughter or someone's son gets hurt..." His voice cracks and he pauses for a deep breath to steady himself. "I can't carry any more guilt. I need to do this job so no other family loses what we lost. That pain when we lost Natalie. Jesse covers his eyes with his hand to hide his tears at the mention of his sister's name. When I nearly lost you too, Blake continues, his voice pleading for understanding and forgiveness. If I can save people from going through that, maybe one day this guilt won't be so heavy. Jesse pushes up out of the chair and stalks towards the staircase, but he pivots at the bottom and says with raw vulnerability, "Every day I think I lost you. Every time you miss dinner, every time that goddamn DFW siren goes off, every time I get a drink at 2 a.m. and I see that your truck is not in the driveway. You don't want people to lose someone? Maybe recognize that you're not invincible and save me from losing you." With that, Jesse storms upstairs, stomping his feet. Besides Blake, Maggie the Microraptor leaps up, inelegantly flapping her wings to cross the room, and with newfound precision, she lands on Jesse, perched atop his backpack with her claws hooked into his hood for purchase. Blake flinches when he hears the bedroom door slam shut. Solomon's body lies on the bed, covered by a sheet that is half-stained reddish-brown with dried blood. The survivors have pushed the heavy desk under the porthole, an opening just large enough to fit a head through. They take turns sitting on the desk, breathing in the fresh ocean air and staring out at the horizon. Currently, Denny is on the desk and he has his arm extended through the porthole, holding a mug to catch some rainwater. It doesn't provide them with enough water. It takes 10 minutes to get a single sip, but it's something to do and takes the edge off the thirst. Joe and Nina sit in a corner at the opposite end, both leaning their backs against the wall. Nina has her knees drawn up to her chest, resting her arms and head atop of them. Joe has her legs extended out. The older woman studies the grad student. She says, "So you're pregnant?" It's been so long since any of them spoke, it catches Nina and Denny off guard. Denny quickly looks back out the porthole when Nina shoots a condemning look his way, knowing he must have been the one to tell Joe during one of the times it was Nina's turn to get some fresh air. Not having the energy to remain angry, the young woman sighs. "Yes, but you're not sure if you're keeping it," Joe surmises. The younger woman blinks in surprise. That's information Denny didn't know, so he couldn't have spilled this secret. How? Joe puts on a gentle smile. "Once or twice, I overheard you arguing on the phone about a decision." "Oh." Nina's cheeks flush with embarrassment, knowing that probably everyone on board heard her argue with her boyfriend at one point or another. She contemplates if she wants to have this conversation. It's too personal. The women barely know each other, but the circumstances change everything. Nina says, "I guess it's a decision I don't need to make anymore." Joe looks at her, lost in thought. Lost in thought for so long, Nina assumes the conversation has ended, and her eyes glaze over as she stares at nothing and feels the weakness in her body from not eating and drinking for days. But then Joe speaks again. "I have a 17-year-old son," she announces. Nina raises her eyebrows. She had no idea. "His name is Jesse," Joe continues, her lips carrying a tired smile. "The last time I saw him was when my ex-husband flew him out to New York to come spend the weekend with me for his 14th birthday. She shifts to sit upright and with determination she declares, "I've decided I'm going to see him again. We're not dead yet. We still get to make decisions, even if it's the last thing we do. In which case, I could only hope it counts for something." With nothing else to do to pass the time, and since the conversation has already gone way past personal boundaries, Nina asks, "Why haven't you seen him in 3 years?" Joe purses her lips and bows her head, but she doesn't shy away from answering. 10 years ago, my daughter died. She was 8 months old. Nina raises her head off her arms. "When I lost her, it broke me into pieces." Joe sports a wry smile. "All the king's therapists and all the king's pills couldn't put me back together still." She looks at Nina, perhaps expecting a smile at her play on the nursery rhyme, but Nina only stares back. Joe goes on, "The fear of losing him too chipped away at the ruins of me. I'd stay up all night to watch him sleep. Every day I'd have a panic attack halfway through the morning, and I would pull him out of school until eventually I couldn't let him go in the first place. The insomnia led to a breakdown for which I was hospitalized for a few days, and I never went home after that. I couldn't. Jo's face contorts into an expression of disgust at herself. She looks at Nina, expecting judgment, but the grad student only listens attentively, dark eyes radiating a kindness Jo knows she does not deserve. The older woman of the two takes a deep breath and tilts her head back against the wall. She closes her eyes, the only way to stop tears from falling. I probably fooled myself when I convinced myself it was best for him too. All I ever did was cast a shadow on him so dark that, little by little, he withered away. I joined the initiative thinking that if I leave him a safer world, maybe I won't have failed him after all. I let the job get in the way of staying in touch, which I'm ashamed to say was easy. Or easier, at least. She opens her eyes again and wipes a hand by them to ensure they are dry. She concludes, I made the wrong decision, and I made it over and over. I need to make the right one now, and hope it still counts. Nina lets out a breathy chuckle, and she tries to lighten the mood. Nothing like a good life or death situation to provide some clarity. Jo scoffs mildly and agrees. Nina uncurls her legs. She smooths a hand down her stomach. Meanwhile, Denny has his chin resting on his arm, peering at the mug he holds out the window. The rain has subsided to barely a drizzle and is not doing much to fill the mug with much needed water. The clouds overhead are dissipating, and the setting sun colors the sky pink and orange. Denny retracts his hand and miserably looks into the mug. There's less than an inch of water in it. He puts it on the desk and shakes out his stiff arm. When he looks out the window again, his whole body stills. He blinks once, twice, not believing his eyes. He shifts to sit upright on his knees and squints as he stares out the porthole. At the horizon, there is a ship sailing east to west. Perhaps another cargo ship traveling further south than the shipping lane. It's so far away it's difficult to make out. Not wanting to make loud noises and rile up their ravenous fellow stowaways, Denny waves his hand at the two women to get their attention and then motions for them to come over. Jo and Nina get up from the floor on unsteady feet. Exhaustion and dehydration is taking a toll on them all after days of being trapped. Denny's smile is bright when he announces in a hush, "There's a ship!" Jo and Nina share a look that telegraphs their disbelief. Denny makes room on the desk and pulls Jo on top of the furniture so she can have a look. Her eyes widen as it turns out Denny is not suffering from dehydration-induced delusions. Seeing Jo's expression, Nina brightens up with hope. "Really?" Her excitement makes her voice too loud, and both Denny and Jo put their finger to their lips. The three of them listen. Deep within the ship, the Utahraptors are calling out to each other. This constant cacophony has been the norm over the past few days. The social animals are never quiet. Confident that they've gone unheard, they refocus on the good news. But there's a challenge. "How do we let them know we need help?" Denny asks, looking at Jo expectantly. She mulls over the problem for a moment, but remembers what she saw up on the bridge when they first boarded and explored the ship. "There's a flare gun on the bridge," she says. Nina's expression falls because they are stuck in the room. Jo gives them both a look and announces grimly, "I think it's time to risk trying to get up top." The idea leaves the two students stone-faced. Jo looks out the porthole again, at the ship at the horizon. She knows they don't have long before it could sail out of sight. There is no time to waste. She climbs off the desk and uses her fingers to brush back her messy hair and redo her ponytail to keep her hair out of her face. It only takes one person to fire a flare gun. "I'll go." While Denny is tempted to let Jo do this alone, he shakes his head. "No, we might be able to help each other. Besides, it's been 3 days with only a few sips of water." He nods at the mug. "If any of us stay down here, we could die of dehydration in the time it takes for that ship to come over and call the Coast Guard or the Marines to get us out of this room." Nina nods. Her voice is soft but determined. "We all go." Jo is reluctant to let the two young students step out of the relative safety of the locked room, but she knows Denny is right, so she agrees. "Okay, but first, I'm gonna try to get that axe, and that's something I'll do alone. It'll be quieter that way anyway." She walks to the door, the other two survivors trailing her. Jo leans her ear against the door and listens, but all she hears are the distant echoes of the animals barking at each other. She puts her hand on the deadbolt, but looks back at the two others and urges them, "Lock this right behind me, and whatever you hear, don't open it. If I make it back and it's safe to open the door to let me back in, I'll shine the light under the door." She turns on the flashlight they still have. The students give a curt nod. Jo steels her nerves before unlatching the deadbolt. She waits, and when she hears nothing out of the ordinary, She opens the door just enough to slip through, out into the hallway. She crinkles her nose and purposely doesn't shine her flashlight to the right, as she knows that's where the eaten remains of Wes Booker lie. The door is quietly closed and locked behind her, but the click of the deadbolt still makes her flinch. She takes a deep breath and releases it with a tremble. The constant back and forth of the raptor pack continues. Right across from Joe is the door into the galley, and beyond there the mess hall, where the axe was left behind. Even breathing soundlessly is a struggle with how scared she is. It feels like her heart is beating loudly enough to be heard. She opens the door and for a moment is too scared to shine the light through the room, scared of what might be lurking in the dark. Her shoulders relax only a little when she passes the beam of light from left to right and finds the space abandoned. She closes the door behind herself to ensure nothing can sneak up on her from behind without first giving itself away by how clumsily the raptors open the doors. There is a trail of blood on the floor. Solomon's blood. He'd been bleeding all the way, bleeding out after saving Joe. She sneaks between the counters to the other door at the far end. There's an orange glow under it as the mess hall has several larger portholes letting in daylight. Standing at the door, she listens. Still, only the distant barking is heard. With a look of pure concentration, she pushes down the handle and swings the door open. The mess hall appears empty. The double swing doors that lead into the corridor are shut. She clicks off the flashlight and passes between the tables, but she freezes with a gasp when around one of the corners, she sees the head of a raptor, chin resting on the floor. She resists the urge to bolt and forces herself to look at it. The raptor's eyes are wide open, but unblinking and dull. Joe tiptoes around the table and the full body of the raptor comes into view. It lies slumped on the floor in a pool of its own blood. The chest cavity and abdomen have been hollowed out. The rest of the pack has eaten from the carcass. Solomon hitting the predator in the flank with the axe led to its demise and becoming sustenance for the rest. The axe lies in the dried blood next to the animal. Too eager, Joe bends down and picks it up. When she straightens up, her vision goes black as she nearly passes out. And when she reaches out for something to steady herself, her hands find the back of a chair, but the legs scoot an inch along the floor, making noise. With wide eyes, she holds her breath and listens. In the captain's quarters, Nina and Denny wait by the door. Denny has one hand on the door handle and the other on the deadbolt. Both of them are staring intently at the gap between the door and the floor, waiting for Joe's signal. The only sound is still that of the raptors talking. As soon as they see the light moving back and forth under the door, Denny unlocks it and opens it, and Joe slips back in, clutching the axe to her chest, and she can't take a breath until the door is locked again. "I don't think they heard me," she whispers. Nina darts back to the porthole to check if the ship is still within viewing range. She rejoins the other two at the door and nods. Joe rings her fingers around the handle of the axe and takes a deep breath in an attempt to calm her nerves. She closes her eyes and asserts in a whisper, "I'm going to see my son." She says it to convince herself that they will make it out of here. Nina swallows and declares solemnly in her own right, "I'm going to be a mom." Joe shoots a surprised look over her shoulder at the decision. Denny shrugs, "And I guess I'll graduate." The three exchange a small smile. Then it's time. Without a sound, they sneak out of the room, closing the door behind them in hopes that Solomon's body will remain untouched so it can be recovered once they are rescued. Wes's body has been torn apart in a frenzy, and very little is left of it. The three survivors cringe as their footsteps make noise stepping through the dried blood. It's a little tacky, and the soles of their boots stick to it. They step through as carefully as they can to avoid stepping on anything that is left of him. The sound that their now tacky shoes make gives Joe an idea. She crouches down and pulls at the laces and toes off her boots. Without needing to be told, Nina and Denny do the same. They all leave their footwear behind and continue soundlessly on their socks. Their progress is slow as their main goal is to go unnoticed. Joe rings her fingers around the handle of the axe, holding it at the ready. Denny is in front with the flashlight and Nina is behind her. The vocalizations of the raptors suddenly die down, and it leaves the three survivors in a silence only filled by the sound of their breaths. Realizing the Utahraptors have orchestrated another hunt and are now ready for attack, they don't dare to keep going the way they want to. The raptors are smart enough to block off their escape, They've done so every other time and are likely waiting for them round the corner. So they go through the nearest door instead and find themselves in the same storage room they were in a few days ago, with doors on either side. "These don't lock," Nina says in a panic. Joe shushes her. Denny, having caught sight of something in the beam of his flashlight, walks to the back of the room and stops in front of a hatch in the wall. It is marked with arrows pointing up and down and a red sign that says 20 kilogram, a weight limit. It's the access to a dumbwaiter, used to get the wooden crates of supplies for the long journey from the top deck down into the storage room across from the ship's galley. He waves Joe over and Nina trails behind her. Using the blade of the axe, they pry the hatch open, and Denny leans inside and points the flashlight up, then down, to investigate the narrow shaft which goes from the top deck down to the deck below them. They're in luck. The little freight elevator is at the bottom. The way up is unobstructed. "You first," he says to Joe, nodding at the axe she holds, which they'll need to pry open the hatch on the upper deck to get out. Joe takes off her socks, knowing her bare feet will have a better grip, and clambers through the open hatch. Realizing she'll need both hands to climb, she gives the axe to Denny, instructing him to hand it to her once she's further up. With her palms and the balls of her feet pressed against opposite walls of the shaft, she makes her way up. It's not far, and soon she can reach for the ledge in front of the hatch. Denny leans in and grabs the axe by the blade and points the handle straight up. He holds it out to Joe and she's able to grab it, and she gets to work on opening the hatch. Denny ushers Nina into the shaft. As she ducks through the hatch, the handle to one of the doors rattles, as a raptor clumsily tries to open the door. Without thinking twice, Denny puts the flashlight down, leaving it in Nina's reach, and he rushes back to the door and holds onto the handle, fighting it when the raptor tries to push it down again. On the other side of the door, the animal lets out a screech. At the top of the shaft, Joe has opened the hatch and makes her way through. She finds herself at the bottom of the ship's superstructure, right by the door to the outside that they left open days ago. She has no idea if she's safe. She's exposed. A raptor could sneak up on her at any moment. But she leans back in through the hatch and reaches down for Nina, who in turn calls out for Denny. The young man is still fighting to keep the door handle up. He yells back at her, "Go! Once you're through, I'll climb through as fast as I can." Nina grabs the flashlight and stands up on the ledge inside the shaft. When they both extend their arms, Joe and Nina can hold onto each other's hands, and Joe helps the younger woman up as fast as possible. Then they both lean back in and shout for Denny to follow them up. Denny is reluctant to let go of the handle as the raptor is still trying to push it down. But then he hears a raptor make a first attempt at opening the door at the other side of the room as well, and he realizes it won't be long until they gain entry. So he lets go and sprints through the storage room, guided by the light that shines out through the open hatch. As he climbs in, the door opens and 2 raptors burst through. The big predators have more trouble maneuvering through the narrow aisles created by the stockpile of crates, and this gives Denny time to reach up for Joe and Nina's hands. He trusts them to hold his weight and pulls his feet up just in time as the big head of a Utahraptor comes in through the opening, snarling at the escaping prey. Nina and Joe pull the young man up. All 3 of them are now in the superstructure of the ship, at the bottom of the metal stairwell that leads up to the bridge. The 2 doors, one leading into the ship and one leading out on deck, are both wide open, and the raptors could come charging through either at any moment. So they waste no time celebrating their narrow escape and bolt up the stairs. The raptors have figured out where they've gone and are calling to alert the entire pack. The 3 survivors are halfway up when a raptor appears in the doorway that led to the outside, casting a long shadow. It looks up at them and gives chase, leaping up each half flight of stairs and catching up quickly. Joe bursts through the door of the bridge and Nina and Denny rush in after her. They slam the door shut just as the raptor crashes into it. The 3 of them lean their weight against the door, but the raptor is stronger and keeps them from shutting it. The opening grows wider and wider as the 3 go weaker fighting against the powerful animal, and it puts its head through. The metal staircase rattles as a second raptor climbs up to the bridge. Joe has her back against the door and her legs braced, but she knows they won't be able to hold it much longer. They won't be able to fight against 2 raptors. She adjusts her grip on the axe, and she risks getting her weight off the door and spinning around. As the door inches open further and further, she lifts the axe over her head and swings it at the raptor which had forced its head through. But when the animal catches sight of the weapon coming for it, it yanks its head back with lightning-fast reflexes, having learned just how much damage that axe can do after seeing 2 of its packmates get injured. The blade of the axe gets lodged into the wall next to the door. The door itself slams shut when the animal retreats, thanks to Nina and Denny still pushing against it with all their might. Jo releases the axe, which remains buried in the wall, and with shaking fingers, she locks the double deadbolts, probably there in the event of pirates boarding the ship. With the door locked, they breathe a sigh of relief, watching the door handle move in vain. Knowing that they're not out of the woods yet, Jo rips the axe from the wall, grabs the flare gun they had come for, and walks to the window. It's almost dark outside now. The last of the sun rays are sinking into the ocean. The silhouette of the ship in the distance is now invisible, but they can see the ship's lights move along the horizon. Jo doesn't bother looking for a window that opens, and she uses the axe to shatter one of the glass panes. She aims the gun and pulls the trigger. With a whistle, the flare shoots up, and high up in the sky it explodes in a burst of red sparkles that then trail down into the water. The survivors watch the ship with bated breath, all 3 of them holding on to each other. In Wolfboro, a blizzard warning is broadcast over the radio. The snowstorm traverses along the mountain range and sweeps over the town, covering everything in a thick layer of snow and grinding everything to a stop. The school day is cancelled and Jessie stays home. Nikki's shift has ended, but she's stuck at the hospital. Blake and Leo were out on a call and weren't able to track down the reported dinosaur before the footprints in the snow disappeared, and they were forced to return to their car and weather the storm there. They can barely see anything out of their windshield. At nightfall, the storm blows over. The blizzard reduces to steady snowfall, but the roads remain blocked. Rancher Jonathan and his wife have gone to bed. Their 3 horses are in the barn, all wearing a blanket. The cattle lay huddled together for warmth in their shelter at the back of the paddock. A tall sail cuts through the black surface of the lake, approaching the shore. The water at the edge is frozen, but the Spinosaurus easily breaks through as it steps out on land. Its footfalls are booming, alarming the horses inside the barn. In bed, the rancher stirs. He blearily blinks his eyes open and sits up straight at the sound of heavy footsteps right outside his house. His wife slowly wakes up as well. Jonathan gets out of bed and walks around to the window looking out at the barn. The curtains were left open. Outside, the giant theropod meanders in between the house and the barn. It has come looking for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which it had been able to hear from miles away and pinpoint its location. It circles the barn curiously. Ill-advised, the rancher palms his phone and activates the recording. When the Rex roar is broadcasted through the speakers, the Spinosaurus responds with a bone-chilling roar of its own. And unlike the calm demeanor of the Shantungosaurus before, who deduced there was no Rex, the huge predator is enraged hearing the roar of the competitor he had come to seek out. With one of its giant front claws, it takes a swipe at the roof of the barn. Shingles go flying, and wooden beams underneath crack and splinter with the force. The horses panic, but are confined to their stables. Jonathan rushes downstairs and steps into his boots. Wearing only his boots and his pajamas, he runs out the front door, across the porch, and the short distance to the barn. The Spinosaurus is on the other side and unaware of the human slipping into the structure. The rancher leaves the door to the barn open and is stopped dead in his tracks at the sight of the Spinosaurus forcing its snout through the hole in the roof. Stealing his nerves, Jonathan opens the stables one by one, and it doesn't take much to shoo the horses outside. Spooked, the first 2 bolt out the door. The Spinosaurus rips its snout out of the roof and roars at the animals, galloping away. Jonathan mounts the last horse and holds on tight to its mane as he rides it out of the barn as fast as the animal can run. They escape just in time. The Spinosaurus spins around and swipes its powerful paddle tail against the side of the barn, and it cuts right through the wooden structure. The back half of the barn collapses. What is left standing, the Spinosaurus smashes by leaning its weight on the roof. Discovering no T-Rex was hiding in the now flattened barn doesn't calm the Spinosaurus down. The rancher's wife backs away from the window as the Spinosaurus stomps towards the house. But the trumpeting call of another dinosaur halts the predator. It spins around to peer into the black night. Appearing slowly through the snow is the Shantungosaurus. The bull has returned. It comes to a stop and rears itself up on its hind legs to make itself look even more enormous. When it drops its weight back down on its front limbs, the stomp is powerful enough to shake the ground, and some beams of the barn that were left standing upright topple over from the ground impact. Neither dinosaur is intimidated by the other, and with a snarl, the Spinosaurus barrels forward. The herbivore rears up again and turns away, narrowly avoiding having the Spinosaurus clamp its jaws shut on its head. The Spinosaurus snaps at thin air instead, just under the herbivore's chin. It claws at the animal's flank, and blood gushes out of the wounds and stains the snow beneath the fighting giants. With 4 feet back on the ground, the Shantungosaurus slams their sides together. The herbivore has weight and a sturdy quadrupedal stance to its advantage. The bipedal Spinosaurus has to make an awkward step to keep from toppling over. This gives the herbivore time to turn and swing its tail. With the Spinosaurus already off balance, the force is enough to throw the animal onto the ground. The Shantungosaurus stands over the fallen predator and with a groan leans back on its hind legs once more. The Spinosaurus cranes its neck in time to avoid the front feet of the Shantungosaurus crushing its skull when the animal stomps. Clambering up on its feet, the Spinosaurus snaps at the herbivore's front limbs, locking its jaws around it. The Spinosaurus pulls, trying to pull the herbivore's foot out from under it. But although its teeth slice the flesh, the stance of the animal is too sturdy. While the Spinosaurus holds on, the other giant lines them up side by side and slams its hips into the Spinosaurus. The move nearly knocks the Spinosaurus off balance again. It lets go of its hold on the Shantungosaurus and has to catch itself with its front limbs. The herbivore angles its body down and headbutts the carnivore against the ribcage. There's the audible crack of bones. But in the lower position, the Shantungosaurus has made itself vulnerable, and the Spinosaurus rears up and clamps its long, narrow jaws shut around the neck of the herbivore. The teeth pierce skin and muscle, and the Shant trumpets out a low cry, and its front limbs buckle under it as the predator bears its weight down with both arms. The Spinosaurus struggles to keep its hold on the muscular neck of the herbivore. It adjusts the grip of its jaws, and the teeth leave deep gashes that drip more blood into the snow. As the other beast exhales, snow dusts up, but it's not about to give up the fight. With a booming bellow, it stands up on its hind legs, using the weight of its tail to tilt itself upright and nearly lift the Spinosaurus clear off the ground. Now, with unsteady footing, the carnivore is powerless to control the movement of the opponent. The Shant pivots, swinging them both around. The Spinosaurus' feet drag through the snow without grip, and the jaws lose their grip on the neck too. When it is forced to let go, the Spinosaurus crashes to the ground for a second time. The predator is slow to get up this time, and as it does, it gets smacked in the face by the thick tail of the other animal. The Shantungosaurus uses the moment to create some distance, lumbering away a few steps. With one trembling leg, the Spinosaurus hoists itself upright. It can't fully lean its weight on the leg and holds the foot lamely as it stands. It roars at the other giant, but the herbivore doesn't flee. It holds its ground and grunts and headbutts the air as a threat display. The Spinosaurus takes several labored breaths and considers going in for another attack, but already wounded, it decides not to risk further injury to itself. With a limp, the predator walks away into the lake and disappears under the surface. The DFW office building is empty and dark. Officers went home before the blizzard would snow them in. Atop the perimeter fence, red lights blink on and off to signal the fences are still electrified. A large floodlight illuminates the parking lot in front, and another one on the back of the building shines out over the exterior holding pens. Each individual pen a square lot surrounded by electrified fencing. On a post, a security camera swivels back and forth. Frank, Morgan, Nova, and Robert sit in their blue truck just outside the perimeter fence. Frank checks his watch. It's a few minutes past midnight. Morgan impatiently drums his fingers on the panel of the side door. Finally, he exclaims, "Your guy is a no-show." "My guy is not coming here," Frank argues back, keeping his eyes trained on the station in front of them. "He came to the same conclusion you did. There's no way to shut off the power to the station. There are too many failsafes to ensure it will always be able to draw power from the main grid. Right? Okay, so? Frank smirks. At a faraway, remote electrical distribution center, a man dressed in black climbs over the fencing that surrounds the stocky brick building, escaping the perimeter. A thick blanket thrown over the top protects him from the roll of barbed wire that lines the fence. With an unhurried pace and his hands in his pockets, he walks back to a truck parked down the road. He climbs behind the wheel and produces his phone from his pocket. He looks out the windshield at the building, and after a moment of contemplation, he puts the vehicle in reverse and backs up about 50 feet. When he taps his phone screen, an explosion is set off inside the building, powerful enough for one of the brick walls to erupt outwards. The transmission tower beside the building is rocked by the explosion, and sparks travel along the power lines. A secondary explosion is like 4th of July fireworks being set off. All the streetlights along the road leading up to the distribution center switch off, as do all the lights along the highway. The entire town of Wolfboro up the highway goes dark as well. Streetlights, traffic lights, billboards, Christmas lawn decorations, and the few lights that were still left on behind the windows of the homes. Jane, the mother of Marie, the sick girl, wanders outside of her daughter's hospital room into the hallway of the pediatrics ward. Everything is dark. Downstairs in the emergency room, having picked up another shift as she had no way of getting home, Nikki holds her breath as all the lights and equipment shut off, and after a beat of silence, patients begin to get alarmed. Within a matter of seconds, the lights flicker back on and the equipment comes back online as the backup generator kicks in. Was that just us? Wonders a nurse. Nikki sends her patient with another doctor to go upstairs, and she walks out the automatic doors to have a look outside, where she sees that all the streetlights are off. Oh no, she laments. Blake and Leo have fitted their truck with tire chains to help them drive across the snowy roads. They're on their way back to Wolfboro. They make slow progress through the snow and bemoan how late it is. Their headlights are the only lights that remain when the lampposts lining the road all go dark at once. Well, shit, Leo says. Blake grabs the handheld radio. DFW Officer Blake to Wolfboro PD. After a crackle, a male voice returns. Wolfboro PD, go ahead. We have some streetlights going off. Did the town lose power in the storm? There is indeed a region-wide power outage. Cause unknown. Blake shoots a worried look at Leo. Leo makes a face and throws his gaze up at the ceiling of the car. Please, Blake, let's just go home. It's late. Blake shakes his head. If the power at the station is off, any of those dinosaurs can escape. It's on the way. We should go check it out. Leo groans, but makes no further objection. The white truck speeds up a little bit, as fast as Blake is comfortable with. In the blink of an eye, the DFW station goes dark right in front of the blue truck. Morgan's mouth drops open at the realization that the power in the entire region must be out now to achieve this. He twists his head to face Frank, intending to give him an earful, but Frank, suspecting a verbal lashing and not in the mood for one, grabs the steering wheel tightly and rams his foot down on the gas pedal. For a moment, the four wheels spin ineffectively in the snow, a layer of ice hidden underneath. But then the wheels get grip and the vehicle is launched forward. The other three poachers hold on tight as the truck speeds up and splits open the mesh fence that surrounds the station, bursting through. The car comes to an abrupt halt in the otherwise empty parking lot in front of the office. When Frank undoes his seatbelt, his hand pushes aside his jacket just enough to reveal the gun strapped to his hip. Morgan's gaze drops down and spots it. Looking back up at Frank's face, it's clear Frank meant for the other man to see it. A wordless threat. Nothing less than complete cooperation is expected from Morgan. No more moral objections. The man clamps his mouth shut, begrudgingly. Let's finally make some good money, Frank announces. The four of them pop the doors open and step out into the blistering cold. Visibility is low due to the snowfall, even with the headlights on full. Blake is going faster than Leo is comfortable with. The younger man of the two sits tensely in the passenger seat, but does not remark on it. It doesn't take them long to reach the station, situated just outside of town. The surrounding streetlights being off raises their alarm, and their worst fears are confirmed when the station becomes visible through the tree line. All lights are off, indicating the electrified fences are off as well. The truck rolls to a stop at the gate, which would normally be opening automatically for them. Now it remains firmly shut. Right away, the two officers note the blue truck in the parking lot, and Blake points at the hole in the fence off to the side. "Fuck," Leo curses. Blake palms the radio and calls for help. Police assistance and an ambulance, but he doesn't wait for a reply. Leo curses again when beside him, Blake undoes his seatbelt and gets out of the car. With a litany of curses, he follows, taking Blake's lead and closing the door softly so as not to alert the thieves who are still inside. "Shouldn't we wait for backup?" "In this weather, it could take them 30 minutes to get here," Blake responds, and with a running start, he climbs the gate. Leo grumbles that doesn't answer his question, but he doesn't hesitate to follow his partner and scales the gate as well. With a hunched over posture, they scurry across the parking lot towards the front door of the DFW office building. The glass pane of the door has been smashed to allow the Poachers' entry. They step through the doorframe. The broken glass crunches under their boots. The entire front of the building has floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing in moonlight, but they switch on the small flashlights that they each carried on their belts. There's one door leading to the back, where the DFW houses the smallest and youngest captures. A wall of cages comes alive with chirps and hoots as the animals react to the people stepping into the room. The two officers scan the room with their flashlight, and they settle the beams of light on a plundered file cabinet where the DFW stores paper copies of the capture reports. Blake motions for the two of them to split up in search of the intruders. Leo goes to the right, to the exit that leads to the exterior pens with larger species, while Blake goes out a side door on the left, a shortcut to the barn where they house the medium-sized species. Blake clicks off his flashlight once he is outside. The moonlight suffices, and he doesn't want the light to give away his approach. From behind a dark window of the office building, Morgan watches Blake stalk towards the barn until Nova pushes him away. The barn doors open, and inside the dinosaurs are riled up, alerting Blake that there is someone in there. In the doorway, he hesitates. He knows the beam of his flashlight will give him away, but it's too dark to see anything without it, so he risks clicking it on. He shines the flashlight into the barn, but there are still too many places for someone to hide in the shadows. Cautiously, he sets foot inside. Outside, by the pen of the larger animals on the other side of the lot, Leo soon spots a figure running between the fences. He points the beam of light at him and shouts, "Hey!" The person keeps running, and Leo gives chase. The outside area is a grid of square pens, each surrounded by steel wire fencing. None of the pens have gates on them. When it's time to relocate an animal, the animal is tranquilized, and the electrified fencing is turned off so one side of it can be dismantled to transport out the animal. The paths in between are wide enough for an 18-wheeler truck to come through and a crane to lift the animal. Leo is right on the intruder's tail when he hears the dull booms of heavy footsteps, and when he looks over his shoulder, he sees what has the poacher running. A pair of Carnotaurus have escaped their pen, flattening one wall of it now that there is no voltage as a deterrent. The carnivores aren't in active pursuit of the two men, walking in the same direction only because they are looking for an easy way out of the maze. Ahead of him, the poacher, Robert, thinks he can escape both the DFW officer and the predators by slipping through the opening between the steel wires of another pen, which looks empty at first glance. But Leo knows better. "No!" he shouts after the man. Within the pen, what looks like a mound of dirt covered with snow moves. It's a Stegosaurus, which had been asleep on its side, allowing the snow to blanket it. It rears itself up with surprising speed and bellows at the unwitting man who came into its pen. Not wanting to go back out the way he came and run right into Leo or the Carnos, Robert thinks that if he's quick enough, he can run past the herbivore and slip out on the other side. The outer perimeter fence is just beyond the fence of the Stegosaurus pen. Calling after him, Leo clambers through the space between the horizontal wires, like stepping into a boxing ring. The Stegosaurus readies itself to swing its thagomizer at the intruders. Robert, within striking distance, halts in his tracks, nearly slipping in the snow. Leo lunges forward and grabs the other man by his fake DFW jacket to pull him out of harm's way. But it is at that exact moment that the Stegosaurus swipes its tail at them and strikes them both with the Thagomizer. It sends them flying backward, and with a twin grunt they land in the snow close to the fence. Both men are wounded, each pierced in the abdomen by the sharp ends of the Thagomizer. Robert is out cold, but Leo clings on to wakefulness. He grits his teeth and groans as he tigers under the lowest wire of the fence and reaches back to pull Robert out of the pen as well. Not far from the men, the two Carnos ram the outer mesh fence of the station. It leans over enough that they can step on the mesh and flatten it fully, the steel creaking with a horrific sound as they do. Leo lies on his back and looks up at the predators in fear, but they pay no attention to the men on the ground. They are focused on their freedom, so they simply walk out and disappear into the forest. The Stegosaurus half-heartedly charges towards the fence of its pen, but the men are out of reach. The charge is nothing but a threat display. While it probably could break out, much like the Carnotaurus pair, the animal doesn't seem to realize that it won't get shocked this time if it touches the wire. So it stays clear of the fence and backs off with a grunt, satisfied that no one will dare enter the pen again. Leo groans in pain. He sucks in shallow breaths. He reaches down and explores his torso, feeling the wound in his side, wincing as he does. When he brings his hand up to his face, he sees the blood on his fingers. Headlights and the roar of a vehicle's engine alert him to the approach of a truck. It's the blue truck of the Poachers, and it stops just outside the flattened fence. Morgan and Nova come out of the front seats, stepping over the coil of barbed wire that lines the top of the fence, now lying on the ground, and come up to the two injured men. Nova curses breathily as she assesses Robert's injuries. "Oh my god, we need to bring him to a hospital." Morgan gives a curt nod. Nova grabs Robert's legs and waits for Morgan to grab the man's shoulders, but Morgan crouches down by Leo first instead. Recognition glints in Leo's eyes as he glowers up at the man best as he can, but he's still pitifully sucking in breaths. His face is going pale, but not from the cold. Morgan looks over him grimly. His eyes are filled with genuine remorse as he apologizes. "Come on," Nova urges him. "I'm sorry," Morgan says again to Leo. He hesitates and scrubs his face, but he gets up and hooks his arms in Robert's armpits to lift him out of the snow. They leave Leo behind. Halfway towards the vehicle, they hear gunshots. They whip their head around to look at the barn where the sound came from. Leo tries to sit up, knowing his partner is in danger, but with a whimper he drops himself back down. "God damn it, that psycho!" hisses Nova. "What do you say to leaving him here and splitting that 2 million just between the two of us?" Morgan suggests. Nova responds, "I say hell yeah. You know where to find it?" "I have a pretty good idea," the man announces. They put Robert in the back seat. Standing at the driver's side door, Morgan shoots one more look Leo's way, but at Nova's urging, he gets behind the wheel and the truck backs up and peels away. Inside the barn, Blake's flashlight has fallen to the ground and rolls over the floor past a line of orange tape. Blake fights Frank for the gun, smoke still coming out of the muzzle after firing 2 shots and missing his target. Frank is taller and bulkier and maneuvers them around and slams Blake into the steel rod gate of one of the pens. Blake headbutts Frank, disorienting the man enough to be able to push them both off the gate before the young concavenator rushes forward and fits its snout between the bars to snap at Blake. The officer still has his hands secured around Frank's wrists, fighting to keep the gun aimed away from him. In the struggle, neither of them notice they are stepping over the line on the concrete floor. As they stagger backward into the beam of light from the flashlight, Blake gets a look at the gun and sees it's a revolver. He adjusts his grip on Frank's hand and squeezes the man's finger on the trigger. Aiming the gun down at the ground, he fires again and again. Realizing what he's doing, Frank knees Blake in the back, but sacrifices secure footing to do so. Once his weight is on one foot, Blake pulls at his arm to get him off balance and they both tumble to the floor. Blake keeps forcing Frank to fire more shots until he hears the click of the trigger and no bang. the bullets are spent. They both let go of the weapon. Before Blake can get a hold of Frank to restrain him, the poacher punches Blake in the jaw hard enough to have him roll off him. Blake lands on his back, and Frank is soon on top of him, hands around his throat. When the man proves too heavy to buck off and doesn't even flinch at the punches Blake lands in his stomach, Blake reaches out and just manages to grab the flashlight next to them. While struggling to breathe, he switches the light to his other hand, and when he extends that arm, he can bang the little flashlight against the steel rod of the front of a cage. Inside the cage, the animal hoots, annoyed at the disturbance. Frank is red-faced and focused on choking the life out of Blake. The tapping of the flashlight against the steel grows weak, as does Blake. His vision is blurring. With his other hand, he weakly punches against Frank's chest and jaw, whatever he can reach. But his strategy pays off. The Dilophosaurus gets up from where it lay curled up in the back. It lets out a rattle in warning, which finally draws Frank's attention. Frank's grip on Blake's throat releases, and he leaps up from the floor and staggers back just before the creature can spit its venom. Blake rolls onto his side, phasing away from the cage, and protects the back of his neck and head with his gloved hands. The black spit lands on the floor and on his back, but none of it gets on his skin. Before the animal can spit again, Blake gets up from the floor. Frank has made a mad dash for the door, trying to flee now that he has lost the upper hand, and Blake chases after him. Frank is bigger and stronger, but not faster, and Blake runs him down in the snow outside, tackling him to the ground. The fall knocks the wind out of the bigger man, and sitting on the back of his thighs, Blake places precise punches in his kidneys. While Frank is crippled with pain, the officer hoists the poacher onto his feet and drags him back into the barn, having him in a secure chokehold. There is one empty pen left in the barn, and he shoves Frank inside and slams the gate shut like a jail door. He tosses the key onto the floor, well out of reach. In the distance, there is the sound of approaching sirens, the backup Blake had called for. Frank rattles the gate to no effect. Blake ignores his cursing. He wipes the blood off his chin from when Frank landed his first punch, and he heads outside in search of his partner, picking up the flashlight along the way. With haste, he makes his way between the large holding pins, shining the beam every which way and calling out Leo's name. He finds the empty Carno cage, and soon after he spots the flattened perimeter fence. Nearby, he notices a figure lying still in the snow. "Leo!" he calls out in a sudden panic. Blake rushes over and slides down on his knees next to the man. His frightful eyes scan his partner's injuries. He rips off his gloves and puts pressure on the open wound in Leo's side, just under his ribcage, where the thagomizer pierced him. The snow around him is soaked red. The surrounding trees light up with the red and blue colors of the arriving police backup and ambulance. Blake leans over the other man and assures him, "Help is here. Just hang on. They're gonna patch you right up." Leo cracks his eyes open to peer up at him. He parts his lips and tries to speak, but no sound comes out of his mouth. "Hold on," Blake commands. But his voice breaks and he pleads, "Please, hold on." Leo weakly grabs at Blake's arm, fingers pinching the sleeve of his jacket. Blake realizes Leo wants him to lean in, so he does. He puts his ear close to his mouth so he can hear Leo whisper, "Be careful from now on, okay? Without me saving your ass." Blake lets out a wet laugh. "You're gonna have my back for many dog years to come," he insists, "whether I like it or not." Leo's lips curl into a smile. His eyes slip closed. "Dr. Bennett!" Nikki swivels her head around and rushes towards the nurse who is waving her over. The emergency room is crowded with people who slipped on ice or crashed their cars in the snow, and many others are there simply because only the hospital still has power, and they feel safe there. An older lady is being wheeled in by the paramedics. She's rolled to one side on the bed and huffing into an oxygen mask. Mrs. Hadley, 74, suspected broken hip, one of the paramedics relays, then goes through her vitals that they recorded in the field. Nikki guides the gurney to one of the private trauma rooms, flagging down another doctor along the way. She pauses when she hears the cry for help by the door, and her eyes widen at two DFW officers carrying in a third. The older patient, she assures, will be in good hands with their orthopedic surgeon, who takes over the case. Nikki darts over to where the two officers are placing their colleague on the bed the nurses have rolled over to meet them by the door. The wounded officer is out cold. His clothes are dark and wet with blood. "Trauma room 3, Nikki orders and accompanies the bed to the private room, followed by a swath of ER nurses. The two officers equally trail after her, and Nikki asks them what happened. After a delay, the woman replies, "Car accident." That answer makes no sense to Nikki. What the hell impaled him? The two officers are stumped for an answer. Nikki can sense something is wrong. She gives them both a quick up and down glance and catches the repaired tear on the sleeve of the man's jacket, a rip down from the badge on the shoulder to the elbow, which has been stitched back together. She doesn't comment and doesn't question them further. "Go to the waiting room," she orders when the two intend to follow her into the trauma room. At Nikki's beckoning, a nurse comes over and he escorts the two to the crowded waiting room. Inside the trauma room, Nikki assesses the wound in the abdomen of the third officer, an oval wound about 10 centimeters across at the widest point. Something pierced him right above his right hip. It's a grotesque wound, showing intestines. It's a miracle the man is still breathing, albeit barely. Did they say car accident? A young doctor wonders, ready to assist Dr. Bennett from the other side of the bed. It looks more like a trike gouging. Not quite, Nikki mutters, although from her frown it's obvious she can't quite figure out what did cause the damage. She watches as the nurses cut away the patient's jacket and shirt, and Nikki takes a moment to inspect the garments as they come off him. As the girlfriend of a DFW officer, she's familiar with what the official uniform is supposed to look like, down to the exact material. This officer's uniform does not match the standard. At Nikki's instruction, the other doctor packs the wound while she checks the patient's vitals. Nikki moves her stethoscope over his chest, listening, in tandem with the medical team who is working to get sensors on him to connect him to the monitors. "Call surgery, tell them to clear an OR, and ask General if Dr. Birch managed to dig out his car or not. For this guy's sake, let's hope not, and that he's still at the hospital." She looks down at the patient grimly, knowing his odds of survival are slim. The damage to the intestines means bacteria from the digestive tract are polluting the body cavity, and even if he survives the initial trauma, the risk of lethal infection is great. "And someone call security and have them come meet me," she adds, looking at the nurse who already has the phone to her ear. Once they have the patient stabilized for transport up to the surgical wing, they cover him with a blanket and push the bed out of the trauma room and towards the elevator. Nikki accompanies the team, keeping a close eye on the heart monitor along the way. After wheeling the bed into the elevator, she steps back and is tapped on the shoulder. Two security guards look at her expectantly. She motions for them to follow her and starts towards the waiting room, peeling off her gloves along the way, saying, "There's two people who I think are pretending to be DFW officers. We need to hold them until we can get the police down here. But let's try to avoid a scene." Nikki stops in the doorway to the waiting room and blinks as she searches the room for the two fake officers, without success. She walks back out to the nurse's station, finding the nurse who she had take the impersonators to the waiting room. "You took the DFW officers into the waiting room, right?" The nurse nods. He says, "Yeah, I told them to wait, that you'd be back with an update." She scrubs a hand over her face as she hears the siren of an incoming ambulance and knows she's about to have something more pressing to worry about than two missing imposter officers. To the security guards, she says, "Please check if you can still find them. Maybe they're still outside. An African-American man with a neck tattoo and a white woman with a platinum buzz cut. They're both wearing DFW jackets, but it's all wrong. I don't think they're officers." With a nod, the two guards jog away, heading out the doors to check just as the arriving ambulance backs up, lights flashing. Nikki throws one more frustrated look into the waiting room and then tiredly walks to the doors to await the new patient. She freezes in place when she sees who climbs out of the back of the ambulance. It's David Blake. The man looks crestfallen as he and the paramedics accompany a gurney into the emergency room. The person that lies on the gurney is entirely covered by a white sheet. Blake's step falters when he spots Nikki, and his face contorts in agony. When he reaches her, she pulls him into an embrace. Another doctor observing the scene steps in to take over. Blake pulls back and says, "It's Leo." A shocked sob erupts out of Nikki. Oh my God, no!" She looks back at where one of her colleagues pulls back the sheet, revealing their mutual friend. The doctor checks him over to be able to officially call time of death. Nikki hugs Blake again and they both cry into the crook of each other's shoulder. Once Nikki has absorbed the shock of the news, She guides her boyfriend to Trauma Room 3, currently not in use, so they have some privacy. She closes the door behind her and watches, heartbroken, as Blake seems to realize for the first time that his hands are covered in his partner's blood. By his shoulders, she steers him to the sink in the corner and helps him wash off the blood. She notes the blood on his chin and the bruise on his jaw as well. "Are you hurt?" Blake turns his face away when she reaches for him to examine the injuries. "No, it's nothing." He cups water into his palm and splashes his face to clean himself up. "What happened?" Blake first dries off his face with paper towels. Dabbing his face, he says, "Stegosaurus took a swing at him." Realization visibly dawns on Nikki's face, as now the fake officer's wound makes sense. Blake balls up the paper and throws it away. Leaning his palms on the edge of the sink, he shakes his head at himself. Realizing that his answer wasn't the full story and not what Nikki was asking. Not really. He forces himself to face her, but finds it hard as he doesn't feel he deserves the sympathy that she expresses towards him. "We went to check out the station. Some poachers had broken in, probably caused the whole power outage just to get access. I caught one of them in the barn. Fuck, he's still there. I didn't even..." His voice trails off. He can't think straight. "It's okay, take a breath." Blake does just that, and then continues, "We split up, me and Leo. We shouldn't have." He shakes his head at himself, regretting the decision. "When I found him, he pinches the bridge of his nose and bows his head. Nikki blurts, "I think they were here." Blake stares at her. "What?" "The poachers. I think they were here," she repeats, the pieces falling into place. "I think one of them still is, upstairs in surgery. A man and a woman brought him in. They were all wearing DFW jackets, but it was all wrong. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure I know all of the regional officers, either through you or because they've come through the ER before, and I didn't recognize any of them. A man with a neck tattoo and a woman with a buzz cut?" Blake just stares, as the short descriptions don't ring any bells. "I told them to stay in the waiting room and I called security," Nikki continues. "But they were gone before the guards got here. I guess they realized I was onto them. I'm sorry." Blake shakes his head. "You did all you could. Maybe the guy I locked up at the barn will talk. I need to radio the police, tell them where he is." His face blanches then, when he realizes something else he needs to do. "I need to tell Frida." Nikki caresses his arm in an attempt to comfort him. "God, and you're here, so Jesse is home alone. We'll both go to Frida, and then I'll stay with her so you can go home and check on Jesse. I'm sure he's fine," she reassures him, forcing on a smile. "He's probably sleeping through the whole power outage, none the wiser." At home, Jesse is in his bedroom, but not asleep. He lies on his stomach on top of the sheets, still wearing his jeans and an oversized hoodie with a white Triceratops head on the back. Maggie the Microraptor lays curled up in the small of his back, sound asleep. Jesse's heels are kicked up in the air to make room at the foot of the bed for Gustav, the senior cat, who lays stretched out on the mattress, softly snoring. Jesse sways his feet back and forth in the air. He's using the flashlight on his phone to read a book. He's biting on the cuticle of his thumb, stressing about the fact that neither his dad nor Nikki made it home yet. He checks his phone, but there's no cell service. The network has been spotty all day due to the blizzard, and now it is down completely as the cell phone towers have lost power too. The battery on his phone is flashing red, but he can't sleep, so he has to do something, and he can't read in the dark. He switches back to the flashlight function and frustratedly goes back a page in his book, realizing that he's not even paying attention to what he's reading. The crashing sound of glass coming from downstairs has him tensing up. The two critters perk their heads up at the unexpected noise. Maggie takes flight, relocating to her bed on the top shelf on the wall. She chitters with alarm. Jesse sits upright and listens to glass shattering. He glances at the two animals. Since both of them are in his room, neither of them can be causing any trouble downstairs. His heart begins to race in fear of what animal might have broken into the house. He knows that if the town has no power, then neither does the DFW station, and all kinds of threats could have escaped from there and made their way into town. He puts his phone down and gets off the bed. He hesitates at his bedroom door, but he needs to investigate, so he sneaks out into the hallway and slowly approaches the banister that overlooks the living room down below, taking care to remain hidden in the shadows. The glass pane of the sliding door that leads into the backyard is broken. Shards of glass lay on the hardwood floor and carpet. The curtains billow as the wind blows snow into the house. But it's not a dinosaur that has entered the home. It's 2 burglars. Downstairs, 2 voices exchanged hushed words. "What if he's home?" asks a woman. "Frank shot the guy," a man responds. Jesse's eyes widen, and he puts a hand over his mouth, feeling like he might be sick. "Are you sure the micro is here? The cage in the shed was empty." The woman walks into view, and Jessie ducks back to ensure she won't see him if she looks up. But she's looking outside at the shed. She has a buzz cut and is wearing a DFW jacket, although she's clearly not a real officer. There's only one guy they'd entrust to keep it safe at home. It has to be here. Jesse flinches when a shadow scurries past his feet. It's Gustav. He steps forward and tries to grab the cat, but it's long out of reach by the time he even reacts. He clamps a hand over his mouth again to stop himself from reactively calling after the pet, and walks back into the darkness of the hallway, away from the banister. Gustav hops down the stairs, and the woman lets out a yelp and then a subdued laugh. "God damn it, it's just a fucking cat," she admonishes herself. Knowing it's only a matter of time until the 2 come upstairs, Jesse goes back into his room, softly closing the door behind him. There is no lock on it. He snatches his phone from the bed and bites his lip when the screen won't turn on. The battery has been fully drained by him using the flashlight. He tosses it onto the pillow and steps into his shoes. His fingers are so stiff and jittery from nerves that it's a challenge tying his shoelaces. Not to mention that he can barely see, with only faint moonlight coming in through the window. Footsteps are coming up the stairs. Jesse scoops up the Microraptor and coaxes her to climb into the front pouch of his hoodie. This isn't the first time he has carried her around the house like this, and she seems content curling up in the pouch like a marsupial. He pops the window open and seats himself on the windowsill. It's more difficult to maneuver now, being mindful of the bundle of dinosaur against his abdomen. He can't hug the wall as tightly as he usually does when he sneaks out of the house, and he struggles to reach the drain pipe. But he manages to grab hold of it and puts his toe on one of the supports and climbs out of the window and down onto the roof of the shed. He hurries to the far edge where he crouches down and jumps off. The snow softens his landing. Without looking back, he starts to run, cutting through the neighbor's yard to get to the street out front. He pauses at the sight of the blue truck with peeling DFW decals and recognizes it as a ruse. He keeps running, cradling one arm under Maggie to hold her steady. A suburban street on the edge of town lays blanketed with snow. It buries the road, the cars, and the Christmas decorations on the lawns. All the homes are still dark, as are the streetlights. The only sound is the dull thud of a pack of snow slipping off the edge of a slanted roof and falling into the bank below. In an upstairs bedroom, a man rolls over in bed to lie on his back, letting out a frustrated sigh. He stares up at the ceiling. The woman beside him stirs and tugs at the blanket that got pulled off her shoulder by her husband's tossing and turning. The man gets his arms out from under the sheets and drums his fingers on his stomach. "Glenn," the woman grumbles groggily. "What?" She doesn't finish the question. "I can't sleep." She doesn't respond for 2 full seconds, taking a deep, calming breath instead. Then she asks the obvious. "Why?" "I forgot to take out the trash. They're picking it up in the morning." The woman hasn't turned to face him, staunchly keeping her back towards him. Exasperated, she says, "Honey, there's been a blizzard. I really doubt they're gonna come pick up the trash first thing in the morning." The man wiggles his feet. "But if they do, then we're stuck with double the trash until next time." She groans and nuzzles her face into the pillow. "Then you might as well go do it now if it's gonna keep you up anyway." The idea of getting out of bed and out of the house doesn't entice Glenn at all, but another minute of staring at the ceiling does the trick, and with a grunt he kicks the sheets away and gets out of bed. When he tries to flick on the lights in the hallway, he discovers the lights aren't working. He tests the switch a few more times before giving up, muttering under his breath that he should have just stayed in bed, because now he has to deal with this too. First, the trash though. So he goes down the stairs and into the kitchen. He collects the trash from the bin under the sink and walks it out the back door to the trash can at the side of the house. He neglects to close the door behind himself fully. While he stuffs the bag into the bin, the wind pushes the kitchen door open. Glenn doesn't notice. His teeth chatter as he drags the trash can through the snow to the street. His every breath is a puff of white in front of his face. Some of the neighbors have put their trash out as well, but the bins are covered with fresh snow. Staring at the curb, he notices that the streetlights are off, and while looking around, he registers something odd. Halfway down the street, it appears that snowflakes hang still in the air. All around, snow comes twirling down from the sky, but in the middle of the street, there is a stretch of space where white flecks hang motionless in the air, and right above, a sloping line of snow forms, floating in mid-air, about 8 feet high off the ground, as if accumulating on top of an invisible shape. Glenn squints at the mysterious phenomenon. His tired brain can't make sense of what his eyes are seeing. A rumble has him whipping his head around to the left of him. The darkness, the snowfall, and the puffs of his breath in front of his face make it difficult to see much. To the right of him, without him noticing, the black shape with white speckles comes forward, creeping towards him. The snow below it is disturbed. Glenn squints at the house diagonally across the street, specifically at the double white garage doors. There's something off. Something is standing in front of the garage, but equally white. Glenn can't make out the shape until it moves ever so slightly, giving itself away. It's a Carnotaurus, leaning forward to ready itself for a charge. It has camouflaged its body to be entirely white, allowing it to practically disappear. When Glenn runs in his panic, he trips over the trash can behind him. He rolls off the bin and into the snow, and looking left he recognizes the other shape is a Carnotaurus as well. Its skin mostly black to blend into the darkness of the night, but with hundreds of scales colored white to mimic snowflakes. It gives up the game and stomps towards Glenn with a roar, kicking up snow with each hefty footfall. Its skin colors completely white too, like the other one. Glenn screams and scrambles to his feet, but before he can run even 2 steps, the first Carno has crossed the distance and rams him several feet up into the air. Upstairs, hearing the terrifying roar and the scream of her husband, the woman stumbles out of bed. She hurries to the window and rips the curtain open fully to look out onto the front yard and the road. Everything is white, except for a large stain of red, right next to a toppled over trash can. Back at the DFW station, 2 police officers walk into the barn. In here? One wonders. Apparently. They nervously shine their flashlight into every cage they pass and jump when the young concavenator rushes forward and snaps at them between the rods of the gate. They head further inside, picking up the key Blake dropped earlier. The next cage they shine light into is the cage of the Dilophosaurus. Black venom drips out of its mouth as it snarls at them from the corner, and both officers stagger backward to create more distance. In the cage across from it, they find Frank. The man sits slumped against the back wall and doesn't respond to them when they call out. The officers rush to unlock the gate. They crouch next to the man and shine the flashlight in his face. His complexion is pale, his eyes are bloodshot, his lips are blue. He has scratch marks from his fingernails on his throat. There's black tar on his sleeve, which has dripped onto the back of his hand. The man is not breathing. One of the officers checks his pulse with a finger to his neck. He's dead. Blake stares blearily out the windshield as he drives home through the thick snow. The big 4-wheel drive truck with tire chains can just about manage to plow through. One of the police officers, a friend, had driven the truck back from the station to the hospital as Blake accompanied Leo's body in the ambulance. He staunchly ignores the empty seat next to him, focusing instead on getting home. His eyes are still red from crying when he had to tell Frida the news about her husband. The truck makes the final turn into the driveway. As he makes the turn, the headlights shine brightly against the front of the house, and he stares in disbelief at a lone figure sitting on the front step outside the door. He remains seated for a moment, then finally puts on the handbrake and shuts off the engine. The yard goes dark, and it takes a second for his eyes to adjust to moonlight alone. Before getting out of the car, he rolls his shoulders and scrubs his face. He schools his expression into something more neutral than devastated, and just ends up looking frustrated, which was probably a bit too honest, if anything else. That frustration also makes itself known in how he can't stop himself from slamming the car door shut. He digs around in his pocket for his keys, avoiding eye contact for as long as he can. But finally, he looks up and asks, "What are you doing here?" Jo gets up from the concrete step and brushes her hands over the back of her jeans. "I came to see Jessie. And you?" "It's..." He pauses and squints at his watch. It's hard to tell the time, but he manages. "It's 2 a.m. Bitingly, he adds, "It's been 3 years. Couldn't it have waited until morning?" "It is morning," she tries with an awkward smile. "God, he has your smart mouth," Blake laments. "Not that you would know." Blake walks past her to get to the door, but before unlocking it, he spins around and gestures at the road. "How did you even get here?" Jo puts her hands in her pockets and looks down at her boots. I've been in town since yesterday," she admits, full of shame. "I wasn't prepared for all the memories that would come back when I got here. Nothing has changed here. She bows her head. "I started psyching myself out that it wasn't the right time after all." Blake casts his gaze off to the side and grouses, "Well, for future reference, the right time is during business hours." She nods and explains, "When the power went out, I don't know, I guess my motherly instinct isn't quite extinct." She glances up, hoping for a smile, but is met with a stoic expression. "I had to see him, right time or not." Blake rubs the back of his neck and wonders, "How long have you been out here?" Jo shrugs. "Maybe 30 minutes, something like that." "Why didn't you ring the doorbell?" "I did," she responds simply. Blake tenses. He rushes forward and singles out the right key and unlocks the front door. Although he doesn't invite his ex-wife in, he leaves the door open for her and she trails after him, confused. Gustav is in his bed atop the cat tree as if nothing is out of the ordinary. But right away, Blake feels the cold draft passing through the house and his gaze falls on the broken glass of the back door. Alarmed, he calls out his son's name. There's no answer. The father rushes up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, Jo closely behind. He barges down the hallway to Jessie's bedroom. The door is open. He sees the phone and a book abandoned on the bed. No sign of Jessie or Maggie. Blake stalks over to the open window and leans out. Looking down and to the left, he sees footprints in the snow on the roof of the shed. He exhales in relief. "He got away," he notes. "What's going on?" Jo demands. "Poachers broke into the station today. I think they might have been looking for the Microraptor. I guess they found out we're keeping it here." Jo exclaims, "You're keeping a dinosaur in the house? With our son?" Blake scoffs as she shoulders past her. "Don't even dare to give me parenting advice." Jo snaps her mouth shut and follows her ex-husband back down the stairs and through the broken back door, being mindful of the glass shards still sticking out of the doorframe. Blake leads her to the back of the shed, where he identifies the imprint of Jessie landing in the snow after jumping off the roof. He follows the faint trail of footsteps through the neighbor's yard to the street out front. Fresh snow is slowly erasing Jessie's trail, but enough of it remains for Blake to be able to tell which direction he went in. Blake pivots and heads for his truck. "I'm coming with you," Jo declares. For the sake of time, he doesn't object and begrudgingly allows her to get into the passenger seat. "Do you know where he went?" Blake puts the vehicle in reverse and backs out of the driveway, saying, "There's only one place he would have gone." Jessie trudges through the snow. His teeth are chattering. His jeans and hoodie aren't enough to keep him warm. His breaths are puffs of white in front of his face as he pants. Running through the thick layer of snow isn't easy. Maggie squirms in the pouch of his hoodie until eventually she's had enough and she clambers out of it, despite his best efforts to keep her tucked inside. She crawls up his torso, hooking her claws into the fabric of his hoodie. She maneuvers herself up over his shoulder and nestles into his hood. The teen finally stops when he reaches a house just like every other on the block, but this one is his destination. He cuts across the lawn and goes around back, knowing his way around, opening a hip-high picket fence that separates the front yard from the backyard. At the side of the house, he comes to a stop and looks up at a second-floor window. He cups his white and cold fingers around his mouth and calls out in a hush, "Elliot!" He calls the name again, but there is no response. He doesn't want to shout and wake up everyone in the house and the neighborhood at large. Jesse crouches down and gathers snow, balling it up so he'll have something to throw at the window and get the other boy's attention. He's about to throw the snowball when headlights coming down the street catch his attention, and he ducks down, hiding behind the fence. Peering through the wooden slats, he recognizes the fake DFW truck that comes crawling through the street, and he realizes in horror that he left a trail of footsteps leading them right here. Not willing to put anyone at risk, he brushes the snow out of his palm and continues. He is mindful of where he places his step, trying to leave a less obvious trail, not knowing that the people hunting him are skilled trackers. The two parents drive in silence. The atmosphere is tense between them. Blake wrings his fingers around the steering wheel and clenches his jaw, biting back all the things he wants to say, but knows won't help the situation. Jo nervously jitters her leg and bites on the cuticle of her thumb, just like Jesse does when he's anxious. Taking pity on her, if only because he recognizes so much of their son in her, Blake finally speaks, meaning to reassure them both. He'll be fine. He's a resourceful kid. He fought off an adult dilo with a can of spray paint. Jo grabs her knee, stopping her movement. Blake rambles on as it calms them both when he speaks as if nothing is wrong. Try disciplining a kid for not doing his homework and not studying when he gets straight A's without trying, he snorts. He wants to go to art school though. Thinks I don't know. I should probably discourage it, but he's really good and makes him happy. He has a boyfriend. Thinks I don't know that either. Blake shakes his head with a grin. He doesn't smoke or drink or do drugs, and he reads for fun, so I'd say I did alright, but I don't think I can take the credit. Then Blake can't help but add with a barbed tone, "You'd be proud of him, if you bother to know him." Jo nods, accepting the verbal lashing as the least she deserves. "I want to, if it's not too late. He must hate me." She casts her forlorn gaze down into her lap. A bitter scoff erupts out of Blake. "That's the thing though, he doesn't. He doesn't hate you. I'm the one he hates. He blames me for making you leave and not letting you take him with you to New York. You left, but I'm the bad guy, because I never had the heart to tell him that his mother didn't want him to come live with her." Jo covers her mouth with her hand to hide the way her lips tremble with emotion. She takes a steady breath, but her voice still comes out thready when she says, "You know I love him." "I know you love him," he agrees, deflating. "As much as you can." He adjusts his hold on the steering wheel and sighs. "It's not like I don't know what you went through." Jo nods. "I lost her too," Blake continues. "I know how that magnifies the fear of losing him by 1,000. And we almost did." She nods again. "I'm sorry I wasn't there. For him, for you, I was away. An expedition at sea, I know. I called the RI. For the past 8 years, it's always something. Always somewhere else. Why are you here now?" Jo turns to face the window, but mostly sees her reflection. "I guess I had an epiphany." "What brought that on?" She smiles wryly. "It's a long story. I'll tell you some other time." Blake steals a sideways glance at her, but the conversation ends there. He parks the truck in front of a house and he runs to the front door and knocks. It takes a long time for the door to be answered. Jo has caught up and is standing idly by, not knowing whose house it is. A minute after knocking a second time, the door is unlocked and a woman in her early 40s peeks outside, leaving the door on the chain. When she recognizes Blake, she shuts the door to take off the chain and opens the door wide, unashamed of how disheveled she looks. Her black hair in tangles and her robe hastily tied to cover herself. She frowns at Blake. "What's going on?" "I'm so sorry about the late hour," Blake starts. "But is Jesse here?" His voice has a hopeful lilt to it. The woman's gaze flits to Jo, someone she doesn't recognize. She looks back and tells Blake, "No, of course not." "Mom?" The three adults at the door look up at Elliot, standing at the top of the staircase in his pajama pants and a t-shirt. His features are twisted with concern. "Elliot, is Jesse here?" Blake asks him directly. The teen starts down the stairs. Before he even answers, Blake knows they haven't located his son. Elliot wouldn't be able to hide his guilt if he'd let Jesse sneak into his room. His expression is openly frightful instead. "No, I haven't seen him all day," the tall boy says, coming to stand next to his mother. Blake purses his lips and does his best to hide his worry. "Alright, Thank you. He starts walking backward, but stops when Elliot calls. Is Jesse missing? I want to go with you. The boy is already stepping out into the snow with his bare feet. His mother reaches for his arm. Blake tells him sternly, no, both of you stay indoors. It's not safe. Stay inside. Seeing how the mother struggles to pull her much taller, much stronger son back into the house, Blake assures him, we'll find him. Don't worry. Maybe he's at the warehouse? Elliot suggests. Blake pauses. He still goes there? It surprises him, given that Jesse narrowly survived a Dilophosaurus attack there. Elliot nods. He paints there. His cheeks flare admitting that because he just ratted him out for what is technically vandalism. But of course Blake isn't mad. He thanks the boy for the tip and warns both him and his mother again that they need to stay in the house. He'll be okay, we'll find him, is the last thing he calls out to them before getting back into the car. Jesse is out of breath and the air is so cold that sucking it in hurts his lungs. He's exhausted from running and stumbles when his toes catch on a curb that is hidden under the thick layer of snow. He falls to his hands and knees and Maggie is nearly launched out of the hood. He sits back on his haunches and adjusts his hood to make sure Maggie is tucked in there. Looking over his shoulder, he sees headlights at the far end of the road coming towards him, and he curses, knowing the poachers have been able to track him. With a grunt, he gets up and jogs the last few yards to the gate in front of the abandoned warehouse. Since the incident with the Dilophosaurus a few weeks ago, the gate is now locked to deter the youths from hanging out at what is a dangerous construction site, with or without venomous dinosaurs. But his experience shows in the ease with which he climbs the gate where the hinges attach it to the fence. He jumps down into the snow and looks back to see the headlights are close, so he musters the last of his energy and sprints across the lot towards the building. He flinches when he hears a crash. The truck rams right through the gate, bursting it open. He hears the vehicle stop and hears a car door, but then the engine roars behind him and the vehicle soon speeds past and skids to a stop right in front of him, blocking his path to the building and the loading base at the back where he was headed. He spins around to run the other way as he sees the woman from before get out of the car, but once he's turned, he's faced with a tall, broad-shouldered man wearing a DFW jacket just like the woman. Jesse darts to the left, but the man sprints to cut him off. The two fake officers close in on him. Nearby the trio, snowflakes float motionless in the air. Jesse pulls Maggie out of his hood and holds her protectively against his chest. He swivels his head around, splitting his attention between the two as they get closer and closer. We're not gonna hurt you, kid, says Morgan. His tone is so warm and genuine that Jesse almost believes him. But he backs away as Morgan holds out a hand to him expectantly, as if the man thinks Jesse would just give him the Microraptor. Maggie hisses at the stranger. Stay away from me, Jesse shouts. The woman has snuck up behind him and grabs the loose fabric of the sleeve of his hoodie, but Jesse yanks himself free. Nova, it's okay. Just let him be, Morgan tells the woman. She doesn't try to grab the boy again, keeping her distance, but close enough to stop him if he tries to run. Morgan looks at Jesse. Just give us the Microraptor and we'll leave you alone. Jesse firmly shakes his head, keeping Maggie securely cradled in his arms. Kid? No, Jesse shouts. It's not a pet. It's not your payday either, the boy bites back. Look, kid. Morgan lets out an exasperated sigh. I'm tired, you're freezing. Let's just get this over with. His sentence trails off as he thinks he hears something. He looks around and sees nothing at first, but then he sees flecks of snow moving horizontally at a slow pace, and he can make out the silhouette of a Carnotaurus. While the two poachers are squinting at the approaching threat, Jesse uses the distraction to his advantage and bolts. His taking off engages the Carnotaurus. It undoes its camouflage, turning a reddish brown, and with a roar it charges forward. There's still several yards between it and the poachers who it decides to go for, instead of Jesse who's running to the far end of the lot. Jesse doesn't look back at the sound of the roar, the booming footfalls, and the shouting of the poachers. He clutches Maggie to his chest and sprints around to the right side of the building. He rounds the corner into what looks like a dead end. Just the concrete outer walls of the warehouse in an L shape and the tall mesh fence topped with barbed wire leading up to the edge of the building. But he keeps running, all the way to the end where he skids to a halt in front of the fence. With a panicked expression, he studies the mesh. No, no, no. The mesh had once been cut open to create an opening large enough for a person to fit through, but it's been fixed. Probably at the same time they decided they needed to start locking the gate to keep the vandals out. A coil of steel wire has knitted the mesh closed again. He grabs the fence and gives it a shake, but it's in vain. He looks up at the top of the fence, about 12 feet off the ground and topped by barbed wire. Jesse spins around. The concrete exterior of the building has no doors and no windows. The smooth wall has nothing to latch onto to climb. He startles at an impact tremor close by, and he looks back the way he came. 2 Carnos appear around the corner, neither of them bothering to camouflage. They see they have easy prey trapped in a dead end. Jesse backs up against the wall, watching the 2 giant predators that block his only escape, about 20 yards between him and them. "Okay, girl," he says, pulling Maggie away from his chest and directing her to perch on his wrist as he holds his arm out in front of him. "You gotta fly now." The Microraptor tilts her head at him. Jesse looks past her at the Carnotaurus pair, one of them roaring, and then they unhurriedly start towards him. "Good luck out there, okay?" he says to the small animal, and then he thrusts his arm up into the air, giving the Microraptor momentum to take off. Maggie flaps her wings frantically to gain more height, but instead of flying into the forest, she vigorously flaps her wings to fly as fast as she can towards the pair of giant carnivores, lumbering towards Jesse. The boy watches with horror as he realizes the risk she's putting herself in. Both Carnos glance up at the tiny avian dinosaur coming straight for them, but get distracted when Jesse starts shouting and clapping his hands to get their attention. Maggie scratches at the eyes of one of the beasts, causing it to roar and dip its head down. Its mate snaps up at Maggie and manages to grab 2 of her tail feathers, but with a frantic flapping of her wings, she tears herself loose, leaving the 2 feathers in the Carno's mouth. With the Carnotaurus pair preoccupied but blocking his escape route, Jesse uses the time to try and climb the chain link fence, even as he has no hope of getting over the barbed wire coil at the top. But he keeps whipping his head around to look at Maggie in concern, and when he sees her narrowly escape the jaws of the Carnotaurus, losing some feathers in the process, his feet slip and he falls back down into the snow. Maggie, still not a good flyer after her injury, finally flies towards the tree line, screeching as she does. She disappears into the black forest. In spite of the dire situation he is in, Jesse breathes a sigh of relief at her successful escape. He clambers up on his feet when the rumbling of the approaching theropods draws his attention back to the threat. Only 10 more yards between him and 2 horned heads full of sharp teeth. The 2 of them standing side by side eliminates any chance of him slipping by them. But the roar of an engine and the persistent honking of a horn has both Jesse and the pair of carnivores looking back. The blue truck skids into view, sliding through the snow and ice until it comes to a stop, pointing the headlights at the 2 beasts. The driver revs the engine and alternates hitting the gas pedal and the brake, making the car lunge forward incrementally like it's challenging the Carnos. The predators take the bait. They turn around, away from Jesse, and roar in tandem at the vehicle. Nova switches the car into reverse and peels off, and, as intended, the enraged animals give chase. She leads them away, across the lot. With the coast clear, Jesse runs forward to get out of the dead end that nearly spelled his doom. He comes to a halt when Morgan rounds the corner. The man runs towards him. Jesse holds up his hands and shouts, "I don't have her! I let her fly away!" Morgan reaches him and grabs a fistful of Jesse's hoodie. "I know, kid! We're trying to save your ass! Come on!" Morgan pulls the teen along and they run around the corner to see the truck narrowly evade getting rammed by a charging Carnotaurus. When the other Carno spots the man and boy running along the outer wall of the building, it turns its body towards them. Nova thinks quickly and drifts the car around, with a cascade of snow at the rear, putting the truck between the dinosaurs and the humans. Through the open window, she shouts at Morgan to keep running. The 2 Carnos ready for a charge, swiping their feet through the snow to get a grip, and then barrel towards her. Nova hits the gear shift and slams her foot on the gas, but the wheels spin, digging through the snow and not getting any traction on the patch of ice underneath. In synchrony, the 2 charging Carnotaurs bend forward and ram the side of the truck, flicking their heads up at the moment of contact. The car flips over and over and comes to a crashing stop against the concrete facade of the warehouse. Jesse and Morgan are barely able to get out of the way, throwing themselves onto the ground. A little slower and they would have been crushed between the wall and the vehicle. The two get up and Morgan looks at the wrecked car in horror. The truck landed upside down and Nova lies unconscious on the ceiling, a bloody wound on her head. He moves towards her, intending to help, but then his gaze darts between the two theropods stalking their way and the kid behind him, looking shell-shocked. Choosing to commit to saving Jesse, he grabs the boy's elbow and pulls him into motion. To get to the gate means going around the Carnos, and although one is completely focused on the car, the other is half-heartedly walking towards the boy and the man. "No, this way!" Jesse shouts, and he points at the loading bays at the far end. The entry to the building is farther away than the gate, but at least there isn't a giant carnivore in their way, so they sprint towards the far end. Rather than give chase, both Carnos investigate the turned-over vehicle. They can smell Nova inside and sniff at the vehicle like a cat sniffing a cracked open can of tuna. Jesse leads Morgan through the dark interior of the warehouse, under the pallet racks, through the studs of the stripped-down walls, up the staircases to the top floor that overlooks the lot out front. The two are panting by the time they reach the ledge. Below, the Carnos are prodding the car, trying to get to the person inside. Jesse grabs a pot of paint and gives it an experimental squeeze. The paint has frozen. The pot is hard as a brick. He slides the entire crate of supplies to the edge where the rebar sticks out of the concrete floor. He chucks the pot down at the animals and it strikes one of them on the back. The Carnotaurus rears its head up and snarls up at them. Morgan and Jesse take turns throwing the paint pots down at them. It's not much of a weapon, but at least it's successful as a distraction, and both predators back up from the car to avoid being hit. But soon, the crate is empty. Morgan chucks the crate itself, but it catches too much wind and lands in the snow beside the animals. The pair looks up at them, expecting to be bombarded with more. But with nothing left to throw at them, the Carnos step back up to the truck, using their heads and feet to tilt it side to side. Morgan and Jesse resort to shouting, but they are ignored. Angling the car one way has Nova, either dead or still unconscious, slide closer to the door, and her arm extends out the open window. One Carnotaurus grabs her arm and almost seems gentle the way it pulls her out of the vehicle through the window and lays her down in the snow. But knowing what's about to happen, Morgan grabs Jesse by the shoulders and spins him around, making the boy face away from the scene below and look at Morgan instead. Jesse looks sick and guilt-stricken, and tears pour down his cheeks at the sounds coming from below. The cracking of bones as the woman is ripped apart, and bones are crushed between the jaws of the animals. Morgan covers the teen's ears with his hands and he tells him, if only to drown out the noise, "This is not your fault. All of us were out here because of a decision she and I made. We put you in danger and we had to make that right, okay?" Jesse doesn't respond. "You got that, kid?" The boy squeezes his eyes shut and nods. Morgan releases him and gives him a pat on the shoulder before getting out of his personal space, knowing there's not much he can do to comfort the teen, seeing as Morgan is the thief who broke into his house and got him into this situation in the first place. He walks to the ledge and peers down, a hand on his stomach as he feels ill himself. The pair have eaten their fill. Nothing remains of Nova but the red-stained snow. The Carnos settle down, laying themselves down by the car, and he watches as their reddish skin fades to white to blend in, and they practically become invisible, appearing as nothing more than two banks of snow created by the persistent wind. Since they might be stuck up there a while, waiting for the predators to leave, Morgan looks around. One wall is covered by a whale mural. There's no sign left of the red graffiti other kids had put on top. Jesse has fixed it over the past weeks. On the opposite wall is another mural, a family of 4 Microraptors flying free. The painting isn't finished yet. The background lacks details, but the likeness of the Microraptors is impressive. Morgan looks at Jesse. The boy has sunk to his knees. He's shivering violently, his arms wrapped around himself. His teeth chatter audibly. Without hesitation, Morgan strips off his jacket and drapes it over the teenager's shoulders. Jesse flinches at the unexpected gesture and looks up at the man with questions in his eyes. "Put that on," Morgan says, "before you freeze to death." Jesse eyes him suspiciously, but he does as he's told, slipping his arms through the sleeves and zipping up the jacket, holding Morgan's gaze all the while. In case it still wasn't clear, I'm not a villain or anything. Morgan tries. He gestures at the painting of Microraptors. You know, that Micro might have been better off if you'd given it to us rather than setting it free. It would have lived a cushy life with some billionaire in Dubai, probably. Yeah? Jesse's unconvinced and challenges. Is that what happens to all the dinosaurs you capture and steal? They live cushy lives? Happily ever after? Morgan grimaces, too honest to hide his expression. No, he admits. Most are sold for parts, or go into the arena. Jesse looks away and chews on the inside of his cheeks. After a thought, he says, I don't really believe dinosaurs belong in our world anymore. He fixes a devastating gaze on Morgan as he states, but that doesn't give us the right to abuse them. Morgan clenches his jaw. While the boy's statement is not unfair, he gets defensive. And you don't have the right to judge me. You don't know why I do what I do. I don't have to take shit from some random kid. Morgan stops himself when he realizes him raising his voice is scaring the teenager. He lets out a huff and crouches down, leaning his back against the wall. He's right at the edge, so he can keep an eye on the animals below. While barely visible, he can tell they are still there, napping in the snow, their bellies full. Morgan scrubs his face and bows his head. He knows he's responsible for Nova's death. None of this would have happened if he hadn't suggested raiding the DFW station to begin with. And Nova would be fine if he had cut his losses after everything went wrong at the station. With a timid voice, Jesse asks out of nowhere, Is my dad dead? The older man looks up at him. Jesse explains, Back at the house, you said someone shot him? Morgan nods his head sorrowfully. I don't know if your dad is okay. Unhelpfully, he adds, I'm sorry. Jesse draws up his shoulders and stuffs his hands into the pockets of the jacket. You knew him, Jesse surmises. Morgan scratches the back of his neck. Kind of. Barely. Years ago. They both look out when a terrifying roar cuts through the night. It is the unknown roar of the Spinosaurus. Below them, the Carnotaurus lift their heads off the ground and they look in the same direction. When the roar sounds again, definitely close, the two of them get up. They shake the snow off their backs and they walk out the gate, choosing to head into the forest rather than stalk back into town. With the guards now gone, Morgan gets up. I should go too, but you stay here, he orders. It's not safe running around out there. Morgan gives the kid one last pitiful look and then walks away. Jesse scoots to the edge of the concrete floor and sits down with his legs dangling over the edge. He looks down and sees Morgan jog across the lot and then out through the gate. Jesse loses sight of the man when he slips between two houses. His gaze scans the dark city and he considers leaving too, but a third roar of something big that he's never heard before convinces him to stay in the relative safety of the top floor of the warehouse. At the sound of flapping wings, he leans over so far to pinpoint the sound that he nearly leans over too far. His face brightens up when he spots Maggie flying towards him and he holds out his arm. She lands on his wrist, panting from exertion. You are a clever girl, he praises her, and he chuckles wetly, relieved to have her back. She knew it wouldn't be safe to return until Morgan had left. Jesse cradles the animal in his arms and strokes the feathers atop her head. The Spinosaurus lumbers through the abandoned streets of Wolfboro. Its gait is still uneven with a limp after losing the fight with the Shantungosaurus, but the animal pushes through the pain. It stops when a car comes speeding around a blind corner. Oh my god, Blake exclaims, and he slams both feet on the brake. The truck slides forward a few more yards, closer and closer to the enormous carnivore. The animal leans down on all fours and lets out a roar. Blake shifts the engine into reverse and floors it to back up the vehicle as quickly as possible. The Spinosaurus gives chase, but struggles to make any good speed. It roars again as it follows them down the road. Looking out the rear windshield, Blake drives backwards in a straight line as far as he can until he hits a T-junction. The overhead traffic lights are still not working. With a jolt, the car comes to a stop against the curb. As soon as the vehicle has come to a full stop, Blake opens the door and gets out. Joe calls after him in vain and looks ahead at the Spinosaurus stomping towards them. Blake climbs into the truck bed and unlatches the crate where they keep the tranquilizer rifle. He looks over the roof of the car, judging how much time he has. In the cabin, Jo clambers over the center console to seat herself behind the wheel. Having lived in New York for the past 8 years and spending most of her time on expeditions in the wilderness or out at sea, she doesn't have much driving experience and she fiddles with the gear shift. Blake has loaded a dart into the rifle and uses the roof of the car to steady his aim. He pulls the trigger and with a whistle, the dart flies towards the charging carnivore. The animal doesn't even react when the dart pricks it in the chest. It keeps coming for them, roaring at them again as it closes in. There is one more dart left in the case. While Blake is reloading the gun, he falls backwards in the truck bed when the vehicle peels away and turns left, just before the Spinosaurus has reached the intersection. Blake gets up on his knees and finishes loading the gun. He slams his fist against the rear window to get Joe's attention. "Not so fast!" he shouts as they are leaving the Spinosaurus behind. Joe begrudgingly eases up on the gas, allowing the chasing animal to gain some ground on them. Blake fires the second dart, and it's another hit. For about 100 feet, the animal keeps pace with the car, but then it slows down, and its drowsiness shows in its gait. The Spinosaurus gives up on the chase and slips between two homes in search of a secluded place to rest. "Jesus Christ," Blake mutters. "That's a first." Only now it registers what he saw. A Spinosaurus, out in the wild. He calls for Joe to stop so he can get back into the cabin. Once he's inside, he uses the radio to alert the DFW station in Lexington of the Spinosaurus sighting, relaying its location and urging them to scramble the chopper. He makes a face when he's informed visibility might be too low for safe takeoff. "Which way?" Joe interrupts when they're coming up on a turn. "Left," Blake instructs, without hesitation. It's the opposite direction the Spinosaurus went in, but they have to go get Jesse and make sure he's safe. The Spinosaurus will have to be someone else's responsibility. He gives Joe directions to the warehouse, and a few minutes later they drive through the gate onto the construction site. They share a concerned look at the sight of the overturned truck against the wall and the stain of blood in front of it. "Blake?" Joe's face goes white as the worst case scenario plays out in her mind. "Stay in the car," he orders. "I mean it. If something has happened to their son and there are any signs left of a gruesome fate, he doesn't want her to see. Not again." Blake walks towards the upside-down truck, mindful of his surroundings. He glances up at the exposed floors of the building. The high beams of his DFW truck are bright enough to illuminate the entire area. He can see part of the whale mural on the top floor, but there's no one there. He's careful to walk around the blood-soaked snow. Once closer to the upturned truck, he crouches down to look inside. There are a few drops of blood on the ceiling, but nothing else. He bows his head and puffs out his cheeks with a deep exhale. He feels sick to his stomach. He straightens up and turns back to face the truck to shake his head, letting Joe know their son isn't there. They can only hope it's a good sign. Since he was here only a few weeks ago, he knows his way around. So he heads around the corner, towards the loading bay doors. He shoots another look at Joe, still sitting in the car, grasping the wheel as if it anchors her. He turns and heads for the opposite end. He has only taken a few steps when, mercifully, Jesse emerges from the building, looking unharmed, Maggie hanging off his shoulder. They both stop in their tracks when they see each other. Blake's knees nearly buckle under him as relief crashes into him like a wave. "Dad!" Jesse calls out to his father, a smile so big Blake can even see it with the distance between them. When the boy starts to run his way, Blake's legs find their strength and he runs too. Midway, the two collide and wrap their arms around each other. Maggie chirps as she's almost accidentally knocked off Jesse's shoulder from the force of father and son crashing together. Blake kisses the top of his son's head and weeps into his hair. Jesse cries against his chest. Still overwhelmed with concern, Blake detaches himself and cradles the boy's face in his hands. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," the teen sobs. He doesn't look fine. "I thought you were dead." Blake shushes him, petting a hand through his unruly hair. He takes note of the jacket he's wearing, a DFW jacket, much too big on his slender frame. "Where did this come from? What happened?" Jesse wipes his cheeks dry and takes a second to compose himself before he can answer. "Two poachers, a man and a woman, came to the house looking for Maggie. They followed me here, but they saved me from two carnos. The guy gave me his jacket. The woman, He can't bring himself to say what happened to her. Blake takes a moment to scrutinize the jacket. He's seen several fake DFW jackets in the past years, as it's a popular ruse among poachers. But this one looks genuine. When he looks at the badge, he notices the mended rip down the sleeve. Jesse adds, "He knew you, the poacher." Blake's mouth drops open with realization. The rip in the jacket, the description Nikki had given him earlier, the man apparently knowing Blake and knowing where he lives, it clicks into place. "I think I know him too. He was DFW. He quit after..." Blake traces the stitched tear in the sleeve with his fingers, but then he shakes his head and pulls Jesse in for another hug. "It doesn't matter," he says, and he means it. "You're safe. That's all that matters." Jesse gets antsy and awkward when Blake holds him for too long. "Dad," Blake chuckles. "Right, sorry." The two part, and Jesse's gaze is drawn to the person who has come walking up behind Blake and stands a few yards back. The boy's eyes go wide with recognition. "Mom!" Jo places a hand over her heart and smiles at him, even though she's crying. "Hi, Jess." Jesse shoots a look at Blake and then apprehensively approaches his mother. Jo waits, letting her son decide how the reunion goes. When he comes to stand in front of her, she can't help but blurt out, "You've gotten so tall." Jesse is still shorter than his dad and maybe always will be, but he is taller than his mother. He wasn't the last time they met. The boy stays out of arm's reach, his expression openly conflicted. Jo's smile is complex. There's both relief and sadness, but also understanding. She shifts her gaze to the critter hanging off his jacket, peering at her over his shoulder. The sight of the animal makes her tense up. Noticing the shift in her posture, Jesse introduces the Microraptor. "This is Maggie." Jo nods stiffly. Gingerly, Jesse pries Maggie's claws out of the fabric of the jacket, and when he shoots his father a look, Blake understands and he steps up to take Maggie from him, letting her sit on his forearm. Jo relaxes and looks grateful that Jesse wouldn't force her to get close to the animal. After a moment in which he second-guesses himself, Jesse closes the distance between him and his mother. And even though he's a few inches taller than her, he makes himself smaller, small enough to tuck his head under her chin. Jo twists her fingers into the back of his jacket and buries her face into his hair. She says brokenly, "I'm sorry." Jesse simply says, "I've missed you." A few days later, Wolfboro has come back to life. The sky is bright blue and the lake glitters in the sun. Snow plows have cleared the roads. The power is back on across the city. Morgan pulls his baseball cap lower to obscure his face as he walks through the entrance of Mount View Hospital. He aims his gaze down at the floor, avoiding making eye contact with anyone. But unbeknownst to him, Nikki has spotted him from across the lobby. He knows his way around, confidently taking a lift down a corridor, walking past two elevators, and instead going up the stairs tucked behind the gift shop. He walks across the third-floor atrium and pointedly looks down at his phone when a nurse comes through a set of automatic doors, walking his way. She ignores him. He pockets his phone and walks through the doors, onto the pediatrics floor. The walls are decorated with colorful, cartoony dinosaurs, which he pays no attention to. He walks by 3 rooms and halts at the 4th doorway. Before walking in, he takes off his cap, revealing his crestfallen expression, but he schools his mouth into a hopeful smile. As soon as he sets foot in the room, Jane takes notice, and she sits up straight in the chair beside her daughter's hospital bed. Her daughter Marie is asleep. She has dark circles under her eyes and an IV in her arm. She's not wearing one of her colorful silk headscarves, showing her shaved scalp and an old surgery scar on the side of her head. The heart monitor in the corner beeps. Morgan shoots Jane an awkward, apologetic smile, then focuses all of his attention on the teenage girl on the bed. He comes to stand next to her and leans over her to place a soft kiss on her head. "Hey, baby girl." David Blake waits outside the double doors of the pediatric wing, arms folded across his chest and hip leaned against the banister. His back is turned towards the plaza below, where people drink their coffees around an indoor tree that grows to the 3rd-story skylight. For the first time, he's not wearing his DFW uniform. He whips his head up when the double doors open and out comes Morgan, in the process of putting his baseball cap back on. The two men lock gazes and Morgan puts his hat down at his side. not bothering with the flimsy disguise now that he's been spotted. Blake pushes off the railing, straightens up, and says instead of a greeting, "Oliver Morgan." Morgan's shoulders sag at hearing his full name, knowing that even if he runs, there's no real escape. Concern flickers across his face. He shoots a look back at the double doors and asks, "Your boy?" Blake tips his chin up. He's alright. He's home. With a clenched jaw, Blake admits, "Thanks to you." He can't help but add snidely, "I'll ignore that you put him in danger in the first place." Morgan hangs his head in shame. "In my defense, I didn't even know you had a son. I'd only ever heard stories about your daughter back when I was in the DFW." He puts his right hand over his left bicep, rubbing away a phantom pain. Blake experiences a phantom pain of his own in his heart and brushes a hand over his chest. After a beat, Blake offers, "I'm sorry about your friend, or co-worker." "No, she was a friend," Morgan asserts, looking back up at the other man again. His voice cracks with guilt when he says in turn, "I'm sorry about Leo." The stilted conversation grinds to a halt for almost a minute. The poacher puts his hands in his pockets and eventually asks, "Are the cops waiting for me downstairs?" The other man shakes his head. "I didn't call the cops." "Why not?" asks Morgan after a moment. "We both made mistakes that got people killed." Blake pauses for a second to maintain his composure. He, too, puts his hands in his pockets, mirroring Morgan's stance. "Now we have to live with that and try to make it right." Morgan gets defensive and argues, "You know I had no choice. I nearly lost my arm doing the job and the DFW just sent me packing with an insult of a severance payment. What was I supposed to do when my girl got sick and the hospital bills started coming?" Blake doesn't argue, looking at him with a level of sympathy that deflates Morgan's anger. "I know. It's why I'm letting you go. I'm giving you a chance to make up for what happened last night and choose a new path. I'm doing the same, and I hope I get a chance to make things right as well. I've handed in my resignation this morning." Blake gives him a solemn nod, and then, without further ado, he walks away. 3 months later. It's a sunny day, warm for spring. A few puffy clouds lazily roll across the sky. The forest on the slopes of the mountain is bright green. A red pickup truck speeds along the highway, heading south. A little while later, that same vehicle hobbles along a dirt road and parks at the starting point of a long-abandoned hiking trail. A wooden sign reads Rainer's Crest. A metal sign next to it depicts a Dilophosaurus spitting black droplets. A chain blocks the entry to a now overgrown path. Blake, Joe, Nikki, Jesse, and Elliot climb out of the truck. Maggie lies curled up in the cradle of Jesse's arms, having slept the whole way. She's bigger than she was at the start of winter. She's now fully grown. Jesse directs her to sit on his shoulder. Joe shoots a troubled look at Blake when she spots the warning sign. "Don't worry," the man says. "They released the Dilo in a reserve in Montana." He unhooks the chain blocking the path and leads the way alongside Nikki. Joe is closely behind. Jesse and Elliot trail after them, holding hands. The 5 of them hike along the trail for nearly an hour. They don't stop until they come across a creek. Blake steps up to the bank and beckons Jesse to come over. Elliot, Joe, and Nikki stand off to the side, in quiet company. Blake gives his son a sympathetic smile as the boy holds his arm out and, on cue, Maggie walks along his arm to come sit on his wrist. The teen strokes his free hand over her folded wings. Her feathers gleam in the sunlight. She chirps as she curiously studies her surroundings. Blake doesn't push his son to do what they came here to do. He gives him time. After petting the Microraptor for a while, Jesse swallows thickly and wonders, what if she gets lonely? She'll probably never find a mate. She won't in our house either. She belongs in nature. Here she'll be free, Blake says gently. Morosely, Jesse replies, until poachers find her. Nobody but us knows we set her free here. And take it from me, Microraptors aren't easy to catch. Blake offers a smile and a wink. She'll be safer here at home than with us. She's strong now, and she flies well. She'll be all right. Jesse's lower lip trembles as he holds back his tears. Yeah, he agrees. But then the boy has another question. What if she thinks I abandoned her? That I left her here because I don't love her? He looks up at his father with vulnerable eyes, as someone who speaks from experience. Blake takes a breath to steady his own emotions. For a split second, his gaze flits past his son's face to Joe, standing off to the side, too far to overhear their conversation. Blake puts a hand on his son's shoulder, and unlike every time in the past, the boy doesn't shirk away from his touch. Sometimes, doing what's best for someone doesn't always look like what you might think. She knows you love her, and that you want the best for her. He promises his son, "We'll go hiking here together as often as you want. Maybe we'll catch a glimpse of her." Jesse nods. He smooths a palm over her back one last time, down to the tip of her tail feathers. He holds his arm up higher, and Maggie flexes her wings but remains perched. When he lightly bounces his arm up, she finally takes flight, and Jesse squints his eyes against the sun to watch her go. The Microraptor soars to the tree line across the creek and lands on a branch. She twists her head to look back at the 5 people and lets out a few chirps. Jesse smiles, bravely fighting back tears, and Blake loops an arm around his shoulders. Hearing the morning songs of birds, Maggie's curiosity is piqued, and she leaps off the branch and disappears into the forest. North of the mountain range, a giant's snores echo through the forest. The Spinosaurus slumbers at midday, soaking up the warmth of the sun after a long winter. It never fully succumbed to the 2 darts Blake fired and managed to return to the lake and disappear before any DFW officer could respond. The wind carries in a sound from the distance. The roar of a T-Rex, a different roar than the recorded broadcast. Yellow eyes fly open at the sound. With a rumble, the beast gets up on its feet and it responds with a threatening roar of its own, then starts its journey to defend its territory. I need to start this afterword by explicitly stating something very important. I did not write this story because I think I can do better than David Koepp or any other professional screenwriter. In fact, David Koepp returning is a huge reason why I have hope for Jurassic World Rebirth. Along with Gareth Edwards, he might save the franchise from diminishing quality. For that reason, I actually named my main protagonist, David Blake, after him. Jurassic Legacy simply started as a joke, the DNA of which can still be seen in how it's all about family, like a Fast and Furious sequel, how it abides by the silly and weird and very specific rule that parents in a Jurassic story apparently must be divorced, and much more that you might have picked up on. But I soon took the project more seriously as a way to write the kind of Jurassic sequel that I would prefer. One that does not return to a secluded island setting, but keeps the story in our world, in populated areas, even though that does come with serious challenges that you need to work around. I started writing this right after the first leaks suggested that Rebirth would be returning to an island setting, which was late April. And even though it obviously took me a long time to finish this project, the plot was more or less completed shortly after, as that was the easy part. This is why Jurassic Legacy does not take anything from Jurassic World Chaos Theory into account. Too much of it was already done before even the first season of the show premiered, and because the show isn't done yet, there's no way to abide by its continuity anyway, as we have no idea what is still going to happen. I don't think Jurassic Legacy expressly contradicts the events of Chaos Theory either, so I consider it a non-issue. So just to reiterate, Jurassic Legacy is not intended as a slight towards either Jurassic World Rebirth or Jurassic World Chaos Theory. It's a pet passion project that I ended up putting way too much time into, but I had fun making it. Although I did consider quitting several times through turning it into an audiobook, because I don't think I did the story any favors with my acting. I looked into hiring a professional narrator to read out the story, but that would have cost me upward of $1,000, and I just don't have that kind of money to spend on, well, let's be honest, fan fiction. Now, if I did have money, if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't be making rockets or buying social media platforms. I'd be wasting my money on turning this into an actual movie. Once I finished the plot outline, I actually did cast the roles in my head, which really helped me visualize the characters as I went into writing out the scenes. If you're curious, these are some of the actors with their corresponding roles. Actors I happen to like and who would have done a much better job with the characters than I did, but I hope some of y'all managed to get through the cringe and still enjoyed the story. Finally, and most importantly, I have to say, thank you for listening. And if you did enjoy Jurassic Legacy, I'd love for you to share that in a comment.